Oh my God, are you kidding me? That was horrible. Never gonna work for Emmett ever. Apologize to Ed. Hey, don't get too overconfident.
Day 2 in Dublin, Ohio. Second round of the Memorial Tournament is underway. Moments ago, Jason Kokrak on the tee at the par 3 12th. 157 yards today to that whole location. And that's how you do it. First shot of the day, beautifully struck by Jason Kokrak inside 3 feet. A chance for birdie. Now we go live to the green here. Kokrak alongside Matt Every and Brian Stewart. I'm John Swantek alongside Craig Perks and Bill Kratzer here for the second round.
Good morning, sir, and what a start for Jason Kokrak. Shot 76 yesterday, but birdie 10, 11, and got a, what's he got, 2.5 feet for a turkey early in the morning.
Yeah, you can pretty much give him that one. Nice little start there.
Any bold predictions here this morning, Billy? Come on. You said there were going to be 3 balls, 2 or 3 balls in the water the entire day. There was. Are you giving us the one today with this front hole location?
You know, there's not enough tilt in the green working towards the hole to really predict one. But I do like the speed of the greens, that if you get one rolling towards it, coming down the slope from the back of the green, can get there. I mean, we're going to see a lot of close shots today. We're going to see.
Yeah, they are. Thanks, man.
I bet we see close to 20. We're going to see close to 20 to 22 birdies today.
Only 10 yesterday.
Yeah, I say we'll at least double that.
Yeah, with that tough right hole location.
Most difficult hole in the golf course yesterday at the par 3. That was Brian Stewart's birdie attempt, just catching the left edge, spinning away. And Matt Every now sizing this one up. Every opening with 74, 2 over par on day 1.
Yeah, this putt right here, Swan needs to say bogey. Hit his first ball, tee shot in the water, went to the drop zone. Came out, got under par quick on the first 2 holes. Gave him up +1.
72 guys at 1 over or better starting the day, so you'd think the cut would probably stay around, kind of flutter between maybe 1 and 2 over. Kind of got a little blustery yesterday afternoon, so all this entire threesome has some work to do to kind of move in the right direction, get to play on the weekend.
And Kokrak now for the back end of
Yeah, you better stay up top.
An early birdie here at the 12th.
157 yards today. Players are going to be going with 9 irons, depending on the wedge, or depending on the wind. Some will go with wedges, but they're just going to pepper this whole location pretty much all day long, unless the wind kicks up again, like Craig was talking about that it did yesterday, and it becomes blustery, and then all of a sudden some of these shots start ballooning up in the air. But again, the ideal shot, 10, 12 feet behind the hole.
Behind, yeah.
Try to drag it back down.
Yeah, yesterday very few were taking dead aim. Today I think everyone. You can just fire it right at it and take that front water out of play, and you might see a few putts from beyond the hole.
So a birdie from Jason Kokrak. We expect to have many today at the par 3 12th. We'll be with you all day long on PGATour.com. For the FedEx Cup, this is Live At. From the Muirfield Village Golf Club, it's the Memorial Tournament presented by Nationwide Insurance. Live At coverage is delivered by FedEx and presented by Southwest Airlines. Day 2 in Dublin, Ohio, second round of the Memorial Tournament. 38th playing at one of the PGA Tour's marquee events. The next group ready to go on the tee here. Robert Carlson, Pat Perez, Kevin Stadler. Carlson had one of the better rounds of the afternoon yesterday. 3 under par 69. Bill Haas shot 68, and that was the best number in the afternoon wave. But it will be Stadler first to play here.
Shot 79 yesterday and opened with a bogey at 10 to be 8 over, but came back with a birdie at 11 and a beauty here at 12 right underneath the flagstick.
Another one in there inside 3 feet. 2 in the first 2 groups this morning.
That whole location only 4 paces on, and to keep that short of the flag is quite remarkable.
Tells me somebody shot 79 in the first round.
Got to fire them all. He's going to have to make at least 8 more to, well, 7 more to make the cut.
They are going to crush this whole location today.
Pat Perez level par 72 on day 1.
That little left shoulder issue on this hole yesterday. It's wincing a little bit. Always very aggressive through the ball. Green's very receptive this morning. I'm sure they applied quite a lot of water. As hot as it was yesterday afternoon and blustery, dried them out a little bit.
Yeah, it was very steamy.
Yep.
Day's end. Actually saw a couple of putts kind of bobble on the way to the hole, but the golf course just absolutely perfect.
And now Robert Carlson at 3 under par. Again, just 10 birdies made here yesterday, but very juicy hole location and a yardage of 157 according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
Green regulation numbers not good for the year for Robert Carlson. 142nd on tour, averaging a little more than 63%.
Good looking golf swing though.
For a big tall guy, 6'4".
Yeah, look at the arms. Look how low the hands are carried for a guy that's 6'4".
They've done some good work with Mark Blackburn. And that one kind of released forward. 3 good shots from this group.
You put a 9-iron in this guy's hands with no wind, shooting right down the hill. It becomes very gettable.
Charles Schwartzel was the overnight co-leader here after 65. Back live with you. Very calm, still, serene setting here around the 12th. Similar to what we had yesterday morning. Conditions certainly changed in the afternoon. We expect probably the same today.
You can see a little movement in the trees back there. Just a little swaying back and forth of some of the leaves.
3 birdie chances upcoming here. Robert Carlson just inside 9 feet.
Not much in this putt. Just kind of inside that left corner.
He's 17 of 17 inside 10 feet. You make 18? Oh, nicely done.
Second birdie of the day here at 12. Jason Kokrak made a 2 in the first group of the day. So this group looking for the hack trick. And this group is one that we're watching. 8:26 a.m. Eastern Time group of Woods, Bradley, and Couples. They're off the 10th tee at 8:26, so we'll see them early in our coverage. 5 groups away, in fact. Here's Pat Perez to move to 1 under.
Going with the Kuchar method.
There's 2. Winner of the Humana Challenge a few years ago.
The first birdie we saw yesterday from DA Points was a chip in from close to 30 feet. Today, I think we're going to see them come in bunches.
And there's 3. So 4 of the first 6 players have made birdie.
Excuse me, that was Justin Hicks. Thank you very much, Billy Cratchit. But 3 birdies, that's kind of nice. We're going to see some fireworks today at this hole. And
But by day's end, the 12th hole's going to need Visine because it's going to be bloodshot.
Now, why are they getting after it too early here, Perksy?
well, you know, I believe you've got some slope back here. So as we've talked about it, you're not affected by this here. This can be very intimidating, obviously, but you can fly it beyond the flagstick and utilize that. And with the greens being receptive this morning, you can take that aim.
And 157, players are going to put a 9-iron in their hand. They're going to have it on a peg. They're going to be able to spin it. You're not going to see the shots. The back bunker, that's not going to be an issue today. Everyone's going to be kind of in this 15-foot circle, half moon, with the hole.
Yeah, I think this is where I'm gonna do it. This is where everyone's focusing. They're just firing right at it. Where yesterday they were not. They would keep shooting away from the flagstick, more the center of the green.
Yeah, you have a little room to the left there. Boy, that looks inviting right there. How many birdies? We already have 4.
4 birdies.
Oh, dress it up, boys.
Our next group has arrived at the tee box here at the 12th. Fabian Gomez, Sung Yul No, Camilo Villegas, an all international grouping here. And the Colombian, the only one of the three in red numbers right now.
Hit a nice shot in here yesterday on number 12. Kind of hit a little bit of a slider to the hole location behind the hole.
Five birdies on his round yesterday, but 5 bogeys. Saw a lot of that yesterday. Sort of inconsistent. And this golf course will do it. There are some opportunities out there to make birdie, but if you get out of position either off the fairway or certainly around the greens, you're going to make bogeys in bunches.
Well, the greens are so good that if you go around, if you can hit 12 greens, you're probably going to give yourself an opportunity on half of those 12 greens that you hit in regulation. You're going to have a decent opportunity or a decent length putt for birdie. And as good as these greens are, if you're just a little bit on, you're going to make.
Yeah, but also with that being said, with this bluegrass, ryegrass fescue mix around the greens, you get slightly just over the green and that thick stuff, it sits down and as firm as fast they are with a little pitch in the green.
But I'm saying with the birdie output,
yep,
if you can hit 12 greens, you're going to have probably six really good opportunities. And as good as the greens are, you can make them. It's just that you need to be able to avoid the bogey when you do miss it in that little.
What did Mr. Hogan say? It's not how good your good ones are, it's how good your bad ones are. And that's certainly exacerbated around here.
35-year-old Argentine Fabian Gomez at 3 over par.
He's looking up and down the flagstick as well. Oh, another beauty.
This is like batting practice.
22.
Right now.
We may have that by this first wave of players off the 10th tee. Walk back and do its ball mark. You mark that, you move it away, you repair the ball mark, and then you put the coin back.
There's Villegas, -1. Finished outside the top 125 on the money list last year.
Looks like he delivered the club a little late there.
Yeah, needs to get up. And
okay.
It looked like he was absolutely hammering the wedge there. Yeah. I think that's where he gets in a little bit of trouble. A lot of lateral shift to the left, and when the body moves, the club kind of hangs back, and a little bit of catch up there.
But I think with this whole location, it gives the player the opportunity to go ahead and hit something hard. Yesterday, I felt like all the players were trying to take something off, trying to flight it, trying to keep it out of the wind and work it over to that right hole location. Today, it's put it on the peg, and it's either a 9-iron or the wedge.
Sung Yul No, 21-year-old Korean, well outside the early projected cut line after a 78 yesterday. That's a bad miss here today.
It's got some green to work with, so it all depending on the lie, we can see a little bit of the ball. He's able just to kind of get it right on that, just between the collar and the green, just let it release down there.
Well, that's where all the players exit, so it all depends on the lie. But we'll take a look at No's swing. I think he has a really good golf swing. I mean, great posture, nice setup. You can see the shaft leaning forward just a little bit. Nice connected takeaway. Club stays right in between the shoulders. Really leveraged nicely right there. You can look at the left hand and the club face all in sync right there. That's great position right there. Now, as he starts down, I think maybe the left knee kind of lags a little bit right there, and then he fires that left hip. See, I think the left hip should be a little more out of the way. I think it's a little too slow there. Then the hands catch up, hands and arms catch up as he goes through the shot. That's a little too much under. Not enough on top of the ball.
And numbers down for the young man this year. 125th in total driving, 131st in ball striking, 131 in greens and regulation, 184 in driving accuracy. And a struggle on day one with a 78 on a golf course that has produced very few winners from outside the United States through the years. Justin Rose, the most recent to shake Jack Nicklaus's hand. He did it 3 years ago. Choi, Peterson, Els, Singh, Norman, and David Graham.
Yeah, just 7 in the 37-year history. You know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think that a lot of the European guys honor the tour back there. You know, they played their flagship event last week. So making that trip from Wentworth over here, and it's American style golf course. It certainly is, and it's very, very difficult. It's one you need a lot of experience. Guys have played, I think this is Fred Couples' 23rd time around here, and he's only had one victory, you know, and apart from Tiger, who's won 5 times, and Kenny Perry's won 3, no other players won more than twice.
Pretty decent lie right there. That's a lot better than I thought he was going to get.
Beautifully played shot from Sung Yul No. Terrific. He'll escape with a par, and he's going to need birdies today. Early cut line set at 1 over par. The young Korean at +6 right now.
Take another look at it and watch how quickly the club just slides underneath the ball. I mean, the club head was gone before the ball even got over the surface of the green.
Tremendous technique. It was great. He held the face open, but a lot of that was indicative of the lie. It was a pretty good lie. You talked about everyone's walking off the green there, and he was able to get the club underneath it and get some loft on it and have the ball landing softly.
About 7 feet for birdie here for Villegas.
Just missed once inside 10 feet, 15 of 16 for the week.
We got another one. Did not record a single top 10 last season in 21 starts. Failed to make the FedEx Cup playoffs. Of course, he won a couple of playoff events back in 2008.
Yeah, the last victory, what, 2010, the Honda. And I think he would admit that he began to overtrain. And Billy, you talked about it yesterday. He was jumping on that bike, and it was a nice release from his riding 50, 60, 70, 80 miles a day. And that's certainly a lot of wear and tear in the hips and the lower back. And this is your job. That, you know, if you're passionate about doing something, you don't want it to affect your job. And I think the bike riding was doing that.
Fabian Gomez, third closest tee shot of the day here. 35-year-old from Argentina, a winner on the web.com tour. Down in your country,
He certainly did. He shot 64 the last day when no one else broke 70, I believe, or maybe 69 was in some very windy conditions.
Birdie number 6 on the day.
That is 6 birdies through nine players. That's a pretty good average, I would say.
A good start for Gomez. Birdies at 11 and 12 to get back to +2. Edge a little closer to the cut line. Zach Johnson, Henrik Stenson, Robert Allenby. Next group through here at the 12th. And we want to remind you that CBS Sports, in conjunction with PGA Tour Entertainment, will pay special tribute to dads. Tomorrow, Saturday, June 2nd, PGA Tour 2013 Golf's Dads, presented by Dove Men Plus Care. We'll delve into the special relationships between PGA Tour players and their fathers and their sons through the years. The story of Davis Love III. Also, Phil Mickelson, who learned the game from his dad, will be part of this special. A feature on Earl and Tiger Woods, Ernie Els and his son Ben, the Applebys, Stewart and his dad Malcolm, Matt Kuchar and his family as well. Produced by PGA Tour Entertainment in high definition. PGA Tour 2013 Golf's Dads. That is Sunday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Nine players have come through. 6 have made a deuce. Toughest hole on the golf course yesterday, 3.35 scoring average. They're tearing it up here in the early going today.
Well, benign conditions, receptive greens, and these guys are not intimidated by that front left hole location as they were with the back right.
So Zach Johnson, Henrik Stenson, Robert Allenby are next. Then Ricky Fowler's group, along with John Hahn, Bryce Mulder. Then we'll see Matt Kuchar playing with Webb Simpson and Hunter Mahan. And Fred Couples, Keegan Bradley, Tiger Woods. The next 4 groups coming through here early in our coverage at the 12th. Woods opening with 71 yesterday in his early quest for a 6th title here. There's the group on the tee. And Stenson's got it going as his exceptional year continues. Just made eagle over there at 11 to move to -3.
Well, it's been a remarkable turnaround for Henrik. 2nd in Houston, 5th the players. But the thing that blew me away, and you pointed this out to me, Bill Kratz, 1st in total driving, 1st in ball striking, 1st in greens and regulation. And he was at one point, he was really, really struggling to find the planet with
200
off the tee.
World golf ranking somewhere around 238, 239.
Yep.
It just went completely off the radar. And to come back, very few can do that. Steve Stricker obviously did it. Lee Westwood has done it. Stenson has done it. It's very hard to do, and when you're a world-class player and you kind of lose the game that you possessed, and then you have to go all the way back and regain what you had. It's a tough proposition because you really have to go in there and dig it out.
Yeah.
And hats off to Stenson because he's done a marvelous job.
From outside the top 200, as you said, he's now 34th in the
34th.
official world golf rankings. And
yeah, that runner-up finish at Houston got him back into the Masters.
Yeah, and then played extremely well at the Players Championship where he finished 5th. Past champion there, 2009.
Maybe just a little breeze has kicked up. This should just be a wedge for Stenson.
Well, southwest wind should be basically just left, right, maybe a slight hindrance.
Down the hill. Effective yardage probably somewhere around that 148. Well, he covers the ball so well.
And he's got the old Arnica, falls on the front left side of the green, but he's got that Arnica Sorenstam head turn as well. Gets the head start, the eyes nearly looking down the fairway before the ball's even struck, but that helps getting that rotation through the ball and posting up onto that left side.
Similar move that we saw from David Duval at the height of his powers.
Absolutely. And Zach Johnson has a little bit of that in his golf swing.
I'll tell you another guy who has it. You wouldn't know it. Dustin Johnson.
Zach,
anytime,
+1 here.
Anytime you have a player that has a strong left hand, you'll see that head kind of go a little bit sooner just to kind of maintain.
That's a huge miss from a Masters champion. That's what is that, 50, 60 feet left of the flag with a 9-iron, and he can move those short irons right to left. So that was not a good one. It's been a real struggle for Zach. Just one top 10 this year, and that happened to be last week at Colonial, where he's won twice.
Yeah. Trying to go back to back. I just think he's kind of hanging back on it. He's always had a great rotation through the ball, like this man right here, Allenby. And you talk about struggling. He's only made a couple of cuts this year in 15 tournaments.
Yeah.
Here's a guy that, boy, I just think when you put an iron in his hand, everything is very simple. But you can see that the lower half of the body does not turn as much as it used to.
Best of the 3 from Allenby, who shot 74 yesterday and began his day with a bogey at the 10th. He's a 3 over, but will have a birdie chance when we come back. Live coverage of the second round of the Memorial continues. Zach Johnson looks like a deep lie. Looks like that one settled down in there.
Yeah, you can see how much weight is on that front leg. Tries to drop it just right on the fringe. Does a nice job of that. Let it release out.
That was a beautiful shot. Really, really good. Landing it in the fringe, then on the green, and let it release down. It was only 3 for 7 scrambling for the week. That was probably one of the most difficult ones he had. We saw him at 16 yesterday. Just barely missed the green, and he flubbed the chip down the hill.
Second for Stenson, just missing the green left.
Actually, interesting choice right here. Just kind of flops it up in the air. A lot of guys who just kind of keep it down, keep it close to the ground.
Craig mentioned his Players Championship in 2009, won the match play in 07. He struggled so much the last couple of years. We forget the signature victories that he has put on the board during that stretch. One of the best in the world for about 3 to 4 years there.
Had Nick Faldo's caddy on the bag for a long time, Fanny Sunnison, who is now more of a mentor to the German team. Has been helping Martin Keimer out a little bit. What a wealth of knowledge that lady was.
There's the story of Allenby's season. Dismal. Just 2 made cuts and 15 starts. And grinding once again here on Friday. 2 shots outside the number here.
You know, this is the part of the game that has let him down. Usually a really good ball striker.
Birdie number 7 on the day.
Nice to see him make a putt.
Well, prior to that putt from 10 to 15 feet, he was 25 of 95 for the year. So, you know, when you seemingly have, you know, a disastrous year, it's like he's a good ball striker. You have so many opportunities, you just can't make him, and it becomes so frustrating and then puts so much more pressure on the long game.
A couple of par attempts upcoming for Zach Johnson and Stenson.
Boy, you talk about locking everything in. Wrists, shoulders, a little bit of a pull there.
3 straight pars to begin the day for the man from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 9 victories on the PGA Tour. The green jacket in 07.
He's part of that Sea Island contingent.
What a beautiful low. No, I know that's Georgia, but the low country, South Carolina, Georgia, that's a beautiful part of the world.
Pretty special.
Yep.
Stenson to stay -3. That's tied for 10th. 4 off the lead. No problem. Eagle at 11 and an up and down for par here at 12. Ricky Fowler, John Hubb, Bryce Boulder next on the tee here at the 12th. Look from behind the green here at the 12th. Off in the distance. 157 yards away from the flag right there. You will find Ricky Fowler, John Ha, and Bryce Mulder. Fowler at level par. Yeah, that's what I thought. Could almost detect the color from from the green there.
I say he hits it within 5 feet.
Greens in regulation down this year for Ricky. 135th on tour. Doesn't like it.
Yeah, big full swing with the 9-iron from 157. And he missed the green by 5 feet.
Wow. That's a bad miss.
Looked like there were a couple of extra waggles there.
Yeah, that one last waggle where he kind of took it.
So maybe just wasn't
halfway back.
From a mental standpoint, wasn't quite committed.
He's actually, I think, trying to take a little bit of that, laying the shaft down, out of the golf swing.
There's Bryce Mulder.
Just a little unusual.
No tee.
Just going to put it right on the deck.
Which I actually don't have a problem, especially with such a short iron, 9-iron or wedge. You know, you want to be kind of hitting down on it. These tees are so pure anyway. You know, it's not like you're playing at your local course where you're looking for some grass. This is like nearly teeing it up on a green.
72 for Mulder in the opening round. Just made double over at 11 to drop to +2.
And that wasn't even the high score in the group. John Ha made a little triple.
Oh boy. Stationary over that ball for a long time, wasn't he? Tug just a bit, but it will circle back toward the hole. About 20 feet.
Bryce 90th in the FedEx Cup points without a top 10. He's only missed 4 cuts in 13 events. A pretty consistent year. 1 victory on the PGA Tour. Was that out at Fry's 2011?
Long playoff with Bryony Baird.
That's right. Bryony was looking for that all-elusive victory. Bryony's played over 500 events on the PGA Tour, hasn't broken through.
Here's Ha, the winner in Mexico last year as a rookie.
Might have some action here. Okay.
He's fallen a shot outside the cup on after that triple bogey 8 back at the 11. Ricky Fowler, meanwhile, stands at level par as we spend a little time off the golf course with Ricky.
Looks, youthful charm, cool style, athletic ability, social media savvy. Add it all up, and you've got an American superstar in waiting.
Ricky Fowler is great for the young kids. He's a great guy. I've never seen so many kids wearing that flat-billed Puma hat, you know, so obviously they're doing something right.
It's amazing his impact. The flat brim, the bright colors. I'm glad he's my friend, you know, because I can hang with him and look cool, you know.
Fowler's backstory isn't the typical started at age 2 on the range with dad that's so often seen on tour. His first love came on the dirt, racing motorcycles.
Growing up riding and racing dirt bikes, you got to be your own person. You got to have your own identity out there. So, you know, it's kind of related into the way I dress, the way I play, and you know, kind of the way I go about things. It's just a way to be different, way to stand out, and at the same time, just be who I am.
He chose golf at age 14, and the iconoclast image carried over to the course, instantly connecting with young fans looking for the next big thing.
The way he signs autographs, talks to people, always wanting to give back to the game of golf. At a young age, it's unheard of.
It's pretty cool to see the impact that I've had on some of the younger fans. It does surprise me at times to see how much impact I've had, people dressing like me or wearing my hats. It's pretty cool to see that.
That looks like money.
No, it's not easy being a trailblazer, but Fowler's actually creating a template for young athletes on how to flourish in a world of 24-hour information without losing anything in competition.
I want to bring some younger kids in. I want to get them, into golf if they're not already, or keep them interested. I want to be a positive role model, so trying to keep doing the right things. It's always been a dream of mine to play on the PGA Tour, be a professional golfer, and everything that comes along with it. Doing anything from interviews to photo shoots to media days. I just got to soak it all in. It's all part of being a professional golfer.
That was from inside the PGA Tour last week. Ricky Fowler places second here at 12.
Did he make it? Close.
Been a good, consistent year. He's still looking, he's had the breakthrough win in Charlotte last year, but third at Arnold Palmer is the best finish. And he's had those one or two very high scores on a hole per week that's kind of held him back slightly. See the 6th in Tournament Champions and 6th in Torrey Pines as well. Started off beautifully at the Honda. I believe he shot 67 that first round at the tough PGA National, but fell back to 13th. But he's just a quality young man.
Mm-hmm.
Does all the right things. He talks about being a role model, and he certainly acts that way.
He's a good player, just a little refinement to where the mistakes just aren't so glaring, like you said.
18 feet for Mulder.
This guy can really roll his golf ball.
And to your point, Billy, 5th in strokes gained this year on the PGA Tour.
5th last year as well. 3rd the year before that.
7th, and I always think 7th in 3-putt avoidance. Takes a lot of pressure off the game.
Great collegiate player. 4-time first-team All-American at Georgia Tech.
He's gotten just a little bit longer. Working with Mike LeBeau and added some distance. May have taken a little of the consistency and the accuracy out, but I think it'll pay dividends for Bryce. He just has too good a short game.
Huff from 15 feet. A little bit of a scruffy start here for the reigning Rookie of the Year. That 8 back at 11, failing to birdie the 12th. And stands outside the cut line at the moment.
Oh, that triple bogey absolutely killed him on the 11th, which is certainly a risk-reward par 5. A little creek meanders the whole way down the left side and then cuts across the fairway, and it'll be very precise in your lines on that hole.
Matt Kuchar has moved to 4 under. He and Webb Simpson and Hunter Mahan are on the tee here at 12, to be followed by Tiger, Keegan Bradley, and Fred Couples. There's some star-studded groups early in our day 2 coverage here. Simpson set to defend his U.S. Open championship in a couple of weeks.
And I think the mentality after playing in some quite difficult conditions yesterday afternoon is to try and get off to the fast start. Matt Kuchar even par through first 2 holes. Hunter Mahan 1 under. Fortunately, reigning U.S. Open champion bogeyed the 11th. So he's now 4-0 for the tournament and outside the cut line.
Saw John Wood give us an indication as to what the wind is doing. He thinks it's left to right and maybe just a little bit of help. I still think you're right in that 9-iron range. I think it's just a solid 9-iron for Hunter.
1 over 73 for Mahan on day 1. Birdie over at 11 moments ago. Solid numbers in greens hit. Year in and year out, he's 33rd on tour this season.
Yeah, he's a long-time student of Sean Foley, who we all know now has done some really good work, for 3 years with Tiger Woods. And I just like the body rotation. Swings left very quickly. The face is very square through nearly the entirety of the swing. And creates a lot of good shots.
And one there, inside 10 feet for Mayhem.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that you look at the top 10 ball strikers on tour. His name's always up there. When he starts driving it, he drives it straight. He's very accurate with the driver, but when he starts really catching it in the center of the club face, just about on the button every time, he can get it out there.
4 under par 68 for Matt Kuchar in the opening round with just 1 bogey in his 8th appearance here in Ohio.
You know, Kuchar's really good with the short irons. A little unusual to have that much lift.
Headed left. Look out, folks.
You know, you see guys lift with a driver and hover it over the ground, but it's rare that you see that much lift with a.
Well, he also
9-iron
lifts,
or a
and then
wedge.
all his weight moves back into his heels, so it kind of throws the center of gravity off. But he spent a couple of weeks working with Chris O'Connell during that Texas swing. His alignment, we noticed it yesterday. We saw it at the Players when we were out following him, and it's not correct. It's not good. He's aiming a long way right, and after that you hit a lot of pulls.
Simpson now at 4 over par. Going for it to get down. Right over the flagstick. .75 on day 1 for Webb Simpson, but a birdie chance here at the 12th when we come back. Matt Kuchar well off the mark with his tee shot here at 12.
14th on tour in scrambling, over 65%.
Everyone that's missed it left has gotten it up.
Yeah, it's got some plenty of green to work with. This is coming out a little hot.
Everyone's gotten it up and down.
Kuchar will have a chance to do the same.
Everyone being what? Two people over there? Sung Yul No and was it Zach?
Zach?
Stenson was left to the green just a bit.
Yeah, just barely left, but a little long and left.
Mahan and Kuchar tangling in the Accenture Match Play Championship final in Tucson earlier this year. Hunter was looking to go back-to-back out there in Arizona.
With the anchoring ban, that, you know, that Webb Simpson tweeted that he's already got some putters from Scotty Cameron. He's already working at home with a conventional length, and interesting to see how long he continues to use the method before putting the conventional one into play.
They will all make the adjustment without a great deal of difficulty, in my opinion, especially with 2 years plus to work it out.
It's a mentality, though, John. You putted so well with a certain way. Let's just say Webb Simpson, Adam Scott. And then so you decide to start messing around with conventional length, but in the back of your mind you still believe the other method is better, and ultimately don't have to make that change till January the 1st, 2016. So, you know, you have to convince yourself that this is the way that you're going to, the length of putter that you're going to use.
With Adam Scott's Masters victory, that's the anchored slam over the last couple of years. All 4 major championships.
4 of the last 6 majors. One with the long one.
Mahan, good look at birdie here.
Boy, it's a great look right there. Just falling to his right slightly. There you go.
Birdie number 8 on the day here at the 12th. And back-to-back birdies for Mahan, and moves to -1 for the tournament. Kuchar looking to save his par here from 8 feet. Eight to 9 feet on the season. Nearly a 57% conversion rate. That's excellent. Inside the top 30 on tour.
Yeah, well, this is the perfect putt right here. Just a little right to left. A little bit back up the hill.
Back for another look here.
Just missed 3 this week. Inside 10 feet.
I like that look right there.
Not a player who's been afraid to make changes. He's completely rebuilt his swing, as we've talked about often. He went to a new putting technique the year after winning the Varden Trophy. That took some guts as well. Kuchar makes 3 here at the 12th. When we come back, Fred Couples, Keegan Bradley, Tiger Woods on the tee. Just an hour into our second round coverage from the 38th Memorial Tournament. I'm John Swantek alongside four-time PGA Tour winner Billy Kratzer. Greg Perks, former Players Champion, will rejoin us a little bit later on as we await the arrival of Tiger Woods, Keegan Bradley, and Fred Couples. Off in the distance there, making their way over from the 11th green up the steps to this elevated tee box at 12. And the fans jamming in there for a look at one of the marquee groupings on the golf course. So many great viewing areas, natural amphitheater setting around this golf course, part of the vision of Jack Nicklaus. Great spectator venue.
You know, I was out on the golf course yesterday, right around the 16th hole, the par 3, and the people going back and forth, watching the guys putt on the 15th green, then going over the hill, watching the tee shot at 16. You can kind of get over on 14. You can position yourself to where you can actually see them putt on the 14th hole and watch them hit their tee shots on 15. I think watching the tee shot on 15, it's a pretty cool look, framed by trees right and left.
It was a 71 for Tiger yesterday with a bogey at 18 after a birdie at 17. Couples was the low man in this group. Freddie with a 2 under par 70, and the President's Cup captain just missing a short one. 3.5 footer for birdie over at 11. President's Cup, of course, will be contested right here in October, as Fred Couples has a close eye this week on a couple of the players on his roster, Woods and Bradley. .157 is the number to that front hole location.
Well, now the wind's starting to kick up a little bit, and now this is a different look. You can see Joe LaCava. He has it a little more left to right than what John Wood, Hunter Mahan's caddy, had it.
Flag would indicate that as well. Tiger on day 1. Hitting 13 of 18 greens.
That's just a little down in there. Ooh, and that ball just kind of had so much spin, it just kind of nestled down in there, and then it just kind of kicked up. But I think now it was very gettable early. But as we take another look, you can see him trying to flight it. Now listen.
Looking for a little help that he didn't get. So Woods misfiring here. And Couples will be next. Champion here back in 1998.
That's a 9-iron there. Just trying to. That ball's up in the air. That ball's up in the air.
So neither Woods nor Couples able to locate the green here. Bradley will take his shot at it.
You can see Keegan trying to take something off of it also.
0 for 3. Well, the boys are going to be busy here at 12 when we come back. As Fred Couples climbing down into that long, narrow bunker there, fronting the green at 12.
Yeah, really a hard bunker shot here, Swanee, simply because, you know, you have very little room from this angle to work with, and you have to, you just have to drop it on the fringe and put some height on it, which is very difficult to do from this bunker. And that's acceptable. You know, give yourself that 12, 14 footer. Try to save par. But you can see, I mean, this is a deep bunker. And look at the big swing. Almost a parallel. If you want to hit, and look how quickly he breaks the club back up towards him, trying to elevate the ball. But if you want to hit a soft, short bunker shot, you do it with a long, slow swing.
Let's see how Tiger deals with this one now.
I would say well. Guys have hit some really good shots from long and left. Of course, early, first few groups we saw, they just peppered this flag stick. But you take another look at it, and you can see just that abrupt stop of the club and just trying to make sure that contact is good between the club face and ball.
17th best scrambler on the PGA Tour this year. 64% of the time he gets up and down. Keegan Bradley also missing the green. And not much difficulty with that one either. Just a much more favorable hole location today at 12 than we had yesterday in all respects.
Yeah, the ability to get the ball up and down, probably not going to see too many balls in the right bunker where we saw couples, but Keegan Bradley, Tiger Woods, both playing nice shots from a little long and left.
Freddie will have 13.5 feet for his par. You heard the applause. Tiger popped in his short one for par, so Woods remains -1. That's 6 off the lead. Now shared by Charles Schwartzel and Bill Haas, by the way. Haas with a hot start today, 3 under through 5 holes. Freddie looking to run his record as President's Cup captain to 3-0 right here at Muirfield Village this October. At the helm for victories in San Francisco in 2009 and Royal Melbourne in 2011.
Excuse me, just by looking at the teams in place right now, Fred Couples has a very, very strong team. The international team is strong, but on paper, the American team looks just a little bit stronger to me. Couples trying to stay at -2. Oh, it just did not turn at all.
Freddie had made 4 putts outside of 10 feet in this opening round. Missed a short one back at 11 for birdie. And a poor tee shot resulting in a bogey here at 12. Dropping him to -1. Woods also at 1 under. Keegan Bradley level par after converting that short par putt. Yeah, so Bradley and Woods at 1 and 5 in the U.S. President's Cup team standings. Virtual locks to play for Captain Couples this October right here in Central Ohio. Grant Snedeker, Matt Kuchar, Phil Mickelson, 2, 3, and 4. We've seen Hunter Mahan, Webb Simpson come through. They're playing together today. Steve Stricker is 8th, playing that very limited schedule in 2013.
Of the top 8, Wood, Snedeker, Kuchar, Mickelson, Stricker, all excellent putters.
10 will qualify automatically. Freddie will add 2 captain's picks as Potter, Singh, and Immelman arrive at the tee. I mentioned the early move from Bill Haas. He made birdie at 4, eagle at 5. Continuing right where he left off yesterday with 3 birdies in his final 4 holes. So Haas shares the lead with Schwartzel. The overnight leader at 7 under goes off at 1:05 Eastern Time today. Immelman, best of the group here at -2. Potter and Singh at +2. That's right on the cut line. 83 players right now at +2 or better, including VJ, one of the past champions here. Winner back in '97, the year before Fred Couples took the title. And there's the Haas scorecard. He's had a very nice season. He's been in contention, put himself in position a few times.
Yeah. A new father. And like you said, he's just had a very consistent year. He's played well. He's had an opportunity to win a couple of times. The 2-on-4 is a really good birdie. I think the 4th hole is one of the more underrated holes here at Muirfield Village. It's a par 3. It has a long, narrow green. Club selection, very important. You miss it down to the left, pretty much an automatic bogey. Put it in the bunkers on the right, then everything tilts away from you.
Pretty tough collection of par 3s on this golf course, huh?
It is. 4, 8, several double bogeys on the 8th hole yesterday. In fact, Freddie Couples made a double bogey on the 8th hole. Right now, the players are now, once again, as they did yesterday, start looking up at the trees. A little more wind. 157 yards down the hill. VJ Singh dialing in.
He didn't look too thrilled with it, did he?
It was hard to tell. It was hard to tell if he liked it, if he was anxious, if he didn't like it.
Never left the flagstick, though. Watch this one.
Watch the pitch mark just right behind the hole. Boom.
Dug right in. VJ Singh looking for back-to-back birdies. Now the left-hander, Ted Potter Jr., 74 yesterday. 2 pars to begin his second round. Looking to draw one in there. And did just that. Good safe shot. Two under par 70 for Trevor Immelman yesterday. Bogey 2 of his final 6 holes to shoot that 70. There's the breakdown on his scoring this week. Pars at 10 and 11 today. 147th in FedEx Cup points. 125 is the number who will qualify for the playoffs 3rd week in August outside New York City.
Now this is a major champion that has really tried to retool his game and kind of get back on track. You can see him trying to keep that shaft leaning forward, trying to keep the ball down. And I can't tell if that is in the bank, if it came back.
Oh, pitch straight into the bank. Don't know from this angle if it hung up or not. Or if it indeed trickled back into the water. I don't see it there.
Yeah, no ball. Now the drop zone yesterday was right at 95 yards.
That's a pretty steep bank there, Billy. If you don't cover it, that's going to be the likely result today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any chance that a ball's going to just absolutely zip back down the green and come off the green and then spin down into the water. But any ball that lands short of the green, because of the bank there, is going to be probably going to be wet.
There's the number, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. As Immelman makes his way over to the drop zone. Back-to-back missed cuts for Trevor at both the Texas events and Dallas and Fort Worth the last 2 weeks. Lone top 10 on the season coming at Harbortown a week after the Masters. Rookie of the Year on the PGA Tour back in 2006 when he won the Western Open outside Chicago. And the green jacket came 2 years after that. There's the one top 10 at Hilton Head. 6 missed cuts. And right in the neighborhood of 95 yards again to play his third.
Hard shot because of the angle coming in to get the ball close to the hole, at least from what I see, is you're going to have to take it just a little bit to the right of the hole. You can't afford to land this ball short of the flagstick. You're going to have to play just a little bit beyond. So you're going to have to come over the bunker where the drop zone is located.
Okay, safely aboard.
And that would be the sensible play, and it's kind of a disappointing walk for a player. And he was playing so well yesterday. Had it to 4 under at one point, kind of clicking, everything going well.
Bill Haas has put another one on the board here. So he's gone birdie, eagle, birdie through holes 4, 5, and 6 to seize the outright lead here. So we'll see Haas a little later in our coverage. Will he have the lead when he gets here to 12? We'll see. Playing with Kenny Perry, Tommy Gainey today as we swing back live to the green here at the par 3. Where 8 birdies have been made already today. 10 the entire day in the opening round. Potter to the other side of the hole for a look 20 feet away. Ted, the winner last year of the Greenbrier Classic. What a remarkable turnaround from his first season on the Web.com tour. Missing 24 cuts that season, the entire year.
I've got to tell you, to stick with it and not, one, either go get a job outside of golf or go get a job somewhere in the game of golf, to actually stick to playing and relying on your ability to play the game and having the faith in your own game, the confidence. It's just unbelievable. I don't think I could have done it missing that many cuts in a row.
That was back in 2004.
Yeah, I'd have been looking in the lost and found, trying to find my game somewhere.
Or another line of work entirely. Played the Moonlight Tour in Central Florida back in 2002. There's a guy who has slowly climbed the rungs of the ladder. Now he's a winner on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, and he's getting better and better. His only top 10 last year was that win at the Greenbrier.
Little hook putt here for the left-hander, but it didn't hook. That's the way he played it anyway. Two victories on the Web.com tour in 2011. One top 10 thus far this year. Came out in LA at Riviera. Okay, Immelman now looking to minimize the damage. 15 feet for bogey.
Well, we've seen this putt from this side of the hole, that it will drift a little bit from his left to right. You can see kind of that wind shear. You can see where this wind is starting to switch a little bit and kind of confuse the players. But this is a putt that he's got. He must keep the speed up, otherwise you can lose this on the low side, on the right side, pretty easily. But that's a wonderful job of damage control.
Kind of thing that keeps your round going. Trevor Immelman playing well after a 70 yesterday. You don't want to cough up a couple of shots here on a relatively benign par 3. So he gets out of there with just a bogey. Now VJ for our 9th birdie of the day here. Just 5.5 feet.
Okay, we're going to get a good look at the putter that VJ's using. You know, and we'll see that he's gone to this method, the claw method. You know, he's pretty much making the change. He's made up his mind to make the change now instead of waiting. And I've got to tell you, that was not a misread. That was just a poor stroke.
Just a par from VJ. Quality tee shot wasted.
And I've seen VJ try a lot of things, and we take a really good look. That's more of a saw grip right there. That's not the claw. That's taking the actually the grip of the club is kind of resting in between the thumb and the finger, and he's just trying to take any movement, any flinch with the right hand out. He's just trying to actually let the left hand control the stroke, but that looked a little wavy. The putter blade kind of went in two different swing paths right there for VJ.
2-putt par for Potter. He and Singh on the cut line at +2. Cawley, Walker, Coles have already hit the tee here at 12. Looks like Jimmy Walker first to play here. It is. 72 yesterday. Bogey 10, birdied 11. Stands at level par.
Good looking golf swing. Now we're starting to see some action. I didn't think we'd see any balls, maybe a few balls in this back bunker, but I think all of a sudden this wind, just as it did yesterday, kicking up, now all the players, okay, I can't afford to come up short.
Well, it's kicked up much earlier in the day today than it did yesterday. So some indecision from the players as Bud Cawley tries to gauge the strength, the direction of the wind here. Cawley at -1 after a 71 in the opening round. A couple pars today. Yeah, a lot more movement in the trees in the early going here. There's Tony Navarro, longtime veteran caddy. He's been on the bag for Bud a couple of years. Adding a touch of his experience to the players' youth. And they've got their number here. 157 is the yardage.
Yeah, and the guys that have played the wind pretty much a little down and left to right have been correct. If you've played it just straight left to right, you've gone long. And that's a good shot by Bud.
Hops onto the left edge of the green. For the former University of Alabama star. Struggling a bit in his sophomore season out here. Trying to find his way, get his footing out here. Ben Coles, a rookie. Two-time winner last year in the Web.com Tour in his first 2 professional starts.
I love the anxious looks, you know, from this elevated tee. Now, having a sense of where the ball is going to land is magnified. Early in the day, you kind of had an idea where it was going to land, but now with the wind, the eyes are starting to dart all over the place.
Well, it's been about a half an hour since Hunter Mahan made the last birdie here at the 12th, where things are getting tough. Okay, first one in the back bunker here at 12 today. Moment ago, Jimmy Walker.
Nice, really nice. Just can't get too cute with that. Go ahead, take that 8 or 9 footer, 10 footer underneath the hole. He's one of the best on tour with the short blade. Go with it.
Now live, Coles from behind the green.
Just dropping it down just over the fringe. Really nice by Ben Coles. Ooh, just a little knee flex there. Trying to get it to squeeze in that right edge. I still look at Ben Coles and think this is a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
How old is he?
23. Looks about 17 though.
Yeah, I had 24 in my mind, but I wonder if he's asked if he has a driver's license. I bet he has.
Sure.
How about going to the rental car agency? Yeah, I'd like to rent a car. Okay,
Really?
sure. Good player. Went out there on the web.com. Boom. Success right away. Here's a guy that had success right away on the PGA Tour, coming out of the University of Alabama. Got his playing privileges through good play and sponsor exemptions. Struggling a little bit this year, trying to gain some consistency. That's going to be way short. That was not a good effort.
Shoulders slumping a little bit here for Bud Cauley. It's been that kind of year for the youngster. But a promising future ahead. Only took him about a half dozen events to earn enough money as a non-member a couple of years ago to gain his card. All right, Jimmy Walker, one of the best in the business on the greens, just inside 10 feet.
And with greens this good, this distance, I would say that his conversion rate north of 50%.
In the left edge, but down it went. And Walker with a very nice up and in from the back bunker. We saw him late in our coverage yesterday over at 16. Jar one from about 35 feet for a birdie. And he's even par for the tournament. Coles for his par.
Yeah, Ben needs to make about 3 birdies, I think. Yeah, I know the cut has a great chance of moving up to +2, but I just, you kind of want that little cush.
Yeah, 2's the number now. 1 will be safe by day's end, you would think. Cauley looking to stay -1. Left himself a little bit of work here. In it goes. And away they go. Par 4, 13th. Next stop for these three. Our next group coming through is the final threesome of the morning quarter of the draw off the 10th tee. This was the last group we showed you yesterday over at 16 before our day-long coverage ended on Thursday. Justin Bowley, Peter Williamson, and the 14-year-old Guan Tianlong, who shot even par 72 yesterday. Looks like Bowley's going to be first to get it going here. Just made birdie over at 11 to move to 2 over. Good showing for Justin in Dallas. Finished 4th. Shot 65 in the final round at the Nelson before missing the cut at Colonial.
Look at that. Green's hit percentage 14% more up to this point today. All because of the hole location. You're putting a 9-iron in your hand, maybe a wedge for some of the players. You're not trying to fit it into an area. You're kind of looking directly down on top of the flagstick.
It was a much higher number through the first 4 or 5 groups of the day before the wind started to blow. Looked like a good comfortable swing from Bowley, but the reaction would suggest it's not the result he was looking for. May have heard a splash too, which would be 2 successive groups we've had water balls. Immelman and now Bowley.
Matt Every hit it in the water.
Peter Williamson now, 3-time Ivy League Player of the Year at Dartmouth. Just his 2nd PGA Tour event. Played at Bay Hill earlier this year. Holding that finish a long time. And that should be just fine. Left to the green. So the young man has played Arnold Palmer's event and Jack Nicklaus's event this year. Now young Guan, 4th event of the season at the age of 14, given a sponsor's invite into the tournament here this week. Making the most of it thus far, trying to get to the weekend for the 3rd time in 4 tries. Made par here yesterday. Bogeyed 2 of his final 3 holes to shoot 72. Probably 1 club more than most have been hitting so far today.
Yeah, I would say this is, an 8-iron for the young man. Well, that looks like it's a little high and left.
Yep, that's exactly where it came to rest. So we've seen the way the young man can scramble around the greens so far this year. He'll be put to the test when we come back. Guan Tianlong, Peter Williamson, Justin Boley going to work here around the green. Boley's tee shot was in the water. Just played his third from the drop zone. And that's where it came to rest. So that'll be the prospect of Boley's fourth shot upcoming.
So he's going to get a little peek at least Guan Tianlong is going to get a little peek as to what the speed of the green is. If I was him, I would wait. Which he's going to do. I mean,
Boley arrives. Twice a walk-on at the University of Georgia. That's perseverance. Wasn't a scholarship player. Played his way onto that Bulldog team on a couple of occasions.
tough team to make.
Yes, it is.
You had Harris English, Hudson Swafford, Henley, Brendan Todd, Chris Kirk. I'll stop there. Kevin Kisner, who has won on the web.com this year. And okay, there. The amateur Williams makes a birdie. That gets him to +7.
Another look. Isolated camera on young Peter Williamson from Dartmouth. Yes, sir. Where's that been? That's what he's thinking right about now. All right, Boley operating from behind the green. 46 feet.
Ooh, slow down. Hit the flag.
That was his fourth, remember, and ooh, might have some issues with the collar of that step cup there. Can't afford to be too careless here. He's on the cut line as it is at +2, having already played 4 shots here. Now let's watch the touch and the imagination of the teenager here.
Yeah, I think he'll just kind of flip it just over the fringe. Ooh, that ball came up pretty slow. You know what? It'd be interesting to take another look to see just how close that club face came to hitting the ball for a double hit. Now watch this. Watch this. Okay, now boom. Look at that. Look how close that was. That was probably 3 or 4 inches away. I can't believe how slow the ball came out of that grass. Now Boley. I mean, Boley's ball's just nestled right up against that step cut.
This one for double.
These are the kind of putts you leave about 2 feet short. So a triple bogey if he makes that.
Messy hole for the 37-year-old from Portland, Oregon. He's going to drop 3 shots outside the cut line. Just a few feet for Guan, winner of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. The winner goes to the Masters, as the young man did. Made the final weekend there at Augusta.
See how quiet his head stays. Nice up and down.
Pretty impressive. Even par 72 yesterday. One drop shot at the 10th, but in position to make it to the weekend once again. Remarkable. So this the highest score of the day at the 12th. Triple bogey 6 for Justin Boley. So Bill Haas leads the Memorial Tournament at 8 under par, -4 for his second round. Pretty good day for Bill Haas, huh? Birdie, eagle, birdie. In the middle of his opening 9 holes. As Haas looks for his first win of the season. He's been in position a couple of times. And leads the pack in this elite field of 120 here at Jack Nicklaus's tournament. Charles Schwartzel was the overnight leader at 7 under. As we look at the second round leaderboard scoring, powered by CDW, the folks behind the remarkable technology of ShotLink, as Amanda Balionis gives us a closer look.
The numbers that are gathered week in and week out on the PGA Tour are so important to not only the media, but the fans. For instance, everyone wants to know how many greens in regulation did Phil Mickelson hit last week? Or who had the longest drive on the PGA Tour? Most likely Bubba Watson. All of that comes from this truck right here. ShotLink, powered by CDW, is the only place to get all of those numbers that go internationally. And we're about to take you inside all the action. So this is where all the magic happens, and joining me now is the ShotLink coordinator, Jason Larson. And Jason, This is such a huge process. We see these numbers go all around the world, but it seems like just a few people in here are getting the work done.
Yeah, more or less. We have about 14 members, staff members on site each week. This room right here is our central nervous system of ShotLink. It's basically where we make sure everything's running correctly.
I think the collaboration between CDW and the PGA Tour and the ShotLink team has been fantastic, and there's been all sorts of unanticipated benefits. So initially, ShotLink was really designed to be a system that captured data for historical purposes, but it's now being used by players to improve their game and really figure out where to focus when they're practicing. One of the things that CDW is doing now to ensure that that kind of continues is also augmenting the PGA Tour IT staff when necessary by using CDW professional services on an as-needed basis.
What's the first thing I should know about your area?
This is really the central nervous system here. This is the server rack. Inside this rack we have some IBM servers running a variety of ShotLink applications that do everything from just keeping track of the scores to doing all the math involved in the laser system. CDW wanted to make a big impact when they came in, and they did. We did basically a complete overhaul of the server area, which was the most important part of the truck. It takes a lot of processing power and a lot of networking power to pull this thing off every week.
CDW ensures the 256,000 pieces of data collected each week gets uploaded in real time, all collected with handheld devices and laser rangefinders.
This is one of our fairway lasers that we have set up at every landing area in the fairway. And what happens is a group is displayed on the GPS unit here. Once that group, a player from that group hits on the tee, a walking score hits shot hit on their device, and in turn that sends a message to our laser operator. And at that point, the laser operator will actually shoot this laser. If they get the ball in the crosshair, they'll actually shoot the rangefinder at the ball. They hit enter, and it's sent to our truck in seconds where they will validate it.
Providing fast and accurate data around the world for the over 1.3 million shots hit each year on the PGA Tour is no small task. A team of producers validate every shot, finding solutions for every hurdle along the way.
One of the examples that I would be looking at during the week is this is Sergio Garcia on 10. The walking score has said that he hit it his drive in the fairway, but our laser operators came up with it in the bunker. So my job is to find out which piece of information is correct. I can call the walking score on the radio or the laser operator and find out a grid coordinate, which is just they're looking at a map that's printed, and we can verify it, to make sure the laser was accurate.
This amazing technology is nothing new for the PGA Tour team. They've been teamed up with CDW since 2008, finding solutions to every problem along the way and delivering a quality product incredibly fast thanks to CDW technology.
Over the course of the last several years, we've been able to improve the fan experience by delivering data more quickly to both broadcasters, the website, PGATour.com, and the world, really.
One of the lasers around the golf course here at Muirfield Village, positioned in that tower behind the green here at the 12th. Remarkable job of accumulating and disseminating all that information. Certainly makes our job a lot easier as we bring you live coverage here all day long here in the second round of the Memorial Tournament. And it continues on PGATour.com after this.
Welcome back to second round coverage of the Memorial Tournament. Live at number 12, Bill Haas, your leader, the 31-year-old. 8th start here at Memorial. Best finish just tied for 30th in 2008. How about his dad? Bill played 29 times here at the Memorial. Just missed 2 cuts, 9 top 10s. So his dad obviously gave him some good advice this week as Bill Haas leads by 1 shot. We'll take a look at the President's Cup. They will be having that biannual competition in October here at Muirfield Village. Look at the current standings. Nick Price will be your captain this year of the international squad. Adam Scott right up there on top with that victory at the Masters.
Yeah, you have a lot of good ball strikers there, and you look at 3 golf swings in 4 golf swings in the game of professional golf. Adam Scott, Oosthuizen, Schwartzel, and Els, and you can throw Day in there also. But you would do well to be able to emulate any one of those golf swings.
Well, here Nick Price, it's got Charles Schwartzel, got a lot of South Africans on the team, and also if we turn the page, he's got some more. So Nick Price played in the President's Cup 5 times. This is his inaugural go at being a captain. There's the second page. Richard Sterney, also a South African. George Coetzee, a South African as well.
It's going to be interesting to see if Sang Moon Bae can keep the momentum going and make the team. I think he'd be a pretty good asset to have on the team. I like the way that he strikes the ball. My only concern, and I said it yesterday, my only concern is that you look at the guys, yes, they are really good ball strikers, but in this competition, you have to make that key putt.
You do Sang-Moon Bae currently 6 over for the tournament. We look at the American squad. This will be the 10th President's Cup match. The Americans are 7-1-1.
You look at Tiger, Snedeker, Kuchar, Mickelson, Mayhem, Stricker, all excellent putters. Excellent putters.
In the golf course, I heard Jack Nicklaus talk about it yesterday on the coverage. He said the golf course will be a lot drier. They won't have the rough quite as thick. In the fall, they don't get nearly as much rain here in the Columbus, Dublin area.
Yeah, it'll be firm, fast. The fairways become much smaller.
Yep.
Pretty wide with the softness of the golf course, but it's going to be fun watching it at the President's Cup, because when these fairways get a little fiery, that's when a lot of things can happen.
Certainly a very strong squad of players. They're all lining up to get in the top 10. Here's a look at the 12th, our live at coverage. We're waiting on the Brendan Young, Kevin Chappell, and Gonzalo Costanzo to come through. They are currently playing the 11th, the par 5. Front hole location given up 8 birdies this morning, 2 balls in the water. Justin Bowley just walked off this hole with a triple bogey. Inviting hole location here at 12. Come back and see these guys attack this flag. Another live look at the front hole location at the 12th at Muirfield Village. Second round coverage of the Memorial Tournament. We're waiting on the first group that teed off the first tee this morning. And as they do each year, the Memorial Tournament has an honoree, and this year was 70-year-old Raymond Floyd. 22 PGA Tour victories, 4 major championships, won the Memorial in 1982, so won the Players in 1981, 11 Champions Tour victories. There was a Hall of Fame inductee in 1989, was I think golf's most fiery competitor out of the University of North Carolina. Played 244 events, Billy, on the Champions Tour, made over 9 million, played 700 events. PGA Tour over 5 million, a tremendous career.
Yeah, you look at the career that Raymond Floyd has had, and he was such a competitor. You know, there was never the say die in Raymond. He just, you know, always thought that he had a chance to beat you. He was very tough in match play competition. 8 Ryder Cup teams that he was on. He was always one of the go-to guys that you could just count on being there at the end of the match and coming through for you. And 4 major championships. I've got to believe, at least in my opinion, one of the more underrated players through the history of golf. Not much is referred to as his 4 majors.
Yeah, the Memorial Tournament is themed each year around a person who has played golf with conspicuous honor. That was certainly Jack Nicklaus' idea as a contribution to perpetuating the achievements of the game's greatest players. And certainly Jack Nicklaus had that 100 total victories, 18 major championships, 19 runner-ups in those majors, 73 official PGA Tour victories. Tiger Woods, with his win last year, tied that, but has now gone on to win 78 times and was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1974. The 10 Champions Tour victories, 9 of those were major championships on the Champions Tour. A remarkable career, and certainly widely considered as the greatest player ever.
I would think so. I think he's the greatest, at least in my opinion.
Well, we're waiting on threesome of DeYoung, Chappell, and Fernando Castaño will be here momentarily. First group from the morning wave that teed off number 1 has arrived at the 12th tee. Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño will be first to play, 2 under on his round, coming off a birdie at number 11. Hole 157 yards today, just 4 paces on and 7 from the left.
Yeah, when we first started, the wind was down. They started just peppering the flagstick, but now the wind is kicked up. Now there's the indecision. Other than Vijay Singh, it's been quite some time since we've seen a ball actually close to the hole with a tee shot. Now the young amateur Williams chipped in for a birdie, but it's been a good 60 minutes since we've seen a shot close to the hole.
Oh, we got off to a flying start. 6 birdies in the first 9 players.
Fernandez Castaño. Pretty good ball striker.
He missed 5 greens so far in the early going of the round. Wind gusting a little bit. And kind of swirls down here, similar to 12 at Amen Corner.
You can see the wind, the shear coming off the water. But now, that's a lot of shaft lean right there. Trying to compress the ball, trying to keep it from ballooning up in the air.
Decent play, hole high. There'll be a quick putt coming down the hill. And Gonzalo from Spain. Kevin Chappell will be next. 2 over on his round today, 1 over for the tournament. Currently tied for 52nd.
I think that's the comfort number, +1. The scores may go up, but the comfort number for me is +1. Very narrow stance right here. You can see the club exit to the left quickly, trying to flight it down.
He's lost that one to the right. 26-year-old with 2 top 10s on the season, Houston and Humana. Was 125th on the PGA Tour money list last year. That's good enough to be fully exempt this year. Now, when this man arrived at the tee yesterday, I thought he was on a very short list of being one of the best players on tour without a victory. Brendan DeYoung. Jimmy Walker certainly pops up on that list as well. He's played 165 PGA Tour events.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. The wind, the switch. You talk about being committed to a shot and committed to a club. This is the ultimate right here, the 12th. Boy, he went it that hard. That was a big swing.
It's come up short. There's a lot of grass down there. Unsure whether it's gone on the water. Brendan looking to play very well this year. Brendan from Zimbabwe. So was Nick Price, the captain of the President's Cup. So he'll be working extremely hard to try and make that team. Brendan currently 2 over for the tournament, 1 under on the round. He will hopefully walk down there and play a second from dry land. quickly to Brendan de Jong's ball. Was up, coming from some pretty deep stuff short of the screen. Just able to escape out to the front edge of the green and have about a 15-footer for his par. Kind of get to a position or a mindset there, Bill, where you've missed the water, so you feel grateful there, and then you want to take advantage of that, and you're probably disappointed even more you hit a poor chip shot.
Yeah, you could see him pointing at something, but I think hitting short of the green and actually the ball staying out of the hazard was a pretty good break. These are the first two tee shots we've actually seen in this section of the green over the bunker. Most of the misses have been either left or maybe a little long and left. Just one player in the back bunker, that was Jimmy Walker.
30 feet here for Kevin Chappell. He's made 5 of 137 outside 25 feet, so you wouldn't expect him to make it.
Pretty good lag. One of the more undervalued facets of the game.
It's that 3-putt avoidance that we've really talked about all week on some very quick greens. 13 on the stimp meter. You get it on the wrong side of the hole. A lot of pitch to these greens, and you're really putting very defensively. Kevin will remain at 1 over for the tournament. Out in 37 with a bogey at the 9th and a bogey at the 10th.
You can see him kind of motion. Wanted that, or thought the ball was going to move a little right to left once it started losing speed. Now we'll see if Fernandez Castano can
just
navigate this.
Just inside 22 feet. Longest putt he's made all week is 15 feet 3 inches. A modified claw.
That's kind of the pencil grip.
Yeah, kind of separated hands.
He's going with the little pencil grip.
Just kind of moves violently to the right, the early part of that putt. Gonzalo will remain 2 under on his round and for the tournament. Good playing, currently just outside the top 10, tied for 13th. Brendan de Jong has a putt just outside 15 feet for his par. Has not made a putt all week over 10 feet.
Well, he's not going to get an easier putt than this one right here. This one's just right up the hill, inside the edge.
Well, he's right on the cut line at 2 over par, so this would be a confidence builder. Keep the momentum in check. A slight pull there for the South African. It was a poor tee shot, no question. Short and left of the green. Just 157 yards today at the 12th. Hole playing is the 5th easiest hole on the golf course right now. Playing under par for the field, 2.93. And now outside the cut line with back-to-back bogeys. And trundle over to the 13th hole, dogleg left. The next group that we await, Charlie Hoffman, Bo Van Pelt, and Chris Stroud. Chris Stroud and Charlie Hoffman playing well at 2 under par for the week. Bill Haas still leads the golf tournament by 1 shot. Good look at the tee for as Bo Van Pelt will be first to play. The 12th, playing 157 yards. 38-year-old, currently 27th. Official world golf rankings. Good solid striker of the ball.
That looked pretty comfortable right there. That was, you know, we've seen a lot of anxious looks by players. That just looked comfortable. It looked like he knew when he flighted the ball, when it came right off the club face, he knew that it was good.
And we see by the trees behind the players, they're really starting to gust. Expected some nasty weather coming in this afternoon, potentially 3 o'clock or so. Next to play Chris Stroud, the 31-year-old from Texas, played his college golf at Lamar. A couple of top tens on the year, coming off a 7th place last week at Colonial. Chris shot a beautiful 69 yesterday afternoon. Some difficult conditions. 1 over par on his round today. He's had 3 birdies, a couple of bogeys and a double at the 7th. Just 6 greens out of 11 in regulation so far this morning.
Wow. That's a lot left.
And the wind direction looks to be southwest, so that should be the wind kind of is unpredictable. It should be left to right, so to miss that far left is certainly well offline. Now the 36-year-old Charlie Hoffman. Going along very well today, 4 under par on his round. That's a big miss left as well. So these gentlemen have their work cut out. Two competitors missed the green left. Chris Stroud has a lengthy putt for his birdie. And we are back. This was just a moment ago. Chris Stroud missed the green to the left. Difficult.
Yeah, really good lie right here.
Significantly downhill, but was able to get some loft on it. It was a good shot.
Yeah, the lie that he had. Plenty of green to work with.
Now a live look at Charlie Hoffman.
Also drew a pretty good lie. But you can see the lean. 95% of the weight right on that front left leg. Charlie will remain at -3.
Yeah, beautiful shot. 4 under his round today. And landed it just barely on the green, just let it release down there. Certainly unable to put any sort of spin on that sort of shot from the depth of grass they were hitting out of.
36, huh?
He is 36, yes sir. 2 victories, last one being at Deutsche Bank 2010. Always been a very, very good ball striker, simple golf swing. And when he gets that wand he's currently holding working, he's a tough man to beat.
Well, I'd say 2 of the simplest golf swings on the PGA Tour in this group.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bo Van Pelt and Charlie Hoffman.
Bo Van Pelt facing just inside 20 feet down the hill.
Yeah, I think Bo will give this a pretty good run. Stay up.
10 of 54 now from 15 to 20 feet on the year, which is about 66th. Just 1 victory for Bo Van Pelt, 2009 in Milwaukee. You would think that.
Yeah, in the United States.
Yeah. Has won twice, one over in Australia and over in Asia as well.
Internationally, but yeah, it's a little you know, hard to understand why a guy is not a bigger winner over here, you know, with the way that he strikes the ball. And made a effort to clean up his putting, strokes gained putting. He made significant improvements in that, and it showed.
13th year on tour now.
But it was a couple of years ago where he had like 10 or 11 top 10s.
That was 2012, yeah. Had 10 top 10s. Finished, made over $3 million, 23rd money list.
He just kept stamping it out. But now, you can see this is more in the sternum area, but it doesn't look like it's anchored. It looks like it's away from the body just a little bit.
It certainly moved away from the body through impact. That was just a little bit of a jerky stroke for Chris Stroud.
And take another look at it, because it is off center. Now it is anchored at the start, but then it moves towards the hole.
To me, that's a sign of a guy that's really struggling. It is cross-handed. It's forward of being anchored in the center of the body, and then it moved off the body. So there's a lot going on, and that was the crux of the invention of this putter, to someone that's really struggling.
I predict he goes to the Kuchar method.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to put it in the center of your chest or at the belly button, if you're not going to use it as a central fulcrum of the stroke, then you've got to try something different. You can't put it over here. You can't anchor it over here.
I'll tell you what, if that much forward shaft lean and that ball goes flying into the water, you better have a lot of loft on that putter. 1 under for the tournament, but struggling today. 2 over on his round.
Then you make a 7 on the par 5 7th, a hole that the guys are pretty much birdieing with frequency.
Bill Haas still leads the way.
See this here's the shortcut. Mark Cheney, Bo Van Pelt's caddy.
There you go.
Yeah, my man's got his club. He's walking to the 13th tee. I'm going the other way. I'll be down in the driving zone.
When someone did that to me, I'd call out. I said, I need the towel, or I need another ball or something.
Oh, you were so tough.
Man, I was. No, I wasn't really, but I didn't like the forecasting. Come back there with me, and if I need a little inspiration, a little help. But we look at the clouds beyond the tee, and they are building. There is some weather forecast this afternoon.
Do you have security issues?
No.
I'm thinking maybe you had security issues.
I had some issues, but they were in turn from the 6 inches between my ears. Tom Gillis now trying to figure out precious wins here at the 12th. Tom 2 under on his round today, 1 under for the tournament. "44-year-old Michigander, player from Michigan, now lives down in Florida."
Saw Brendan Grace take a peek into his bag as to what he was hitting. There you go. Good shot.
Best finish for the year for Tom Gillis's 12th. Byron Nelson a couple of weeks ago. Brendan Grace now next to play.
Overton having a tough day, tough week, +7. Ooh, there's a gust of wind. Watch out.
Tried to flight it down a little bit. A little shaft lean.
Yeah, that gust of wind.
Third ball in the water today. Now becomes a very, very difficult hole. We were kind of licking our chops at that front hole location, but now the wind is it's wreaking havoc.
It's tough to pick the right club. It would be okay if you were at the same level of the green. It would be a tough shot, but you would be able to take it downstairs just a little bit more, keep it out of the wind, maybe use the trees as a little bit of a buffer. But now you're from this elevated tee, and it's just so hard. You can't keep the ball low enough. And with a front hole location, you're going in there with a 9-iron.
Jeff Overton 7 over for the tournament. 4 over on his last 4 holes. And that will do everything it needs to potentially stay out of the water. Jeff was a little outspoken last week on Twitter when he got DQ'd for using an artificial aid during a round. There was a delay. He teed off early as they were playing the 3rd round at Colonial, and Brendan Grace is going to re-tee and not use the drop zone. But Jeff, the rules official said he can practice putting as he waited on the groups in front of him to tee off, and he pulled out an artificial aid, and he went to Twitter to I guess get out there and show his frustration. These guys are hitting a small bucket here at the 12. Jeff Overton going as well from the tee, and now safely aboard for the 3rd shot. A lot of drama going on here at the 12th, with the wind starting to pick up, wreaking havoc on these players. 2nd round of the Memorial Tournament. We are back to the blustery 12th. Jeff Overton hit a ball on the water, re-teed. And a pretty speedy putt coming down the hill for his 4.
Yeah, this putt's going to drift a little bit to his right coming down the hill. This is all about the pace, trying to match the line with the speed. It's going to be low.
Just want to clean up what happened last week. His last tweet, he said, I'm going to go and rememorize a couple of 100 pages of the rules book. Now at 9 over par, he'll have a little bit more time to study the rules book, get everything in line. Jeff,
I understand where he's coming from, because there's players that when they go back to warm up, they're going to go through the routine, put the glove.
There's no need to blast the officials on Twitter, though.
Well, I'm not agreeing with him the way that he blasted the officials, but I am saying that maybe that should be readdressed, because it's not the first time a player has broken that rule. There's actually too many rules in the game of golf.
Brendan Grace for bogey. And he's able to sneak out of here, but he will fall to 7 over par for the tournament.
Too many rules. You know, you have your half dozen basic rules and you continue on.
Well, Tom Gillis, the 3rd member of this group, at the best shot in there, just about 15 feet right over the flag. Tom playing very nicely today. 2 under par, 1 under for the tournament.
There you go.
Oh, that would be the 10th birdie of the day. The man from Michigan will wander over to the 13th hole, being very happy to walk off this short but difficult 12th with a birdie.
That's how you do it.
Yeah,
you
just
toss the club head, you covered. That's how you do it. You don't need a caddy back there with you. What are you talking about?
Our leader has made it to the 11th. It's 12th tee, coming off a birdie at the 11th. 5 under on his round today, 9 under. 2 ahead of Charles Schwartzel, who tees off this afternoon at 105.
Yeah, this is a really good golf swing right here. One of the modern swings. Keeps nice width. Really hits the ball solid just about every strike of the club.
Ball striking been good today. He'd only missed 3 greens to this point, but he's blown this one over the green. Ball still looks, you talked about it all morning, where all the players walk off, but it looks to be sitting up okay.
That's okay.
And maybe just the wind, if it was gusting at all, may have just laid down a little bit. That flew the entire green. That was looks like quite a less lofted club he had there. Here's Tommy 2 gloves.
See the thumb? The left thumb is off the shaft of the club. Off the shaft.
Tommy 2 over the tournament, right on the cut line.
That's bunkered.
Fortunate enough to get in that front bunker. Tommy won last year when he had that 60. And at Sea Island in the final round. Has been a bit of a struggle this year.
Has a free year though.
Well, he's
with the win. He's got 2 years. He can do a little work.
Just 1 top 10, and he's missed 11 out of 18 cuts. Kenny Perry, 3-time champion here. 4 over par. Kenny and Tom Lehman played Colonial last week, missed the senior PGA, decided to play with the big boys, and Kenny, obviously being a 3-time champion, decided to come back to Memorial, but he'd be faced with a very difficult second as he's over the 12th green. Continuing live at coverage of the 12th when we return. Kenny Perry, the 52-year-old, in that back bunker.
Ooh, this is a hard shot right here because now he's got to play out to the right. Really couldn't go at the hole because he was so far back in the bunker on a downslope. He even has a little trouble getting out of it.
Had 14 victories throughout his career on the PGA Tour. Won twice in 2009. That was the last year that he won on tour.
Just a solid player. Probably the most wins of anyone in their 40s other than VJ.
Yeah, when he won the Travelers Championship, and I think that was his 13th, he was trying to. He said, "I'm going to try and win 20." And high.
And I actually thought it was possible with the way that he was playing. But now 2 gloves out of the bunker, hard bunker shot, no room. See if he takes that long, lazy. Ooh, that was a violent and able to put the spin on it. Well done by Gainey. I love to watch this guy play. He was one of the guys that I would pull for. I'd pull for Ken Duke, but look at how hard he's swinging at it. And for everyone at home, if you want to elevate the ball quickly out of a bunker, you better put some speed behind it. Otherwise, it's going to come out kind of flat.
114th on tour this year in sand save percentage, less than 50%. But that was nearly impossible. A lot of slope from the fringe down to the flag.
But I love watching Gainey. I love watching Ken Duke. There's Jimmy Walker.
Since Hunter Mahan, there have been very few birdies. That's for par for Kenny Perry. About 20 feet up the hill.
Did he hit it?
Kenny will drop to 5 over par. He was a great champion, but he was a good man too. He, he played a little bit of golf with Kenny and loves his Kentucky home.
The loss at the Masters took a lot more out of him than what he has led on.
Yeah, you don't get very many options, opportunities, do you? And when you do, you certainly want to take advantage of it. Remember, Bill Haas hit it well over the green, chipped it down to here.
Pretty easy putt right here. A little right to left. You're putting well. Everything's clicking. You know what? That was a good putt. Just a little on the firm side.
First bogey of the day for Bill Haas. He will fall to 4 under on the round, but still 8 under for the tournament. Still has the 1-shot lead.
He made an interesting comment. After he won at Riviera, he thought that was his signature win because he won on a golf course with so much history. He won where all the great players had won, and it really meant a lot to him.
Yeah, it's surprising considering he won the Tour Championship in 2011 to win the FedEx Cup. But Riviera is it's one of those spectacular venues that has, and it has all the history, but it's a great track.
Well, you talk about the major championships that have been held at Riviera. You talk about the champions where Snead, Hogan, Nelson, all the greats have won. Just has so much history. But this would be a great up and down right here by Gainey. Trying to stay right on that cut line.
Right on the cut, tied for 64th. That's a very nice up and down. 2 gloves.
7 on the 3rd hole.
Yeah, how about bogey, triple bogey start of the round, but fired right back with 2 birdies at 5 and 6, another at the 11th, and a good save here at the 12th. Caddy will keep hold of the flag out while another caddy rakes the bunker. It's common protocol. As that group runs to the 13th tee, we'll be waiting on Ben Curtis, Jim Furyk, and Jeff Ogilvie.
Live look. Live look.
This is a live look at the 12th. Some dark clouds beginning to build behind the tee, and we welcome back in John Swantek.
Thank you, Perksy. Ben Curtis, Jim Furyk, and Jeff Ogilvy next to the tee here at 12. There was some weather expected to roll in on Saturday. That was the diciest forecast day of the week. A few ominous clouds overhead, sun piercing through above Muirfield Village.
Well, past champion in this group, Jim Furyk, won 2002, has played this event 17 times. Mr. Swantek has only missed the cut once. What a pretty remarkable performance at a very difficult venue. Jim third all-time in career money, over 2.4 million just at this event alone.
Runner-up to Tiger in 2009, finished a shot back that year. But Ben Curtis will be first to play, only member of this group under par. The Ohio native is -2.
Good medium iron player, 38th on tour, averaging about 25 feet from over 150 yards. But has missed the green long in that back bunker. The lie is okay. He's got plenty of green to work with, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Just explode it out and let the momentum kind of release it down to the hole.
Ben Curtis, born right here in Columbus, Ohio, makes his home in Stowe, in Buckeye State.
Yeah, just north of Akron, which is
three major champions in this group, including Jeff Ogilvy here, the 2006 U.S. Open winner.
7 over par. It's been a dismal year for Jeff, apart from that second at the Honda. That's been it.
Has always had the ability to elevate the ball quickly, towering ball flight, and finds the green here.
You didn't want it here, though. You want to kind of flatten it out a little bit, keep it underneath the trees and out of the wind.
Well, like Ben Curtis, Jim Furyk, a major champion from 2003. And Mike Cowan gauging the wind here. It's flipped a few times today.
It has. Initially, it was supposed to be a little out of the south, and then it kind of switched a little bit to the southwest. It's been fluctuating. It's been unpredictable. Gusting sometimes up to 15 mile an hour.
Furyk on the cut line, by the way, +2. 7 holes to play.
Yeah, coming off a disappointing double bogey, excuse me, at the previous hole, the 11th. Yeah, right now, some gusts out there of 20 mile an hour. Still the same direction out of the southwest, which would be pretty much just kind of straight from left to right.
Well, Furyk finding a lot of difficulty in committing to something here. He's gone back into the bag.
You have to be 100% sure you have the right club. Certainly with the water short. If there's any indecision whatsoever, then you'd expect to be this maybe 15, 20 feet long. That's the smart play. That's the veteran move. And he epitomizes that. Maybe just want to knock down maybe a little 8-iron potentially. And smart play. Well done. Took all the trouble short out of play.
So birdie chance for the 2002 Memorial champion Jim Furyk at 12 when we come back. Ben Curtis from the back bunker at 12.
Plenty of green to work. We just exploded out and just kind of let it release down there.
48 feet away.
Yeah, sensei percentage not good, outside the top 150 for the year. And that was awful. That was really not that tough a shot. Hate to say. Just decelerated. See, ball is sitting nicely. Really what you have to do here, you just have to accelerate. And I think he tried to get maybe potentially a little too cute and tried to kind of help it up. No need for that, with plenty of green to work with.
So Curtis tries to get a little fancy with that one, pays the price. Now his third. More difficult than the second.
Yeah, a little tuft of grass, excuse me, behind the ball right here, which is difficult to control the spin. And he's done a beautiful job of it. As the touring professional will do, you don't compound your errors. Made a mistake out of the bunker, get out of here with a 4 and move on. They really held the face beautifully through some thick stuff.
And taps in for his bogey 4. Returned to the winner's circle last year in San Antonio for Ben Curtis. He was very emotional after the victory too. It had been a while, more than 5 years. There's the cut line. Now 76 players at +2 or better.
I think with the winds predicted to pick up, then I think 2 over should be it. Big putt for Jim.
Good run of the birdie for Furyk, so he'll stay at 2 over. Would like to grab one more between here and the house.
Just had great speed. Maybe just, you know, it's good as really a fantastic putt from outside 25 feet.
And now Ogilvy at +7. Chance for a birdie here. There you go.
It's Jeff's 3rd birdie of the round, but 77 yesterday certainly derailed him.
Let's have another look here from above.
Just pretty quick putt down the hill, breaking to the right, and read it beautifully. You know, when you're struggling that now he's at 6 over par, you're just trying to find some semblance of confidence to help you go to next week or whenever you play next.
Kevin Streelman, Dustin Johnson, Chris Kirk all outside the cut line by 1 shot. They're next on the tee here at 12. Streelman and Johnson already winners in 2013. DJ winning the first event of the season out in Maui.
Several withdrawals, several missed cuts. Dustin Johnson also had a 4th in Houston. 16th currently on the FedEx Cup standings. And a guy with his prodigious length is, you know, it's kind of tough. You got to control the flight here, you got to control the trajectory to a whole location that's just 4 paces on and 4 from the right.
7 victories already in his PGA Tour career for Dustin Johnson at the age of 28. He's won in each of his first 6 seasons on tour. Very impressive.
You think this golf course would really suit Dustin? The fairways are generous. It's over 7,300 yards. Hasn't had a lot of success here at the Memorial. You still have to be on your game to play well. Just one top 10 here for Dustin in 5 starts.
Be going back into the bag for a different weight here.
I don't think you want to hit anything hard now with the winds picking up significantly. Take maybe one more club, just kind of flight it down, take a little off it.
Another gust backs him off out of the south-southwest, close to 20 miles per hour now. Good looking shot.
Yes, he'll be very happy with that one. A little left, the flag took the water, short out of play. Dustin just one birdie on his round today. That came par 4, 6th.
Stroman next. Winner in Tampa Bay this year.
Top 20 in greens and regulation.
Didn't seem to really knock that.
Tour. 6 of 11 today. He hit some marvelous iron shots coming down the stretch at Innisbrook.
On a very tough golf course over there on the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, and I'll never forget the one he hit at 13 with that flag perched just over there. It's not even on the green, and he just took dead aim. It's just his week.
A breakthrough for the Winfield, Illinois native, finally coming at the age of 34.
Kevin, 2 bogeys and a triple today. One lone birdie. Gives you so much confidence. You work your entire career for that victory on the PGA Tour, and it finally breaks through. And I'm being very impressed with Kevin because he's continued to play well since. And at 8th in New Orleans, he was right up there for a little while. Just knock down the little 8-iron, keep it under the wind. And that is no good. Plugged on the back lip down slope. That may be one where you just kind of advance it a little further in the bunker and then try and get it up and down for your bogey. A lot of indecision. Maybe the wind. You're at the mercy of the winds, John. You really are. And if you take one more club to flight it under the wind and the wind dies, that's generally the result.
Not what Stroman was looking for. 3 over par. Outside the cut line right now. Dustin Johnson safely aboard. Kirk will be next. Loves to move it right to left, usually pretty sharply.
Yes, he does. 28-year-old from Georgia, went to the University of as well. Love the little abbreviated follow through, flight it down. And a gorgeous shot right over the flag.
Comfortable looking shot for Chris Kirk. He'll have a birdie chance. Dustin Johnson as well. They're outside the cut line. So is Kevin Stroman. But he's got difficulties in the back bunker here. Okay, Kevin Streelman officially with his hands full here.
Well, he's officially dead. Now, I think what you do is you plop it out just in front of you. Because if this thing comes out hot, there's no way to put any sort of spin on it. It can travel over the green, potentially in the water. I think that the smart thing to do is just move it ahead in the bunker. It's up on the downslope, plugged. And if you try and get a little frisky here, this ball can shoot over the green in the water. You've made a mistake off the tee. Don't compound your errors. Ball will be all the weight on the left side, just hack down on it. And that's all he could have done, and that's really all he should have done.
Well, now the mission is to make no worse than 4 for Streelman. Already a shot outside the cut line.
And I apologize to Kevin and his family and friends. I completely misspoke. Second at the Players, obviously. Third at Harbour Town. It's been a remarkable year. Over 2.5 million after that win in Tampa.
He understands.
No, well, how can I not know that? But now the task at hand, just get it up and down, save your bogey. Or else just go in. Why wouldn't you?
All right, that left for 4. That's about as exasperated as you'll see Kevin Streelman get. He's a very positive guy. Maintain that self-belief through the years as he chased that first victory. Said he felt so calm in that final round at Tampa Bay too.
It ends up just being your time, and he's traveled this country playing mini tours and persevered through the tough times. And as you said, you just have to have that belief. You just have to have the confidence that the hard work will eventually pay off.
Kirk for birdie to move on to the cut line. 22 feet.
He's made 8 of 71 of these. Make that 9 of 72 for the year. It's just inside the top 100. That's a bonus right there for Chris Kirk.
And a very nice bounce back from a double over at 11. So Kirk onto the number, along with 75 others at +2 or better. Opportunity for Dustin Johnson here to do exactly the same thing from inside 13 feet.
Down the hill, just wander a little bit from left to right. Just 3 of 9 for the event from 10 to 15 feet. Second birdie of the day, and up and out of it very early. Not a good effort, Dustin Johnson.
One par 5 remaining for one of the tour's longest hitters to attack, that at 15.
With all the injuries and everything else, still inside the top 20 in the world at 19.
Important short one here for Streelman to drop just 1.
Well, accolades go out to him. He took his medicine after the poor break after the tee shot, and now we'll need, I'd say, just 2 more birdies to have a chance to play on the weekend.
Well, if he misses the cut, Craig, he will rue that triple bogey he made back at the par 5 fifth.
Yeah.
And that's the one that stung. Sangmoon Bay, D8 points. Nick Watney. If you're scoring at home, that's our next group coming through. Next on the tee, but a little late to arrive, are Sang-Moon Bae, D.A. Points, and Nick Watney. And we're all struggling through the first couple of days, as you can see, as they finish up over at the par 5 11th. While we have a few moments, let's step outside the ropes with Nick Watney.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, please welcome Nick Watney.
I would try to be playing some other sport. Some of my friends have a desk job or whatever, and I tip my hat to them. I don't know how they do it. I need to be doing something active. It would be my mom's tacos. They're just the best to me. I mean, my mom's not Mexican. For me, that is top of the chain. All my nicknames wouldn't work for this show. It's a tie between the Floyd Mayweather-Ricky Hatton boxing match. My friend Sam Reeves took me to a game at the Dean Dome, UNC, and Duke. It was actually the game Gerald Henderson elbowed Tyler Hansbrough in the face, and I thought that, there was like 20,000 people there all just hating this kid. It was unbelievable. It was really fun. It was just an incredible feeling, just totally euphoric. I was a bit in a daze just because I was trying to stay really focused. It took a couple weeks for that one to sink in. I had accomplished the goal, and I learned from that. I didn't do a very good job of putting it away, and I kind of enjoyed it for maybe too long. I could watch SportsCenter 10 times in a row. I definitely play a lot of video games. I play a lot of Halo. And my caddy got me Rock Band for Christmas. I mean, you play a couple songs, and before you know it, you play for an hour or 2 hours, and yeah, definitely addicting. During the day, I just like to be active. I really love to play football. My mom always accused me of being ADD as a kid, so I think it's still hanging around.
There's 32-year-old Nick Watney. Northern California native, played his collegiate golf at Fresno State, played for his uncle Mike, who's a former PGA Tour player, who was the golf coach there. Didn't offer him a scholarship perks. He had to walk on, make the team for his uncle, went on to be the 3-time WAC Conference Player of the Year.
How did that work out for you, Mike? But next 2 top 10s on the year, 4th at the Farmers and 10th in Charlotte. Struggling this week though, 10 over par.
Good look from behind as some precipitation has started to fall here, and Watney backs out.
He shot 82 yesterday, did not make a birdie. 2 doubles. 5 bogeys. It's just one of those weeks. It just happens for everybody really, and it's just out of sorts. And hopefully you can go spend some time with Butch and clear the mind and get ready for Marion. A couple of weeks.
A lot more prone to happen on a golf course of this difficulty.
Yes, it is. The misses are magnified here.
D.A. Points, winner in Houston, runner-up in New Orleans. Quite a resurgence for D.A., who's 8th in FedEx Cup points, but appears to be headed for a short week here at 7 over.
Yeah, bogeys at 8, 10, and 11. Just trying to get in the house unscathed. Just come up short and left. Made like it flew high enough in the bank that it should remain dry. This entire group is struggling, John, and you kind of sometimes you feed off each other when everyone's making birdies, and other times when players are making bogeys and doubles and triples, the whole group seems to follow suit.
Sang-Moon Bae, a winner just 2 weeks ago in Dallas. Shot 77 yesterday. He's 5 over on the day, just doubled the 10th, bogeyed the 11th.
love his golf swing. It's very simple, not a lot of moving parts. And that's well wide of the mark as well.
Mother Nature has most certainly exerted her influence on the tournament here as our day 2 coverage continues. This just a moment ago. D.A. Points played his second shot. It did stay up on the bank there.
Remove the stake, which you're allowed to do for a hazard. Certainly not allowed to do that for out of bounds.
Now Watney quickly playing his second from behind the green.
Love the recoil. He's trying to put as much spin on it as he could coming down the slope. And Chad Reynolds have a little chuckle over that one. Can't believe that one stayed short.
Got a good attitude, Nick Watney. Doesn't get too high, too low. Good equilibrium. That's important.
He's one of those California boys, you know. They tend to have that.
No worries, right?
No, yeah, why not?
Long attempt here for Sang Moon Bay, outside 40 feet.
They've got a lot of slope here, and then from that point they're straight downhill. So we'll move to his right initially and really through the entire putt. He said when he came to America he didn't have a coach, and he's just started working with Rick Smith early part of the year, and those rewards pay dividends very quickly. Made the cut last week at Colonial, but he finished 76th, and certainly understandable. Just the huge sigh of relief, you know, coming South Korea and winning on the PGA Tour, and the weight of a continent kind of off your shoulders. You don't have to ever answer that question anymore. When are you going to win?
No, now the question is, when's the next win coming?
That's right. Well, that's true. We're an impatient group for sure.
Watney first par on 7.5 feet here.
The mindset with respect to everyone involved is, I just let the weather stay away so I can finish, and then make my plans to where I'm going to spend the weekend.
Certainly what Bill Haas has in mind with the lead and 4 holes to play.
He may even, I'm not sure, but you never know. He might sneak up over to Pennsylvania and get another look at Merion if he hasn't already done so.
And D8 points for his par.
It's a putt pretty much just straight up the hill.
Look at this rehearsal right here, Perksy. Unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, just trying to keep the center moving, just kind of rocking the shoulders back and forth into this new putter, which is an old version prior to his win in Houston. Has some unusual idiosyncrasies, but it's whatever you need to do to make yourself comfortable that you're going to hit the shot correctly.
One of the most prolific winners on the Web.com tour through the years. 4 victories on that tour. Here's one of the groups we're watching. Adam Scott, Ernie Els, Charles Schwartzel. Major champions all off at 1:05 Eastern Time.
And a brilliant round. 65 from Charles Schwartzel. Putted beautifully, he said, and he said he should have probably won. What was it, Byron Nelson? He couldn't make it from inside 3 feet. And then missed the cut last week. Colonial spent some time working on his putting earlier this week.
75 players at +2 or better, including the defending champion Tiger Woods, by the way. The longest active streak of consecutive cuts made at the Memorial belongs to this man who's made 13 straight. He has never failed to get to the weekend. That is a streak that is in jeopardy at the moment here. He's on the number.
Yeah, he's really struggling. You can see the bogey at the 13th, the double bogey at 15. He's only hit 5 greens through the first 11 holes, but he's only missed 1 fairway. So the iron game out of sorts today.
74 players at +2 or better.
That would be a shock if epic proportions if Tiger Woods missed the cut here. 13 straight, 5 victories.
Gary Woodland with an excellent day going and week at -3. His strong performances have been few and far between for the last couple of years. Some of it due to a wrist injury that's nagged him for some time now.
157 yards, probably just a knockdown 9-iron for Gary.
Calling it down quickly.
So it's so difficult. The winds are just swirling around there. But he's avoided any sort of mistakes. Just one bogey today.
Well, it's just as soon as it came off the club face. Barking at it, imploring it to get down.
Yeah, he knew it immediately.
Pretty powerful player. Wasn't able to tone it down quite enough. And Baddeley here utilizing the right side of the tee box.
Well, I actually like this. You kind of get a better angle looking down at the flag. Aaron 5 over today, yet to make a birdie. Aaron just won top 10 on the year. That was early out of Torrey Pines. 88th in FedEx Cup.
And we're going to go through the whole routine once more here.
And really, with the wind slightly out of the left, it's nearly like if you pitched all the way on the right-hand side of the tee, you're actually nearly hitting it back into the wind. So maybe take a little more club, knock it down. Really struggled on the par 4s this week. 8 over par. He can hit some wayward golf shots, Aaron Baddeley can. I love his golf swing. He and the work that he and Dale Lynch have done the last 3 or 4 years. It's just simple, but you can hit it offline at times.
He was the wonder kid at one point. Back-to-back Australian Opens.
Yeah, one as an amateur, one as a pro. 99 and 2000. I remember first seeing him my first year at Harbour Town in 2000. I'm like, this is the next great thing. Maybe he can challenge Tiger.
Tough week for Brendan Steele at +12. Watching it anxiously, and he's going to like it.
Beautiful shot just right of the flag. Brendan struggling the entire tournament, but 4 over the last 4 holes.
Second round live coverage rolls on here. There's a live look from behind the tee here at the par 3 12th, where there is some weather moving in here. Winds have been whipping out of the southwest.
Yep.
There's Aaron Baddeley there. Looks like his tee shot.
He actually, for a regular water hazard, you must not be dropping, because you can't. You actually, for a regular, you have to keep the hazard in between you and the flag. So he might have just been embedded into the bank, get to drop twice and place it. That would have to be the case. If that was a red line and the ball crossed right there, as long as it wasn't near the hole, he could certainly drop it right there, but not with a regular water hazard.
Pretty simple self-governing situation here.
Yes, very. And reasonably straightforward shot from significantly from the uphill. Makes this ball go up in the air a lot and then just land very softly. But when you're 7 over par for the tournament, not much is relatively simple.
Well, Bads is laboring here at the moment. Now, just a little bit earlier, this was Gary Woodland. Difficult shot from deep in the bunker there.
Yeah, and a significant downhill lie. Just so much speed through the ball. That's a beautiful shot. It's going to come up short, but from that downhill lie, to put that much spin on it with the green pitched down towards the flag, didn't quite get the result after the execution.
So Woodland with about 13 feet to preserve a 3 under par tournament week. Brendan Steele, chance for a birdie here.
Well, the belly modified, I guess, some semblance of would that be a claw? There's a lot going on.
Perhaps.
Saw, yep, a lot going on in that putting stroke.
Difficult week continues for Brendan Steele. Here's a good look at the grip here.
Yeah, hands are split. Left hand is completely leading the way. The right really just on top to guide it. Whatever works, just find a way for it to work.
Steele has been one of the most vocal critics of the anchoring ban, obviously. So here's Woodland at -3.
Putt that is downhill, breaking to Gary's right. Great angle here. Really good effort. You can see the line on the ball rolled over very nicely, so it was a good strike on his intended line. Maybe just broke slightly more than what he had anticipated. Second bogey today for Gary, dropping back to 2 under for the tournament.
One of the gifted natural athletes out here, former baseball catcher, played college basketball in Kansas as well. Going to be a drop shot for Baddeley. And a dismal day and week continues. It'll be a very short week for the Aussie.
And 6 over on his round. 4 straight bogeys beginning at the 9th.
Bogey for Woodland drops to -2.
I don't know what happened to all the fireworks. It was, what did we have, 6 birdies in the first 9 holes this morning. Now the weather conditions were absolutely ideal, and now with the blustery, unpredictable winds, it's certainly changed the dynamic of this hole.
lone bogey of the day for Bill Haas came at our featured hole, the 12th. We briefly cooled him off, but with birdies at 14 and 15, he's back on top now by 3. That's the best round of the day. 6 under par. Charlie Hoffman, next best round on the golf course at -5.
Yeah, 5 birdies, and the eagle there at the 5th. Hasn't had much luck here at Memorial. This is his 8th start. Best finished 30th in 2008. But all clicking on all cylinders right now for the 3-shot lead. And Schwartzel, although Bill is 3 ahead of Kuchar, who's 3 under on the round plan this morning, Charles Schwartzel will have a tough go of it this afternoon if these winds continue to gust at 20+ miles an hour.
Yeah, Bill Haas might be feeling pretty good about things 30 minutes from now.
Get me in the clubhouse and I'll sit and enjoy the coverage this afternoon.
Charles Howe, Casey Wittenberg, Richard H. Lee. There's Lee at +1, so he's inside the number. Pretty clean round. 1 bogey, 1 birdie. For the former University of Washington Husky.
157 yards. Whole location just 4 paces on front left-hand quadrant of the green. And it's difficult to pick the right club with the winds. You know, the winds are working this way here. But from this point, they kind of come here and circle back here, and Nelly could always, on the tee, maybe feeling back in their face. Gorgeous shot underneath the hole. Wow. Best one we've seen in a couple of hours.
Beautiful tempo from Richard H. Lee. Chance for a birdie.
Still the best one all day was Jason Kokrak. That was the first shot struck at the 12th this morning.
2.5 feet away.
Yes, sir.
Casey Wittenberg, last year's Web.com Tour Player of the Year, shot 76 in the opening round. 4 shots outside the cut line. Gazing around at the treetops.
Been a struggle for Casey. 76 yesterday, 2 over on his round today. Work he's done with Adam Schreiber has become multifaceted. The ability to work it in different directions and feel comfortable doing it. No need to work this shot, just 9-iron straight at the flagstick. Oh, that was a vicious bounce gone back into the water. I've seen some balls come up short and stay up in the mound, but that one looked like it took a pretty severe bounce backwards. And he'll have a short week.
Yeah, any flickering hope Wittenberg had of making the cut was just snuffed out. Charlie Howe at 2 under par, tied for 14th.
Five top 10s on the year for Charlie. 11th in the FedEx Cup standings. It's been a great season, everything but a victory. Trying to just flight it in there, turn it from right to left. And really standing on the tee with the way the wind is swirling around, see that ball land on the green is rather gratifying. Now we kind of saw Jeff Overton and Brendan Grace go to the re-tee. Seems as though Casey Wittenberg may be going down to the drop zone, which is on the very front tee, at an awkward angle.
Well, correct. CBS Sports will pay special tribute to dads of the PGA Tour this Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. It's PGA Tour 2013 Golf's Dads, presented by Dove Men Plus Care, airing June 2nd.
I think Bill Haas will have a little chat with his dad, Jay. Jay played 29 times here at Memorial.
Wow.
Just missed the cut twice. 9 top 10s.
And that's certainly one of the most successful father-son duos in the PGA Tour history.
Yeah, the drop zone, it's middle of that tee is about 85 yards to the front. It's very awkward distance. You can see the Nikon Callaway rangefinder has it around 95 yards. Just absolutely no green to work with. And you'd expect this shot, although casing 6 over the tournament, you'd expect it to be maybe a little long, take the trouble and the bank and everything out of play.
Runner-up finish at the 2003 U.S. Amateur for Wittenberg, falling to Nick Flanagan in a playoff at Oakmont that got him into the Masters in 2004. He finished tied for 13th at Augusta that year. At the time was the lowest finish by an amateur at the Masters since Charlie Coe back in 1962.
There it is. And he's actually played, he finished 10th at the US Open when he played with Tiger at Olympic. He played with Tiger at the Players Championship this year in the penultimate group where he finished tied for 8th. So he's not uncomfortable in the spotlight and the scrutiny that is playing with the world's #1 and the distractions. Very mature competitively. He turned pro at 19 years old and got to the PGA Tour very quickly, and then kind of really plied his trade and maybe matured a little bit as he spent 3 or 4 more years on the Web.com tour.
So Tiger Woods, the defending champion, remains on the cut line. 5 holes to play.
Does have a couple of par 5s there, 5 and 7. Tiger's length. I was surprised yesterday he only hit 1 driver, and he may change that strategy a little bit, try and force a couple more birdies, because he's not thinking about making the cut. Obviously he's thinking about trying to get back into contention, knowing that right now he is 12 shots behind Bill Haas.
Be interesting to see what the strategy is at Marion at the U.S. Open in a couple of weeks, how many drivers these guys will hit. Jack Nicklaus had some interesting comments, I thought, earlier in the week, saying they may not dial it back off the tee as much as people think. Jack says if you don't hit driver, you're not going to win there.
That's right. If you only hit 3 or 4 drivers, you will not win.
So that would certainly favor the guys who can hit it long and straight, like the Masters champion Adam Scott, for instance.
Best driver, I think, in the world of golf. Just inside 38 feet. Charles Howell. There is some slope working off here, so this will certainly move from left to right. And rather fast. Pretty straight, good putt.
Began his season with a tie for 3rd at the Sony Open in Honolulu. He's amazing at that golf course every year. I think that's 5 or 6 times in the top 5 through the years for Charles Howell. Just loves the fresh start to the season. Just feels invigorated, plays his best out there every year.
Listen, he's had just 2 wins, but in 14 runner-up finishes. He made over $15 million on tour. But you know, you get to a place where you just enjoy being, and what better way to start the year in Hawaii, coming out of the gray winter, and then to go out there and just be pretty much confident that you are going to go out there and perform at a high level. Casey Wittenberg got Scotty Geiser on the bag, who longtime caddy of David Toms. David not in the field this week.
Casey missing his first 2 cuts of the year before a tie for 15th at Torrey Pines in late January.
.25 feet to save his bogey. Good putt. Oh, great effort. Well, I'm sure he'll be looking forward to. He's not still not looking ahead, but looking forward to going home to Memphis, play next week. St. Jude, TPC Southwind. After making changes to that golf course past 70, that's a very difficult golf course. Turn that into a bear.
Yeah, and as a result, they've attracted much stronger field through the years. Guys looking to tighten things up before the U.S. Open.
So it's not a U.S. Open style golf course from, narrow fairways and rough, but the difficulty of it certainly is.
Beautiful tee shot from Richard H. Lee. A birdie chance to move to even par. He's got it.
11th birdie of the day here at the 12th.
And a little more of a cushion inside the cut line for Lee.
You always need a little cushion coming down the stretch.
And it's a par for Howell. -2. It's tied for 14th. And that leaves just one group, and we'll be halfway through the draw. George Coetzee, Shane Lowry, Stephen Fox, the 8:59 a.m. group off the first tee. There's the big Irishman, Lowry.
Been a bit of a struggle for Shane. Shot 6 over yesterday and is 5 over today. He's only made one birdie all week. Fire it in there. Trying to get the nice high draw into that left hole location. Just kind of hung it out to the right. That'll be a speedy one down the hill.
George Coetzee will be next. The burly South African at 1 under par.
Huge sigh of relief if you're trying to continue to get in these major championships. He's inside the top 60 in the world, so after last week, 54th currently, that gets him into Marion. Beautiful start to the year, and over in the United Emirates, a couple of top 5s, Dubai Desert and Abu Dhabi.
Solid sounding tee shot there.
Pressed it nicely, a little abbreviated follow through, knocking it down, and I took it right over the flag.
Stephen Fox will be next. That's the lie that Coetzee will have to deal with for his second. There's Fox at +8.
Tall, lanky young man, hands very low. And that looked as though it found that front bunker guarding the screen at the 12th.
Final group of the morning wave plays the 12th. And we'll pick it up when we come back. Well, the sun has poked through again here after a brief interval of showers and wind. Calm out there at the moment, relatively speaking, as Coetzee plays his second from behind the green.
And back in your stance, just kind of knock it down, let it release. It's very nicely done. Big man from South Africa. Only got it to even par on the day and 2 under for the tournament. That was a good touch. That ball sitting down, you really never know how it's going to come out. It's looking awfully good right here. Oh. Do anything you can, little body English.
Stephen Fox playing quickly there from the front bunker.
Yeah, the ball had to be sitting down. Reading US Amateur Champion bladed over the green or the very back of it. It'd be a great experience. It's a very difficult venue, playing with arguably one of the strongest fields of the year.
Just his 4th PGA Tour event this week.
Now playing his 3rd shot from behind the green. Take the flag out, chip it in, get this crowd, and maybe he's not away. Shane Lowry maybe. Get him excited. I haven't seen much excitement, except for Richard H. Lee, just made a birdie in the last group.
Lowry from 31 feet away here, looking left to the hole.
Just swings significantly more than what most of the players anticipate. Again, you've been very defensive because these greens are 13 on the Stimpmeter. Sometimes the ball kind of moving left to right can get away from you in a hurry. Shane not in top form this week, 11 over par.
The man who took down Rory McIlroy opening round of the Accenture Match Play in Tucson this year. Here comes the 3rd for Stephen Fox. Much better than the 2nd.
Well, at least he's got a couple of red circles on the card today. Yesterday, 6 bogeys. Today, 5 bogeys, but a couple of birdies. Got to find some positive when you're struggling a little bit. Look on the bright side of things.
Out of the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, Stephen Fox, the U.S. Amateur Champion. Now Coetzee to remain 1 under par.
Pretty easy putt, just kind of straight up the hill. Maybe just split the right edge or right center. Pretty straightforward putt. Good save from the back of the green for George.
Yeah, good week for the 26-year-old from Pretoria in South Africa. 15th at the Open Championship a couple of years ago, his best ever finish in a major. Up the hill and all the way back to the deep tee box at the par 4 13th here at Muirfield Village. And we are halfway through the draw here as our 2nd round coverage continues. Bill Haas leads the Memorial Tournament through 16 holes at -10. 3-shot advantage over Matt Kuchar, Charles Schwartzel, as we welcome Bill Kratzert back in. Tiger Woods on the cut line as he plays the 5th, but taking advantage of that par 5, Billy, he's in there a couple feet for a birdie to move off the number.
Still look like +2?
It is. Has been for some time. Down to 73 players now.
Yeah. Yeah, he made a bogey at the 15th hole, the par 5. So, okay, nice. He's going to make a birdie and get to +1. But the 12th hole, out on the golf course, those winds, they're swirling. Players, they really can't get a good fix on what club to hit at the 12th hole. And I can tell you, it is just a beast of a hole after the first few groups.
Yeah, and let's take you back to early this morning. It was sunny and calm, and Jason Kokrak struck the first tee shot of the day, and it was the best of the day.
I mean, you can see the water, I mean, very glassy right there. Flagstick limp.
2 feet 9 inches. It would result in birdie. Fabian Gomez went right at it as well. These guys were in full attack mode in the early going.
Ball wound up in its own pitch mark.
Robert Allenby with a good tee shot and a birdie chance. That got him back to +2. Hunter Mahan inside 10 feet as well. He moved into red numbers with that birdie. 6 of the first 9 players that came through made birdie. A little bit later in the day, it was the second shot for young Peter Williamson out of Dartmouth University. It's another way to make a birdie. How about Tom Gillis here to move to -2?
This was a really good read right here. A lot of the guys have missed it on the low side.
Jeff Ogilvy not going to make the cut, but did make birdie here at 12. That got him to +6. Chris Kirk having a good week here. Birdie chance here got him to +2 and onto the cut line. He has since given a few back, though. And then just a couple of groups ago, Richard H. Lee, very comfortable looking pass at it that time, and watch the result. Beautiful. Lee birdie 12 and 13 to move to -1. And they're all chasing the leader, Bill Haas. Who just parred 17 just a moment ago, so 10 under.
Bill Haas made a bogey here at our hole, the 12th hole, the par 3, but still just a wonderful round of golf. To go out there with these conditions, the windy conditions, to be able to be 6 under par today, that's quite a feat.
Tiger did birdie the 5th, the par 5, to move to 1 over.
I would think that he could get it back to even, Swanee, with the 7th hole, the par 5. Get it back to even, get by 8 and 9, and then go forward from there. Because you look at Kuchar, who is in second, that's -7, 7 shots over 2 days, very doable. But Bill Haas is just playing so well right now. He's playing with a lot of confidence. He's hitting a lot of solid drives, iron shots. But the key is that he's putting much better.
Haas's 6 under par round is the best round of the day by 3. Kuchar 3 under, Pat Perez, Charlie Hoffman, Bo Van Pelt, Hunter Mahan, all 3 under on the day. As we roll through some more scores here.
Jagus came through earlier, made a birdie at the 12th. So he's 1 hole to play, finishing over on number 9. He'll make the cut. Ittleman just keeps fighting. I mean, he is right there. He's finishing on the front side, so he needs to get by the 4th hole, the 4th, 6th, and 8th holes. Those are the key holes. And Stenson, another good week.
Jim Furyk, a past champion here. Ben Curtis, Columbus native, both at level par. Zach Johnson as well. KJ Choi, past winner here. And Jason Day, a local resident in the Columbus area. There's Freddie Couples at +1. He's playing with Tiger and Keegan Bradley today.
So both Tiger and Freddie now +1. So if they can stay there, they're fine. They'll make it to the weekend. Luke Donald, work to do. Adam Scott, some work to do.
There's the scorecard of the 5-time champion here. Tiger's had an excellent driving week. He's only missed 4 fairways. Greens hit 21 of 32. 30 putts needed during yesterday's opening round of 71. 25 to this point today.
Yeah, and came through our hole, the 12th, where he had a nice up and down from over the green, then went right up to the 13th tee and promptly made a bogey, and then caught some trees off the tee on the 15th hole. His tee shot makes 7. You know, here's a guy that birdies 61% of the par 5s on tour, and up until that birdie on number 5, he was 2 over on the par 5s this week.
78 PGA Tour wins, 14 major championships. Tiger Woods has raised the bar for every player in the world of golf, not only on the golf course, but in the fitness trailer as well.
I definitely think it's the Tiger effect. He's changed the way the game's going to be played for a while. You see more young guys come out that are fit.
Tiger Woods' impact on golf is far-reaching, but his most dramatic influence has been in the weight room.
When I first came out on tour, there was only 2 of us in the gym. It was myself and BJ, and that was it. The fitness was not part of golf.
Tiger, you see a big transformation in him. How much stronger he's gotten and how hard he works in the gym is really, I think, inspired a new generation of golfers that are doing kind of the same thing.
Once people started seeing that it did improve their game, because I know there's a stigma that lifting hurt your game, you couldn't hit the ball as far, but now we're seeing the exact opposite, just like every other sport.
Tiger's physique itself, Billy, has changed so dramatically through the years. He was a skinny little kid when he came out here in '96.
Those shirts. The shirts look like, gowns. The sleeves would hang down to the elbows. But, boy, you talk about someone that has really put on muscle and, he's kept his flexibility. I think that's been the whole key for him, is that he's been able to get so much stronger, but he's kept his flexibility.
Now look at the story of the day here at the 12th and the early going and the serene conditions out there. In the first 6 groups of the day, total 8 birdies. Since then, just 5. We've eclipsed yesterday's total of 10. As the wind continues to blow and swirl a little bit, but the light rain that was falling over Muirfield Village has stopped for now. Matt Kuchar's fine play this season continues. He has not missed a cut. He already has a victory in Tucson at the match play. Played very well last week at the Colonial, finishing second there, 8th at the Masters. As steady as they come, Matt Kuchar, both on and off the golf course. Blessed with a healthy family, the Kuchars keep true to the PGA Tour tradition of giving back by putting the lives of others in their community before their own.
When I heard about Camp Twin Lakes, I said, that's the cause that really hits home.
Nestled between Atlanta and Augusta, Camp Twin Lakes provides a summer camp experience to kids normally isolated at home due to illness or other life challenges.
I think I just go back to when I was young and when I was a kid, just think of the great times I had, and I think everybody ought to have that experience.
Hey, Mom!
There's a whole world of kids out there that, unfortunately, they don't have access to the ability to learn new experiences, to do fun things that they don't normally get to do.
The first time I was here, my mom and dad were like, she's not going to like it. She's going to call us the first day and say, I want to come home. I never called because I was having so much fun.
To be able to help kids who can't do some of the stuff that we may take for granted, it's been an amazing opportunity.
For Matt and Sibby, it's personal. It's an investment in making opportunities to help children feel that the world is theirs, that they aren't held back.
With a family of their own, the smiles and laughter at Camp Twin Lakes serves as a cornerstone for a relationship that started at Georgia Tech. Matt and Sibby still call Georgia their home, in the small town of Sea Island. Living in Sea Island serves up numerous distractions from life on tour and lets Matt be just as much of a kid as his two boys.
All right, thank you very much. It's a place that I come away from the tour and I feel like I'm on vacation. It's just a place that I don't want to leave. The beauty about having kids is you get to stay a kid. I never wanted to grow up. I never wanted to have a real job. I always wanted to play. There's so many great outdoor activities, and we love taking advantage of the outdoors.
You let me have that one. That was too nice.
Pretty good doubles team there, by the way, Matt and Sibby.
Yes,
Kuchar.
they are. She could go. I mean, I think she won that match.
Yeah, I would say so. So Kuchar in good shape here on the U.S. President's Cup team standings, and figures to be a lock for the squad that'll play for Captain Freddie Couples right here at Muirfield Village in October.
I just love his attitude. You know, it's whether he makes a double bogey or he makes a birdie, it's kind of the same reaction, and I think that's one of the keys to his success of playing the PGA Tours, that he's able to go out there and keep everything kind of on an even keel to where he is not affected by some really great play or great shots, just as he's not affected by some really poor shots. That's a strong team.
Yeah, very strong top eight.
And it's a strong team of putters. And I think when you have a team competition, and we've seen it in the Ryder Cup, you need to make the key putts. And that's what this U.S. squad can certainly do. And you look at that name at number 11, Bill Haas. Will that vault up the list with a win here? How high will it get him?
10 will automatically qualify. Fred Couples will add 2 captain selections. Bill Haas, the first player out of the top 10 at the moment, but perhaps not in 48 hours. Although he did bogey his final hole of the day to shoot 67. Still the best round of the day as we look at 17 through 20. Scott Piercy at -6, currently in 4th place, so looking to pick up some valuable President's Cup points, as Boo Weekley did in winning the Colonial last week in Fort Worth. Rounds of 68 and 67 for Bill Haas. At 9 under, he's got a 2-shot lead over Matt Kuchar and Charles Schwartzel, as our second round coverage from Muirfield Village continues. bogeys at 12 and 18 for that man, Bill Haas, who nonetheless shot 67 after 68 on day one. He's got a 2-shot lead. Check the numbers. Fourth in fairways hit this week. 25 for 28 through the first couple of days.
Yeah, he's hitting it right on the button. That is a blitz on 4, 5, and 6, though. I don't think I've ever seen that here at Muirfield Village.
Part of the reason why Haas needed just 24 putts to get around the golf course today. Trying to become the next champion here of the Memorial. Tiger defending as we look at the winning scores through the years. Fluctuated depending on weather and course conditions. 9 under was the number last year. Kenny Perry won for the third time in 08 with a score of 8 under par.
The year Hal Sutton won, it was really deep. But 18 under that's great playing. And, you know, when the golf course gets firm, I think you kind of see that score of 8 under, 9 under, where Tiger and Kenny Perry won. Carl Peterson, that was the year that they decided to go with the wide furrows in the bunker.
20 under is the tournament record held by Tom Lehman, but Justin Rose's 18 under par number, the second best winning total through the years, as we step outside the ropes with the Englishman.
Hi, I'm Justin Rose, and I joined the PGA Tour in 2004. I got started playing golf through my dad, really, and you know, it's pretty much ever since I could walk. He bought me a little set of plastic clubs, and I'd be out in the garden just swishing away, and I guess my love for the game grew from there. I truly enjoy, obviously, a lot about the game, but I enjoy the fact that it's just you out there. Obviously, I played team sports at school and stuff like that, but what really attracted me to golf was the fact that you're out there, you're on your own, and you've got nobody else to blame. You know, there's nowhere to hide. I'd like to believe that I'm the kind of player who has all the shots at the right time. I mean, that's what I work for, that's what I practice for. You know, I'd like to believe I'm a well-rounded player, and I think that's come from playing on the European Tour in certain conditions and now playing on the PGA Tour. But you know, I'd like to be a consistent player. That's what I really pride myself on, and that's what I've worked. That's why I work hard. You know, for me, it's really important to get away. You know, it's to be able to switch on completely when you're playing golf. You need to be able to switch off completely. So you need to get away from the game. And you know, anything to do with water, I love. You know, actually, I don't fish, but that's something I'd like to get into. You know, living now in Florida, there's plenty of lakes and you can go and fish on. But you know, I enjoy going little vacations to the Bahamas and just getting in the water. You know, whenever I'm around water, I feel like I really relax. Yeah, I'm into all sorts of stuff, you know. I'm more than happy just to put on the radio, you know, just basically the latest hits, you know, the latest pop, you know, anything from, I don't know, I'd say even sort of rock to hip-hop, you know. I think since I've been in America, I've got a bit more into the hip-hop. It seems to be obviously very big over here, and you know, I like that. So hopefully getting into my prime, and yeah, majors and Ryder Cups are looking good. I mean, I'm looking good for the Ryder Cup team. Still got some way to go, but made a good start towards the side. And obviously majors, I've competed well in them last year, and looking forward to doing the same this year.
32-year-old Justin Rose, numbers for the week. Born in South Africa, in Johannesburg, has a home in London and Orlando as well, where he and his wife Kate chase around after 4-year-old Leo and 1-year-old Charlotte. Very precise ball striking week, and that's typical of this man.
Yes. Very good ball striker. He and Sean Foley did some nice work at the beginning of this week, and 2 under par. Let's see what he does today. Conditions starting to get a little more difficult with the wind, but he's continually improved. He wins a tournament, and then you win a WGC. Now he's trending towards winning that first major championship, and I think he's very close. I think he's organized his putting to the point where he can go out there and he can make the big putt at the right time.
One of only 3 players in his 20s to win here. How does Marion size up for Justin Rose in a couple of weeks?
You know, I think it sizes up well for the whole field. You know, as I look at that golf course, it's a golf course that has 4 par 4s over 470. It has 5 par 4s that are under 370. The par 3s, 3 of the par 3s are over 235. And then 1 par 5 is 633, and the other one is 562. So it's all over the board so far as the length, and it's a very tightly compacted golf course. So you're going to have to be pretty precise, not only off the tee but with your irons.
Yeah, Mike Davis says they may squeeze a few tee boxes up there and play the golf course at about 6,800 yards at Merion, perhaps for a round or two. Very sharp round from Bill Haas today. 67. He's got the lead here as we roll through some scores. Haas's 67 was the best round of the day by 2 shots. And this is the 38th playing of the Memorial Tournament. First won by Roger Maltby back in 1976. Jack Nicklaus, the tournament host course designer, a 2-time champion here, including his final non-major championship victory on the PGA Tour in 1984. That was career victory number 72 for Jack. So the afternoon wave is off as they edge a little bit closer to our featured hole at the 12th. Jack Nicklaus, course designer, tournament host this week. An unsurpassed career profile. 100 victories around the globe, 73 on the PGA Tour, including the all-time benchmark of 18 major championships, which Tiger Woods continues his pursuit of in 2 weeks. He trails Jack by 4. There was quite a symmetry to his major championship total as well. 6-5, 4-3, and then 2 U.S. amateurs as well.
Well, you look at his career, what he's done. You look at the runner-up finishes in major championships. You look at the third-place finishes. You know, we kind of get all caught up in top 10s. Just think about the top 3s he's had in major championships. 100 victories worldwide. In my opinion, still the greatest golfer the game has ever seen.
Agreed. And we'll We'll hear the Nicklaus name in a couple of weeks at Marion. He and Trevino battling in an 18-hole playoff there. 1971, Trevino getting the better of Jack, as he did a handful of times through the years, didn't he?
He did, and you know, that's what Jack had to go up against as we take a look at the golf course that he designed, and he keeps tweaking. The bent grass, players love playing the bent grass, and the greens at step meter at 13, and you just kind of don't really picture the 13 water hazard. You just kind of think of 12, and now it's 16, left of 18, in the front of 3, but 13, I can come up with 4 or 5, but then you kind of have to kind of pick it out. Front of the ninth green.
Renovation of the clubhouse, by the way, spectacular as well, as the first group from the afternoon wave off the 10th tee at 12:10 has arrived here. Jason Day, Matt Jones, a couple of Aussies, along with Belgium's Nicholas Colsaerts. Day just made bogey over at 11 to drop to +1. Matt Jones just birdied 11 to move to -4. He's having a good week. Colsaerts at 8 over has a lot of work to do today. Boy, it looked dark and ominous as the wind was howling and the rain started to fall about an hour ago. Still quite breezy out there, but no precipitation. Matt Jones computing the numbers. Once he has done so, the ball will be in the air quickly.
Yeah, 157, but the two keys here, the elevation and the wind.
Okay. So we're close. That's, yeah. No.
Jones 82nd in the points race this year.
I was thinking maybe it might be just a fraction too much. That or not. This? Well, I think 9. I don't like 9. Yeah, I'm just trying to. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna take this. Okay, good. So you got the number, you got it. Yep.
You heard, they've got their number. And the Aussie has turned things around this week after missed cuts in his last 2 starts at the Players and the Crowne Plaza last week in Fort Worth.
Get out, get out, get out, right there, right there. There's no further left.
Love the rapid routine, not a moment wasted once he's over the ball. Nicholas Colsaerts, member of the European Ryder Cup team at Medina a year ago. Having a tough week, shot 80 yesterday.
Pretty strong left-handed grip. That ball's just hammered.
Oh, he was watching it anxiously. As
I mean, you could just, you could hear by the sound. It would, that thump means it's hit right on the button.
Into the back bunker, hopped out of its pitch mark. Line looks to be pretty flat. Here's Jason Day.
Yeah, it's going to be a little downwind. And Jason Day already with a bogey at the second hole of the day.
Did make birdie here yesterday. We only had 10 all day long.
Yeah. But what makes the bunker shot behind so difficult is now it's a little bit downwind, downhill. You just kind of hope he didn't take too much off. There you go. That's a good shot.
All right. Birdie putts for the Aussies and bunker work for the man from Belgium when we come back. move back to the 12th here. Looks like Nicholas Colsaerts has already played his bunker shot there. You see the ball resting on the front edge of the green. Jason Day there, along with his countryman Matt Jones, both have birdie putts upcoming. There are the boys from down under. Colsaerts 12 feet for par.
Yeah, was in that back bunker, and it was really hard because coming down, there you go. Coming downhill, downwind, a lot of ways to make par. Take another look at it, and you look how abruptly the club worked up. Caught it just perfectly, and you can see the little stain right there, the grass, the little recoil of the club. Pinched it perfectly.
He chipped in yesterday here from off the green for a 3. From right of the green. Known for his power, but displaying the touch here at the par 3 this week.
We know he can putt.
We saw that last year.
Yeah, 8 birdies and an eagle at the Ryder Cup. The match.
So Day's got 25 feet here, looking for his second birdie of the week here at the 12th. Had a deep run through the brackets at the Accenture match play, all the way to the Final Four. Took down Ian Poulter in the consolation match.
Good look there. Reverse overlap. Pretty consistent among the tour players. Oh, really good effort. But pretty much until you start maybe missing a few putts, just about every player on tour has that reverse overlap.
Matt Jones 19 feet away to move to 5 under and within 4 of the lead.
Yeah, a lot of players have missed this on the right hand side. Not Matt though.
We'll step outside the ball mark of Jason Day. Pop that one in. Still looking for his first win out here on the PGA Tour. Now at the age of 33. Day's in for a 3. Remains 1 over.
That's all right. Matt could pass for 23.
For sure. Trouble back at the 11th. Not taking advantage of the par 5. Up the hill they go to 13. McGirt, Sendin, and Spieth just finishing up over at 11. We'll catch those boys on the tee when we come back. Bill Haas, the leader, at the Memorial. This morning, to some extent, 6 birdies, the first 9 players that came through here. There's Jordan Spieth making his way up the steps there. John Senden right behind him. A couple of Dallas residents. Senden, the Aussie. Spieth, who grew up there. Played in the Byron Nelson a few years ago while still in high school, as a matter of fact. And then went on to the University of Texas, playing just a couple of years there. Was a top-ranked collegiate player in the land, leading the Longhorns to the national championship. NCAAs this week, by the way, going on outside Atlanta. And what a season for that young man. Jordan Spieth had no exempt status out here on the PGA Tour to begin the year, but he made enough as a non-member to earn special temporary membership. He's got unlimited sponsors exemptions, and he will get plenty. He has certainly earned them with over $900,000 in earnings already this year. Coming off birdie over at the 11th. They've got their number here.
Well, it's just been the kind of year that Jordan Spieth has wanted. You can see him trying to hold it off, trying to keep that thing from wavering in the wind. Did a pretty nice job. I think he's a little surprised the ball carried so deep into the green. Still a solid shot.
There's William McGirt at 3 over par. Triple bogey at 10. Got one back at 11. He and wife Sarah, first-time parents. Son Miles, born on January 2nd of this year. Probably just now starting to get some regular sleep from night to night.
That's really high. That is way up in the air. Just got beat down. Look at that wind shear coming across the water there.
Fortunate to hang up on the bank, though. It's okay now.
That's makeable now.
Here's Senden at 1 under, shot 71 yesterday. A couple pars to begin his second round. Usually one of the premier ball strikers on the PGA Tour. There's the number, 157, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Sendo down in greens hit this year, just 79th on tour. Usually in the top 10 year in and year out.
That little rehearsal that he goes through, just not only trying to get the feel for the swing, but the visualization of what he wants to do with the shot. It looked like he hit that really hard with the hands. Really hard. Gave it a little extra thump. He's halfway to the 13th tee.
That will be interesting in a couple of moments.
Well, maybe not halfway, but I can promise you he's a third of the way up there.
Let's look at the action of the 19-year-old Jordan Spieth here. What do you think, Bill Kratzert?
Well, what I see right away is you can see a pretty weak left hand, and sets up over the ball. It's a high right shoulder, but now as he takes the club back, everything's set pretty square. But you can see that right there, that's pretty good. But the club face, with the club face hanging down that much and that weak of a grip, that means he's got to have face rotation at impact. Now, as he starts back down, you'll see that he leads with the lower half. That's great position right there. But you need to catch up somewhere, and he does it with the right hand at impact. And then as he rolls to the outside of his left foot, which I do not like. I think that's something that he's going to need to correct. Look how much he's on the outside of that foot. He's almost rolling the ankle down, and he's trying to hold the shot off. I think if he works on his footwork a little bit more, kind of cleans that up. It's hard to be super critical for a young man that's come out here with no status and has made $900,000. It's hard to be super critical as we take a look at it, but he's 20th in scoring average, but I think he would become a better ball striker if he was to clean up his footwork. I think it'd be a little bit easier on him.
That FedEx Cup number, not really relevant because he's not an official member of the tour, so not eligible to receive FedEx Cup points, but if he were, he'd be in pretty good shape, that's for sure. 3 top 10 finishes there. So John Senden makes his way between the ropes toward the 13th tee. And we've got a few adjustments to make here. Shot would have been impeded by that post there, which they're trying to pull out of the ground. Down it goes.
I don't know what he's upset about. I don't know why Senden's shaking his head.
I don't think any of these folks expected a tee shot to come to rest back here.
I mean, seriously, if you hit one that far offline, I think what you want to do is just try to hit it as quickly as possible and get back out of there. That's a little embarrassing right there. Hit a 9-iron 40 yards offline.
This might be tough to hold the green from here, huh?
Well, I think he's far enough back that he's going to be able to elevate it. And fluffed it. Hit a really bad shot. That's just kind of a semi-bad shot.
So Senden compounding the error off the tee with a poor second shot and seems a little bit unnerved at the moment.
That's the worst 9-iron I've seen. That ball was 40 yards offline. Other than a shank. We've seen a few shanks.
There's the ball of William McGirt on the front bank there as Spieth walks back to his ball 38 feet away. Near the collar, but he's going to be able to get a putter on it.
Yeah, he's going to. You could see he was able to take the putter head up a little quick, let it drop down on it. Ooh, what a good putt that was. You know, anytime you break it up steeply like that, now you've taken some of the loft off of the putter and you just kind of squeeze that ball into the fringe and the ball comes out with a little overspin because it takes that one little quick hop right off the blade.
So here comes the third of Senden. Should be an easier proposition than the second.
It's a pretty easy shot. It's not the best part of his game, but it's a pretty easy shot.
And that left for bogey. cut line holding steady at +2. 73 players at 2 under or better. William McGirt a shot outside the number. Just saw Colsart's chip in a moment ago. McGirt nearly replicated that result. Tap in par with the wedge. Seven, 4, 3. Trending in the right direction. Now Sendin, bit of work remaining for bogey. He's actually missed 10 putts from 3 to 4 feet on the year. Near the bottom in that category. Gets that one to go and manages to drop just one shot after a horrendous tee shot miles offline. And Spieth for his par to remain even par. And no problem for the 19-year-old, one of 2 teenagers in the field here this week. Guan Tianlong having his problems today. He shot 42 for his opening 9 holes. As the stake and the post go back into the ground behind the green here. The 14-year-old is at 5 over. Only 4 holes to play. As Charlie Belgian, Ryan Moore, and Lucas Glover arrive on the tee here.
55 front, pins on 4. There you go. I got it. Yeah, I got 2 yards of her. Got 69, take 4 off. I'll adjust the hole.
And the 2009 U.S. Open champion will be first to fire here. Shot 78 yesterday. Made birdie over at 11 to move back to 6 over par. Right over the flagstick. Back portion of the green. And Lucas Glover is aboard. Ryan Moore will be next. Open with a 2 under par 70. Began his second round with a birdie, and this is 13th event of the season. A couple of top 10s for the former U.S. Amateur champion back in 2004. And a winner for the second time on the PGA Tour last year in Las Vegas.
I don't know if there's a better year in amateur golf than 2004 than what Ryan Moore had.
Won everything that year. U.S. Pub Links, the NCAA championship while at UNLV. The Western Amateur, very prestigious event.
Yeah, that was up in Benton Harbor.
Defeated Luke List 2 up at Wingfoot to win the U.S. Am.
Ooh. Look at that wind starting to gust. It's so hard to pick the right club right now from this elevated tee.
There's the lie that Moore will be dealing with for his second. A little clumpy back there.
Little combo. Little bluegrass, little ride, little fescue.
Charlie Belgian at 1 over. All the way over to the right-hand side of the box there.
Chasing it. Pretty much the same result.
A little bit deep with that one for Belgian. Second round coverage continues from the 12th hole of Muirfield Village. Day 2 of the Memorial.
Continuing second round coverage of the Memorial. Charlie Belgian over the green at the 12th.
Actually has drawn a decent lie. He's drawn a much better lie than Ryan Moore. Just kind of flip it down, let it release down the hill. We've got some action. We've got some action.
Sensational shot from Charlie. Winner at Disney last year. The anxiety and panic attacks, it was certainly well documented. This one had a great chance of going in. Charlie 1 over in the early parts of the second round. 1 over for the round and the tournament. Currently in a tie for 52nd. To me, I believe the cut is 73 players at 2 over or better. Now Ryan Moore.
Plays it totally different. And just about the same result.
Well,
he misses by that much on the left-hand side, and Belgian misses by that much on the right-hand side.
That's 2 in the hole. Oh, that ball was sitting up beautifully, and it has to go back to the right. He cannot believe it. Great effort from Ryan Moore. Playing very well this week. Shot 2 under yesterday morning and already under par in his round today. Currently in the top 10. Now Lucas Glover for a birdie. Lucas with a disappointing 78 yesterday. Had a very poor tee shot here in the water only one of 2 tee shots in the water yesterday here at the 12th, and Lucas will saunter on over to the 13th, a little dejected. 6 over par for the week. There it is. Hand the head cover to the caddy. You can go 4 caddy, and they're probably heading in. They'll be 300 yards apart, and probably in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Belgian and Moore traipse up to the 13th tee with caddy.
Yeah, there you go. Bill Haas, brilliant 67 this morning. 2-shot lead over Charles Schwartzel, who tees off at 105. Probably should have already teed off there. Matt Kuchar, brilliant 2 under par, 70 today, 6 under. And our next grouping on the tee, Johnson Wagner 8 over, Jonathan Bird 6 over, Stewie Sink 2 under par. And let's have a little bit more on how the 40-year-old, just turned 40-year-old, stays fit to play this challenging game.
Many PGA Tour players thrive off pre-round routines, including 6-time champion Stewart Sink, who enters his 16th season with the same gym rat mentality he's had since he was a rookie.
Before every competitive round, I like to go into the workout trailer for about a 45-minute warm-up. It's part stretching, part workout, just enough to get sweaty, do some functional movements and some lunges and stuff like that, and just get my heart rate up. Fitness has really changed a lot in my career. From the mid-90s till today, fitness has just really taken off. Players realize that you have to be in pretty good shape to be competitive out here. The level of play is just too good. I just wasn't a very good starter, and going to the gym early and getting nice and loose and getting warmed up physically has helped me get into the round right from the very first shot. I wouldn't say I'd key on a certain area, except that the core gets the most attention. And almost all of our exercises that we do, there is some element of core. But we don't just do chest presses on the bench, we do chest presses on the ball. On the ball, it forces you to balance and to keep yourself balanced properly while you're also doing the exercise. There's just so many benefits to working out and being physically fit. Make yourself do what it takes to get in better shape. You'll play better golf, you'll hurt less the next day, and overall you just have more fun. Okay.
Well, it's certainly a great feature on Stewart Sink, spotlighting the fitness aspect of the game. 40-year-old, 13 events so far this year, eight cuts, a couple of top 10s. He's 6 wins in his career, the last being the Open Championship at Turnberry, when he took down probably the world favorite Tom Watson, and has not won since. But it's nice to see Stewie struggled a little bit after that, but it's nice to see a couple of top 10s so far this year. But I really think that Tiger brought the fitness aspect to the forefront of the game, and everyone has kind of followed suit. And to remain competitive, injury-free, it's an integral part of the game.
Yeah, and you look at Billy Horschel this year. He's one of the guys that is super fit. But I think all the guys, they feel the necessity to go out there. It's like a day like yesterday, Craig, where it was 90 degrees, the humidity was up. This is a long walk, this golf course. It's a hilly golf course. If you're not conditioned properly, you're going to get tired, and then late in the round, you may lose some shots. So what the guys are doing now, staying in the fitness trailer, being stretched out, like Stuart was saying, it's very important to compete at today's level.
Yeah, you need the cardiovascular stamina, and I think it helps you avoid injury and also have the strength to have that mentality that when you're walking off the first tee and when you're walking down 18 fairway, you're still mentally and physically sharp.
Right, and Stewart Sink, as he climbs the stairs, best finish, 4th at the Memorial. He will tell you, in those 6 wins, that he should have done better. He will tell you that he should have won more. He does have a major championship, though, the Open Championship, which you referred to at Turnberry. But I think he's very honest about his game, what he's done.
Well, at the end of 2009, that year when he won a major, he was 16th in the official world golf ranking. He dropped to 319th at the end of last year. Made a steady climb back and just inside the top 190 so far. But it's, you know, he's certainly a very talented player. There's no question out of Georgia Tech. And I mean, there's no, if you have 6 wins, including a major, that's a heck of a career.
It is. But you look at when he has had the lead or has been around the lead going in the last round, and that was what he was referring to, is that he did not finish it like he thought he should.
Oh, Stewart has shot a nice 2-under par round yesterday. Opening pars at 10 and 11 for his second round. It was really gusting, kind of mid-morning, 20-25 mile an hour. It's calmed down a little bit. We'll look at his season finishes. Some difficult golf courses there. Redstone in Houston, Innisbrook, obviously Harbour Town, which is where he has won before, and the Masters top 25 finish. Yeah. 13 birdies here, 5 balls in the water so far for our second round live at coverage. To me, there can nearly be too much discussion. Decide over something, commit to it, and hit it. You know. And
I don't quite feel like I did.
Yeah.
Yesterday here with you.
I kind of like Matt Jones. You do your yardage.
Yep.
You pick the club. Take one look. Ball's in the air.
157, just 4 paces on and 4 from the right-hand edge of that left side of the green. Taking a little bit more on the right, get a more of a direct angle at the flag. He was a Butch Harmon guy for a while, then he went to Chris O'Connell, I believe, to kind of work on the golf swing. Big, tall guy, similar build to Matt Kuchar.
Well, that's a pretty shot right there. That was a little 8-iron. Took a little off that. Wind direction, figured it out perfectly. It's a different build though than Kuchar. They're both 6'4".
Yeah.
But Stewart's much thicker.
Yeah, he's a lot stockier.
And he's never going to look that way. He's always going to have the vertical look to his swing.
Johnson Wagner next to play. 33-year-old out of Virginia Tech, trying to hit a little draw in there.
Yeah, a little trap draw.
And woefully short. That'd have to have hit maybe a gust back into his face. And the struggles continue for Johnson. Stood on this tee 8 over for the tournament. The last member of this group, Jonathan Bird, who's also struggling. 77 yesterday and has started his second round bogey. An auspicious start for you stand up on that 10th tee, the first hole of your second round. You think, I can get 5 of these, 5 birdies, get him moving back in the right direction. It's not the start he wanted.
And he's just basically starting his season. You had the injury, had the surgery in the off season.
Yeah, this is only his 8th event of the year. Very few players that does not wear a glove. And
that is going to be some kind of tough right there.
He might have to hit that one left-handed.
That ball is going to be so far above his feet. That's going to be a knee-high fastball right there.
Maybe turn left-handed, turn the club over, and see what you can do. He may risk hitting that shot, being 7 over par. Well, it's a gorgeous setting here with the flowers. They walk down some steps, wander around the lake. Very picturesque 12th hole, similar to the 12th at Augusta National. Johnson Wagner will head over to the drop zone after hitting a shot that was well short of the green. Three victories for Johnson, including last year to start this first full field event at Sony. That's when the Mo was, he had the moustache and he just kept it. And I think he shaved it off for a little while, right? And then he did, grew it back. We've seen a couple of players, Billy, re-tee it after hitting it in the water, which most recently Casey Wittenberg decided to come back to the ball drop. But we will look at Johnson Wagner's week. It's certainly been one heck of a struggle. 8 over. Enough. Yeah, we're missing something. I don't know if I have the right color here, but can we draw something in right here? There we go. Is that better? Little Fu Manchu, get it going down here a little bit. No, it's been a bit of a struggle for Johnson, and a lot of putts. Not enough fairways, not enough greens, and
yeah, he's only had 2 1-putts. I mean,
yeah,
you got to figure that the 40 putts is 2. He's just 2 under that, but an Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 95 yards from this angle. I think you're firing it right back in to the wind here. You ought to be able to put some serious spin on this one.
Got to hit the green first, and
now you got 6 or 7.
Boy, made a double bogey at the other par 3 on the back 9 yesterday, the 16th. And actually made back-to-back doubles yesterday at 15 and 16. And here's the lie that Bill Kratz alluded to.
Yeah, that's pretty much knee high. This is one that you could certainly pull down the third baseline. This is one that you don't practice. I can promise you the only time that Jonathan hits this shot is in a tournament, or if he's playing around. You would never go and practice this shot.
I think for me, you stand a little closer, you get all the way down the shaft. Standing a long way away from it makes it even flatter, the path of the swing. This could go anywhere. There it goes.
You can see this is just going to be all arms, all hands hinging.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that much hinge. It can, to me, it's nearly put it way back and just kind of more of a putting stroke. But what do I know? Really, that's an excellent shot.
Yeah, that's really the only spot that he could actually hit it. Just try to keep it out there and just try to bump it through that primary rough, which he did.
Great vantage point behind the green here at the 12th. A natural amphitheater. They will watch Johnson Wagner hit his 4th shot.
Well, now you can see just a slight downhill all the way to the hole, but I don't know if you can clip it cleanly enough to keep it short of the hole. That was pretty good.
Got the acceptance from his fellow competitors. They knew how difficult that one was. Yesterday there were 32 players that hit it in the bunker here at the 12th. Today just 9. It's indicative of where the hole is located. A poor tee shot will finish up in the bunker. And again, blustery conditions. 15-20 mile an hour out of the southwest. Stuart Sink. It's had a long wait for his fellow competitors, just 14.5 feet.
Counted for Stewart.
14th birdie of the day. And that gets Stewart to 3 under for the tournament. And that's good for 11th. And we see the scorecard. Now Jonathan Bird, after that scintillating pitch shot, ball well above his feet. 12.5 feet for the year. Excuse me, he's not made a putt outside 10 feet for the week. Well, there's the first one. Well done. What a brilliant par for Jay Bird. Now Johnson Wagner cleaning up for double bogey. And well done. Very poor tee shot, well short of the green. And Johnson, unfortunately, will go to double digits over par for the week. Wander back to the tee. Group of Scott Brown, Scott Piercy, and Davis Love. And Scott Piercy was playing beautifully. Had a stretch yesterday on the front nine, had 5 birdies in a row. Finished with 66, one back to the overnight lead. Scott Brown will be first on the tee. And winner earlier this year in Puerto Rico.
It's always confusing. Up at the tee, the trees are blowing hard left to right, and the flagstick down at the green blowing right to left. It's going at a pretty good clip right now.
For the week, coming off a birdie on the last hole.
Get out. Get out. Okay.
That's really probably exactly where he was looking, Billy, maybe 20 feet beyond the flagstick. Currently 74 players at 2 over or better. It may wander to 3 over if these winds continue to gust. And Tiger Woods was flirting with the cut. I know he birdied the 2 par 5s on the front 9.
Yeah, I think the birdie at 7 got him back to even.
Finished his round. He bogeyed the 9th and shot a 74 today, but is 1 over par for the tournament. Currently in a tie for 52nd. He'll get a chance to improve upon that tomorrow. Davis Love now.
It's up in the air. That needs to go a little bit.
Catches that front bunker. Davis Love, the neck surgery earlier this year.
I think it's remarkable he's out here.
Well, to come back and what I thought was even more remarkable, the first event back was the Players' Championship, and he made the cut. Finished, I think he struggled a little bit on Sunday.
Yeah, when I saw him at an outing, it was 9 weeks, and now all of a sudden he's back, he's ready.
Scott Piercy right over the top of the flagstick. And safely on ground. He'll be thankful for that as these winds continue to pick up and make this 12th hole extremely difficult. Second round coverage of the Memorial Tournament will come right back. We welcome you back. A live look at the 12th green. Davis Love found that front bunker. Believe he will be first to play. Scott Brown and Scott Piercy also in this group. To me, what's more remarkable at Davis, he's 49 years old. He's played close to 700 PGA Tour events, but just the passion after having surgery like that to come back maybe too quickly to come play a game that he obviously still continues to love to play.
Well, I think going forward, Davis will win again.
Yeah.
I really do. I think taking care of this problem, I think that's going to give him the opportunity to win. Now, Piercy down the hill, moving to his right. This is all about pace. All about pace. Oh, it just melts. Completely melts over the right edge.
That would have got him within 3 of the lead. Opened with a bogey at 10.
Boy, watch this. This just has to singe. Right, I mean, right there, it looks like it's left of the hole, and then it misses right.
Davis Love closer than Scott Piercy was from out of the bunker.
Hard bunker shot there. Oh, expertly played.
Nelly had to land that in the fringe, didn't he, to take some of the speed and the pitch down towards the flag out of play. Now 2 for 5 sand saves for the week. You know, he's been a prolific ball striker. He has struggled at times around the greens.
Yeah, he'll run in streaks with the putter, and I think his bunker play, it's always been good. But he kind of runs into a little these mini streaks to where he just doesn't make anything. He never changes anything. He keeps the same routine, but he just doesn't make anything.
Well, this putt from 23 feet, from 20 to 25 feet for the year, he's made 4 out of 42. Scott Brown. See a lot of players just burn the edges. Bent grass greens, 13 plus on the stimp meter, in excellent condition. The 30-year-old will remain right on that cut line, two over par. Davis Love to clean up what he has left after that brilliant bunker shot. 4.5 feet to remain even par for the week.
Kind of always had the same routine. He used to take a practice stroke, but now he's not taking a practice stroke, but he'll take that one last quick look. And then once his eyes start back to the golf ball, the putter right away starts moving away from the ball.
Well, back on the tee, the group of Billy Horshaw, Martin Laird, and Lee Westwood await.
Westwood, nice start to the round. He needed it. He shot 76 yesterday.
He did. He birdied the 10th this afternoon. There's Martin Laird, the champion at Texas with that. You talked about it yesterday. Maybe the best round of the year, the 64.
Yeah, it might be the best round of the year up to date.
Wolfie? Yeah, probably. Wolfie hasn't. Exactly.
And basically prior to that win, had 3 missed cuts, and the best finish out of the 9 events he played to that point was 35th. And there's his season summary: 1st at Valero, 5th at the Players. He was playing very well there last year. He kind of fell apart late on Friday and then kind of worked his way back.
Good man.
Well, there's the other finishes, not much to speak of, but I think for anyone other than Tiger Woods, anytime you get a victory in a season, it's a good one.
I certainly agree. Very high ball flight for this player. I mean, look at the eyes. I mean, they are cutting straight up. And you would think that anytime the PGA Tour goes to a Jack Nicklaus golf course, or where there has been, where he's put his touch to the golf course, you would think that any high ball hitter would have a little bit of an advantage. Now, Horschel, really good golf swing. He's worked very hard the last couple of weeks at home. See him just kind of cut that finish off.
I think the wind's pushed.
It's kind of dumbfounded all these players. What a stretch. He was on 2nd, Houston 3rd, and Texas in 9th, Harbour Town, and then win at Zurich. And he had the consecutive cut streak, the best of anyone on tour, 23, and he missed the cut at the Players, and he thought that was really something that was beneficial, as kind of the weight off his shoulders to continue to worry about that.
Well, he fought so hard to get back. To get back after 35 holes, got it back to even par after shooting an opening round of 76, and you hate to see him hit it in the water, but he did. And, you know, he's trying to be positive about it.
Lee Westwood opened with 76. Talked about the birdie at 10. The short game has vastly improved. The long game's fallen off a little bit this year. But no sign of it there. Beautiful shot Best we've seen in a long time.
Well, probably got to bed early last night. And good night's rest. And Bill Haas with around a 67. Two-shot lead over Charles Schwartzel. We'll be right back.
We welcome you back to a live look at Billy Horschel over the green at the 12th.
Yeah, a couple under par. That needs to get going. Get going. That's one of those lies that, you know, is almost too good. He just kind of undercut it and maybe hit it just a little bit high on the club. But where he has done some really nice work, Craig, is with the putter. He's put a lot of time in, a lot of film, a lot of video back at the range, and that's really been the big difference in his swing. Now, he and Todd Anderson have done some nice work, and Todd Anderson's done some nice work with Brent Snedeker, Billy Horschel. But I think the biggest improvement in his game this year has been the putter.
Certainly, you can be prolific ball strikers, but to get those victories, you have to make the putts. Martin Laird just inside 30 feet, getting off to a flying start this afternoon. Birdies at 10 and 11, but this will be tough to get 3 in a row.
They're all looking for this to move back to the left, and it doesn't do it.
Yeah, that's a great point. First one we've seen today that's been below the hole.
That was the proper read. Colorado State University.
How about that? From Scotland to Colorado State. It's like going from New Zealand to the University of Oklahoma. Billy Horschel, we believe, is actually outside. Lee Westwood whipped it in there about just outside 7 feet. And this putt for Billy just got a slight move from left to right.
Yeah. Now he employs the left hand low. Tries to keep the shoulders just a little more level. You'll see just this little mini stroke. There it is.
You know, I think if you're utilizing the same coach as Brandt Snedeker, I'd be spending a lot of time with Brandt on the putting green. And it's evident he's a little bit of a, that was a little bit of a decel, but a short pop stroke that Brandt works on. Certainly one of the best putters. Has a great routine, there's no question about it. Now this man just turned 40, 2 victories in the States, 35 victories, 35 international victories, but 7 top 3s in majors. I think right now, for all intents and purposes, his focus is getting the first major championship. 7.5 feet for Lee. These players have a lot of pride. Billy shot 76 yesterday. He just doesn't want to, he's not going to go away without a fight. He's going to try and maybe shoot 68, which will be difficult this afternoon, and get back to even and get within an earshot of Bill Haas at the top.
Yeah, I think right now you're on the cut line. Now you're playing. If you can get to, you're on the cut line. So if you can play even par from here on out, you make the cut. You continue on, you get to the weekend. Right now, the leader, Bill Haas, 9 under par. You're 11 shots behind. You just never know. You go out there, you're one of the first few groups out. You post a 66 or a 65. You can get right back in it, because this is a golf course that, yes, it will yield a lot of birdies if you get hot. And we saw that from Bill Haas. But if you get going the wrong way, you can shoot 80.
Well, the next group, Brandt Snedeker, Russell Henley, Luke Donald on the 11th green. They will be next on the tee when we return. Live at coverage at Memorial. A beautiful look at the 12th, 157 yards today. Our live at featured coverage. We'll wander on over to the 16th a little bit later on this afternoon for another very difficult par 3 that is playing 196 yards today, but the focus squarely on 12th currently. Brandt Snedeker, Russell Henley and Luke Donald. Russell Henley, the rookie, first on the tee.
Right now I feel like there's a whole lot of hurt. Look at this tree here to the left. Let's see, it's just
began the year winning the first full field event out in Sony, but has began the day with a couple of fives. Brilliant 67 yesterday. Very few people under par this afternoon.
Yep, you got it, man.
Blustery conditions. Adam caddy on the bag this week. Adam Haynes.
Probably needs to get out. There you go.
He's a Georgia boy. Have you played any golf with Russell or spent
No,
any
but
time with him?
I did go to Macon, Georgia. We did an interview with him, kind of a state of the game, where it stood. He was still a member of the University of Georgia team, and just a really nice young man, full of confidence and a lot of belief in himself, and he just loves to play the game. Likes to get out there and get after it.
Scotty Vale giving his man Brant Snedeker a little help. 10 events, it's 8 cuts made, had the victory. The rib injury kind of sidelined him for a little bit. He's had 6 top 10s along with the win. I think the most disappointing top 10 of the year would have been the 6 at the Masters, when he really spent his whole year or whole life preparing for that moment. Beautiful shot right over the top of the flag. The third member of this group, Luke Donald, spent a little more than 56 weeks at #1 cumulatively, not all in consecutive weeks. 35-year-old from England, 5 wins on the PGA Tour.
Iron play a little sketchy. You could just feel that he could feel that little gust of wind, but greens in regulation way off the mark this year for Luke Donald. 171st.
And fallen to 6th in the world. Really, the total driving's outside the top 110. You talked about the ball striking outside the top 150. And he's 150th in driving distance, so when you're hitting it short and crooked, he's got probably the best all-around short game in the world of golf. It's 4th in sand safe, 1st in proximity to the hole from the sand, 2nd in scrambling. You better start hitting a little better. I'm very disappointed with that. You know what? And I would have said, Billy, and as that collects all the way to the back right of the green, that'll be an interesting voyage. If he was at his best, he would be on a very short list to win in Merion. The man that sports the polo, had a little photo shoot recently, and we get to take an inside look at Luke Donald.
Here we are, the mansion, Madison Avenue, New York. About to go sign some autographs for some fans. All ready?
Ready.
How are you?
Good.
Lucky #1. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. There you go. I have some of my fans and people stop by and give them a few autographs and signed hats, and hopefully they'll enjoy it. And those proceeds go to the first team. So we're in the right shirt. You want this signed? If you wouldn't mind. Sure.
Honored to meet you.
All right, thank you. How are you, man? Hi. A few hats to sign?
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, guys. How are you?
I think I'm gonna say.
What's your name?
Vivian.
Vivian?
I'm from China, not the huge, but I'm so sorry.
No, thanks for being a fan.
There's.
You want a picture too?
Please.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
There you go. Thanks for coming. Cheers.
The Dapper Brit has been sponsored by Ralph Lauren Polo for 10 years. And to celebrate, the RLX Golf brand designed a commemorative golf shirt with all the proceeds going to the first tee of Greater Chicago.
I've always tried to surround myself with premier brands, and Ralph has always been very appreciative of our relationship, as I have of being a part of their company. And I've enjoyed working with them and wearing their clothes. I think they make the best clothes in golf.
Action. Don't touch. So glamorous.
I like RLX because everyone else is jealous that I'm wearing it and they can't, because it looks great. The technology behind it is amazing and very innovative. They're always coming up with new designs, new color palettes, and fits great. It's important to feel good on the golf course. That helps you play better.
Well, that's what Swanee said there. He is a dapper Brit. He's very dressed, very classy. But this will take all of his skill level to try and figure out how to get this one down in 2.
Yeah, you get a good look at the tape on his thumb, Craig. An infection on the right thumb. It's really, I mean, it can be somewhat hindering to him, but, you know, the thumb really never rests on the grip of the club. It kind of rests left, but there's a good look at it. And I think it may affect his putting here. It just all depends on what kind of pressure that he's having to apply or to adjust. But he's always had just kind of a very light grip on the putter.
73 feet 8 inches for Luke Donald. Top 15 on 2 and 3 putt avoidance. This will test it all. No, he didn't.
Seriously?
No way. Oh my, what a great effort.
That was a great putt. Well thought out. The look of the putt.
I was going to say better than most, but no one's been over there.
It had his full attention for all 73 feet. Maybe about 76 feet, yeah, because he watched it stop rolling because he wants to know exactly what the putt will do going back. But just a wonderful piece of imagination there, being able to hit at the proper pace, take the right line.
Well, Brent Snedeker looks as though he's next. 26 feet down the hill.
Go from a great putter to another great putter. And I would say that Russell Henley's getting a pretty good education.
Russell's one heck of a putter too.
That's not very good there, though.
Kind of wanders by. Brant 4 under for the tournament. 1 over on his round today. Just through. Well, he's playing his 3rd hole of the day. This group teed off at 116 on the 10th tee. Both players will tee off from 1 and 10 tees the first 2 rounds before they make the cut to 70 in ties. Russell Henley just inside 26 feet.
Stay up and you go.
Oh, yes, you did.
There you go.
Told you it was
there you go.
That's the 16th birdie of the day. We're only 15 here. No, excuse me, 10 here all yesterday. And that gets Russell to 5 under and currently tied for 7th. Now this would be a remarkable 2-putt over 73 feet. Oh, that's a vicious lip out. Luke now outside the cut line. 4 to 3 over par. It may, I think at the end of the day, it may get to 3 over. Currently 73 players at 2 over or better.
Yeah, that was just rude right there.
And now Brent Snedeker to clean up. Brandt will remain 1 over par. Good grouping there. Good. All kind of have the same demeanor. Play reasonably quickly. And we'll pan back to the tee and find the group of Mark Leishman, George McNeil, and Carl Patterson, a former champion here. Carl, one of the 7 international players to win the 37-year history. Carl won in 2006. But on the tee, the Australian that watched another Australian win the Masters for the very first time, Mark Leishman, gave it the fist pump when Adam Scott holed that putt. Mark finished 4th that week. Continued up with the top 10 the following week in Hilton Head.
Now another player has solved that right hole location when the flag's on the left.
Well, he was, you could see by the followers of the face turned completely down. He was trying to kind of turn that little 8-iron over, but he was unable to do it. Mark 2 over for the week. And we see the winds continue to blow. Forecast for a front to come through here potentially in a couple of hours. We hope that stays away. Now Carl Patterson on the tee.
So those sycamore trees right behind the tee, you can see those kind of waving back and forth. Just kind of look down at the green. And there's just, I mean, the flagstick, there's just not that much activity, but it is in a little bit of a low area down there. And Peterson leaning left means it's a little right. I'm telling you, they finally figured out this right hole location.
Yeah, isn't that always the case? Can't hit it over there when the flagstick's there, but when it's in the opposite edge of the green, the ball will always seem to go in that direction. Final member of this group, George McNeil. As the rain begins to fall, George, 37 years old, out of Florida State University. A couple of wins on the PGA Tour, 2007, and then last year in Puerto Rico.
All you had to do was mention weather. The umbrellas start to break out.
I am the dark cloud, you know that.
Although there is sun right now.
There you go. Oh, you just had to mention umbrella and then the sun shines. George McNeil now 3 over, needs a couple of birdies.
That's about as high a right side at impact as you're going to see.
Well, safely aboard, and the best of this group, they will wander on down the pathway towards the green. The second round of the Memorial Tournament. Bill Haas leads, brilliant 67, followed by Matt Kuchar. Charles Schwartzel also 3 back.
Back live at the 12th. John Swantek, Craig Perks. Live coverage from the second round of the Memorial Tournament all day long here on PGATour.com. Been with you since 8 a.m. this morning as Mark Leishman, George McNeil, and Carl Peterson play this testy par 3 here. They're starting to fill up on the hillside there behind the green.
Yes, I talked about it before. It's a nice vantage point. The hole today given up 16 birdies. All told, 7 balls in the water and playing just slightly over par. Seventh toughest. This was the toughest hole on the golf course yesterday.
About 60 feet for Carl Peterson.
Yeah, we just saw a great effort from Luke Donald. There's some slope that they have to deal with here, and then there's a lot of pitch down. They expect this putt to break right, which it will in the middle of the putt, but they expect it to also break back left at the end, and it does not. This is a really good effort, maybe just a little low. Very good speed.
Very nice piece of judgment from a former champion here, Carl Peterson. He is a guy who has conquered some tough golf courses en route to his 5 PGA Tour victories. Harbour Town last year, Muirfield Village here in 06, Glen Abbey at the RBC Canadian Open in 2010, and Copperhead course at Innisbrook back in 05. And Greensboro, the Wyndham Championship, of which he is a member.
Of course he is. Went to NC State, excuse me.
Leishman about 10 feet closer here.
So should have got a great read from his fellow competitor. And that all that lacked was just a little bit more speed. That could have found the bottom of the cup. I like the belt, Mark. Got the Aussie flag on the buckle.
Wearing it proudly these days.
Of course he should. That whole hemisphere is still glowing after Adam Scott's victory. First one ever for an Australian at the Players.
Yeah,
the Masters,
Mark's hometown as well. Perksy of Warrnambool back in Victoria, because he was in the hunt there on Sunday. George McNeil for a birdie to get back onto the cut line.
And putt that will move to his right once it loses speed. We've seen it most of the day. All of the players have not been able to get it started high enough. And it was really a good opportunity there, just inside 20 feet. And George will be disappointed with that. You don't get that many opportunities around here at Muirfield Village, and you've got to take advantage of them. And maybe putting a little too much pressure on himself being outside the cut right now.
Former club professional in the Fort Myers area. As Craig mentioned, a Florida State graduate.
I played with George at Disney my last year, and I was so impressed the way he drove the ball, and long and straight. And I said, man, game must be easy from way up there in the center of the fairway.
Huh. Leishman stays 2 over.
Here's a good 2-putt from Mark from outside 53 feet.
Kept up the fine form after the Masters. You mentioned the top 10 at Harbour Town as Carl Peterson finishes up for his par. Leishman was then 8th at the Players and 12th at the Nelson. 4 successive starts.
Yeah, I was out with Mark Leishman and Lee Westwood in the featured group we did at the Players, and I was impressed with Mark. Got off to a shaky start, and then all of a sudden kind of righted the ship.
Cameron Tringali back on the tee, playing with David Lingmerth and Ricky Barnes. First couple of days here. Tringali, the only member of the group under par. There's Cameron, former Georgia Tech standout.
You're starting to see a nice progression from Cameron. Third this year in Tampa. This is now his 4th year on tour. I mean, very consistent and just consistently getting better. I think this will be his best year.
He's been between 65 and 75 on the money list and in the FedEx Cup point standings the last few years. Having a good week here. Anything under par to this point is productivity.
Well, he's hitting 85% of the greens, which is best in the field. So expect this to be on the putting surface. Gorgeous shot just over. That's the best we've seen in a long time, with swirling winds and able to control the distance.
A very unhurried tempo, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Isn't he a California guy? Aren't they kind of all unhurried? Born in Mission Viejo, California.
Ricky Barnes, a Northern California native.
That must be a heck of a coaching job for the Georgia Tech coach to get a guy out of Southern Cal all to Atlanta, Georgia. Nothing wrong with Atlanta, obviously, but
oh, Barnes was staring that one down. He liked it, and for good reason.
Right over the top of the flag. Wind has shifted a little bit more. Had been kind of left to right and maybe slightly back into their face now, a little bit more down.
David Lingmer, 3 over, a couple of runner-up finishes this season, including one at the Players' Championship just a few weeks back.
And one on the Web.com tour this time last year at this same venue where they're playing this week at TPC Avenel Farms, Potomac, Washington area.
Looking for a little help from the wind. That is deep. And caught a sprinkler head and took a mammoth hop into the crowd there up on the hill.
Sure did. That's a very poor break. But I tell you what, when you play in the final group, Sergio Garcia at the Players, and you finish second to Tiger, you look a little bit more accepting of those bad breaks.
So Lingmerth at +3. Troubles ahead, perhaps, for the young Swede. Ricky Barnes is on the cut line and poised, perhaps, on the cusp one of these weeks of his first PGA Tour victory.
We first caught up with Ricky Barnes in the summer of 2003. The strapping young 22-year-old had just turned professional.
You know, you've always dreamed as a little kid playing golf, you know, get out there and play against the best in the world. And now the dream's coming true. I'm out here to compete against these guys week in and week out and hopefully make an impact right away.
The high expectations placed on Barnes have not been unfounded, but his journey to the PGA Tour included a few hurdles along the way. The California native missed his first 7 cuts after turning pro, and 3 years later on the Web.com tour, he finished just $6,200 short of earning his PGA Tour card.
Hey, I'm Ricky Barnes, 25 years old, Stockton, California, and this is my first year of Q School.
At the 2006 PGA Tour qualifying tournament that fall, Barnes was eager to prove his talent and charisma were ready for golf's biggest stage.
I'm pretty easygoing. Not only will I bring youth, I'll bring a different style, a lot of personality.
Well, Barnes delivered on his promise, but not until posting 9 top 10s on the 2008 Web.com tour and grabbing the 25th and final PGA Tour card.
Climbed a pretty steep hill in the middle of my pro career, and now I never want to look back. You know, I want to make a name for myself as a pro and get to the top level of my sport.
Finishing 64th in the FedEx Cup standings in 2010 was a jump of 78 spots from his rookie season. But lofty goals for his third year on tour were derailed by a back injury.
A lot of people think that I'm in really good shape, and then I get an injury, and I had to reassess. Okay, am I doing all the right things in all the right areas to not get hurt? And that's the main thing. I came back, played well, and have been pretty injury-free since.
Managing his health more carefully and having paid his dues over the years, Barnes is ready to take the next step in his career.
Done a lot of good work, had a lot of good results physically. I feel comfortable, I feel like I'm ready to win, and I think it's about that time.
United States Amateur Champion back in 2002, Ricky Barnes. Craig, he's got the type of game that stands up well to very tough golf courses. He was second at the U.S. Open at Bethpage in 09, third here the season after that.
Yeah, he's just made the steady improvements, and very smart. What he's done is he's looked at how he was working out, considering he was getting injured quite often. As we look at David Lingmerth having a little chat with John Brendel, the PGA Tour rules official, got a line of sight issue with either a camera tower or shot link tower, where he'll get free relief.
Tee shot of Lingmerth bounding off a sprinkler head behind the green here.
Back to Ricky Barnes, he's 287th in the world, and a lot of his stats are outside the top 100, although he's 9th in greens and regulations. So just making, you know, small and steady improvements, and he's been out here long enough to know how to handle those situations and, you know, feel somewhat at ease when he finally gets a chance to get that all-elusive first victory.
So these folks back here have a front row seat to the action suddenly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, see, he's on the path, so take relief from the path, and also the line of sight when he's dealing with this here. So he saw that's definitely when you bring a rules official over, just to make sure that each step you take is the correct one. He's going to be faced with a tremendously difficult shot as he looks at that bunker significantly downhill, and he's got some green to work with, but if he can keep this ball anywhere on the green, he's done a very, very, very good job.
Now trying to determine if the ball was scuffed up enough to be taken out of play,
Yeah,
perhaps.
if it's out around, then he is more than able to replace it, again with no penalty.
Let's take another look here. Try and slow it down.
Well, he's hit the 9-iron, he's pulled it, which is going to make it a little long, but generally it will just land there and move maybe 4 or 5 feet. But what did it do? Land right on the head of a sprinkler cap and bounded all the way over the green. You want that to happen in the middle of a fairway on a par 5 when you've hit a tee shot, jumps another 50 or 60 yards, not on a par 3.
It was like a slap shot off the post for the former hockey player from Sweden. A very good player at one point. He had to choose between hockey and golf.
Taken 2 drops, and both of those went nearer the hole, so he gets to place it where it landed. And if he continues to place it that spot where it landed, and it will not remain stationary in place, then they move it to the nearest point where it won't move. Emmett, his caddy, Wales, having a close look as well.
Summerhays, Duke, and Hahn, the next group behind these boys.
And maybe...
Well, over at 11.
Yeah, okay, well, that's good. I was going to say that maybe the group after that, although this is second to last group from the afternoon way that teed off on the 10th.
Arkansas Razorback colored slacks for Lingmerth, where he played his college golf in Fayetteville.
He did. He lived there for the first couple of years after turning pro, but has subsequently moved to the Jacks Beach area. Now, basically, it looks as though the lie is decent. This would just be the major flop shot, club face wide open, and hope and pray that you can carry that front bunker as it's facing him. It's the back bunker on the hole, but and try and keep it on the green.
Great look right here. A do or die shot for Lingmerth.
Inside 12 feet would be a great shot.
Straight up in the air. Easy.
Yeah, he's flown it over the green, and that's a bad shot. He tried to get a little too cute with it, loft it way up in the air, and he's carried that over the green on the downslope, and I would say that's probably gone in the water.
TF, as our friend Bill Kratzer would say. Too fancy.
I like that. Those veteran announcers have all the fancy jargon.
Lingmerth compounding the error here.
Okay, so now he's either got to go back to the drop zone or play it from where it originally lay. But he's just carried it way too far, and as you notice here, it carries on the downslope. Had no chance of stopping. Personally, I think you just go back and from its original position, because you don't want to go all the way back around. Don't go there. Come on now, David. Well, looks like he's going to head to the drop zone.
Well, this will be his fourth shot upcoming. I would imagine Barnes and Tringali are going to perhaps go ahead and play here. Keep this thing moving.
And you know what it is, as a player, you kind of get the hot sweats. You get a little embarrassed for doing that. Not only because you're making a mess of the hole, but you're holding up your fellow competitors.
19.5 feet for Barnes to move off the cut line here.
Should be the longest putt he's made all week. Turn right at the end. Really good effort.
So that'll keep Ricky at +2. Former All-American at the University of Arizona. Father Bruce played in the NFL for a spell. Punter for the Patriots back in the early 70s. Ricky looks like he could play a little tight end, maybe.
Yeah, he could. Safety.
Tringali a little unsettled here. Backs off. A good look at birdie to move to 3 under.
Wow. Just 8.5 feet. He's leading the event in putts from inside 10 feet. He has not missed. 18 for 18. I'm not going to be the dark cloud. He's going to make it. He's going to be 19 for 19, and that will be our 17th birdie if he does.
It's a lot of positivity coming from you.
Tired of being a dark cloud to these great players.
Good stroke. He's got it.
Well done. Gets him to 3 under par as well.
And that's tied for 16th here. So Lingmerth has arrived back at the drop zone. There's David. Just a touch inside 95 yards today. There's the number from the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
It's a very awkward. It's a very awkward shot from this angle. It's basically you, water, and then the flagstick. You just have to compose yourself, focus on the shot at hand. This will be his 4th.
How much did the shot he just hit influence his decision to go back to the drop zone?
I don't know. Well, to me, what you have to weigh is you have to weigh which is tougher. And to me, this is far tougher than the one he just faced chipping down the hill. He just tried, as you said, or Billy, too fancy. No green to work with, so you would expect this to be a little long, a little over the flag, maybe try and put a little spin on it.
Fourth shot is a beauty.
That's why I'm wearing a headset and he's wielding the clubs.
A chance to minimize the damage here. Looking back at the group that's just arrived at the tee. Summer, Hayes, Duke, and Hahn, a 149 group off the 10th. Completing the third quarter of the draw here. This field of 120. Lingmerth was in that playoff along with Brian Gay, Charles Howell III out in the California desert at the Humana this year, and then tied for second at the Players. I love the way he went after the tournament and tried to grab that signature championship there.
Yeah, and he came into the event having missed 5 straight cuts. Look, he's made $1.3 million. He's 24th with everything else going on, and it's great to see Boo Weekley's win last week at Colonial. That's the 355th win on the PGA Tour by Web.com alumni, and this guy finished 20th on that money list last year to allow him to graduate to the PGA Tour, and it shows the strength of that tour and shows the strength of the players coming off that tour as they are fully prepared to play extremely well on the PGA Tour.
He nearly holed out 16 from the bunker at Sawgrass. Made birdie there, went right at that Sunday hole location, back right at 17, was inside 12 feet for birdie.
I think he pushed it.
A little bit, perhaps.
Doesn't matter, though. He's right of the flag, and he had a great chance to make that putt. And there's so much adrenaline at that point, knowing the magnitude of the event and the atmosphere and the excitement of the iconic island green at TPC's Sawgrass.
Had to hole a 50-footer at 18 to force a playoff. He charged it and ran it about 12 feet by off the green, 3-putted. At that point, he had sacrificed the opportunity to win the tournament. It was costly in terms of the dollars and the FedEx Cup points he coughed up, but never questioned the intent of trying to ram it in there from 50 feet.
Yeah, it's always hard to stomach. The putt was probably about a $300,000 3-putt, but give him credit for giving a chance to try and tie Tiger Woods, who had already posted.
So this one's for 5. There you go.
Yeah, it's smartly done. He did well. What he thought in his mind was the right call to go back to the drop zone, and got it up and down from there for double.
That was the wildest adventure at the 12th we've seen since Nicholas Thompson yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
Who went from the bunker to the water to the drop zone. Lingmerth goes sprinkler head, water, drop zone.
Well, these boys all struggling right now, all out. Well, now it's yep, no, it's still at 2 over, 73 players. So these players all outside the cut line.
Looks like James Hahn will be up first.
The player that won on the Web.com tour, won in Raleigh last year, burst onto the scene with a 4th in Humana and 3rd at AT&T. What did he shoot? A couple of 62s in each of those events, or one in each event?
You heard it, folks. That's the horn. Some dangerous weather activity in the area. Not raining at the moment, but we know there's a storm coming. There's got to be some lightning within a certain range, and when there is, they have to blow the horn. And that's what's happened here. And it is an episode we've come to expect here through the years. It's part of Ohio that's plagued by storms this time of year, and this is no different this season.
Yeah, prior to this, there'd been 37 memorials. There'd been 36 stoppages of play throughout the 37 years. Just, you know, whether it was a slight delay or a, you know, part of a round was suspended. But this time of year, this it seems to happen. You get the storms wandering through, and generally all of them have lightning involved with them.
Only a black cloud such as yourself would bring information like that. 36 stoppages of play in 37 years.
Well, that could be 10 minutes, you know.
Yeah.
It could be 5 hours, but I'm just providing the folks with a little info.
Well, Bill Haas is safely in the house with a 2-shot lead after a sparkling 67 today in the second round of the Memorial Tournament, where they have blown the horn. Just after 2:40 Eastern Time here in Central Ohio. And a few minutes ago, they have blown the horn here for some threatening weather in the area around Muirfield Village. Bill Haas has a 2-shot lead. Could be a short wait. We'll see. Not sure if players have been held in position or not. Take a look at the radar here, see what it looks like. As we look at the leaderboard, Kuchar got in with 70. He's 3 back. Robert Carlson with the 71. Good position to be in the clubhouse safely with 36 holes under their belts.
And it's only early on in the afternoon wave, but very few players under par. Scott Piercy, who shot 66 yesterday, is 2 over through 6. Scott Stallings 2 under through 4. And there's the weather warning sign on many of these leaders board that are located all around the golf course. I love the manned leaders boards done. Watch them. I went out there this morning. They're up there. They have the actual group that's on the hole, and then a lot of the holes they'll have the leaders boards, and they're up there putting the names up, and just has that feel of a major. There's the little touches that Jack Nicklaus and the entire Nicklaus clan and staff have done to create this event as really one of the marquee events in the PGA Tour schedule.
And there are several nods to Augusta all around the golf course and with this tournament.
He's very kind, Mr. Nicklaus, because he makes the caddies wear overalls, but they're just the top. The top. They're not the entire overalls, and the sleeves are short sleeves. So this time of year, get a little sticky as it was in the 90s yesterday. So he's very thoughtful, taking care of both the players with the greatest milkshakes in the world in the clubhouse, and the caddies giving them a little respite with just a short sleeve, short overalls.
Let's send Bill Crouchett over there to grab a few for us during the break. Well, you look at the forecast over the next several hours, there's very little chance of precipitation, so it's a dangerous weather activity in the area that's forced the suspension of play here. So we'll wait it out for now, and in the meantime, let's send you back to a portion of our earlier coverage when we came on the air at 8 a.m. and they were immediately firing at the flagstick here at the 12. Brian Stewart's birdie attempt, just catching the left edge, spinning away. Matt Every now sizing this one up. Every opening with 74, 2 over par on day one.
This putt right here, one is to say bogey. Hit his first ball tee shot in the water, went to the drop zone. Came out, got under par quick on the first 2 holes. Gave him up +1.
72 guys at 1 over or better starting the day, so you'd think the cut would probably stay around, kind of flutter between maybe 1 and 2 over. Kind of got a little blustery yesterday afternoon, so all this entire threesome has some work to do to kind of move in the right direction, get to play on the weekend.
And Kokrak now for the back end of an early birdie here at the 12th.
You know, 157 yards today. Players are going to be going with 9 irons, depending on the wedge, or depending on the wind. Some will go with wedges, but they're just going to pepper this whole location pretty much all day long, unless the wind kicks up again, like Craig was talking about that it did yesterday, and it becomes blustery, and then all of a sudden some of these shots start ballooning up in the air. But again, the ideal shot, 10, 12 feet behind the hole.
Yeah.
Try to drag it back down.
Yeah, yesterday very few were taking dead aim. Today I think everyone. You can just fire it right at it and take that front water out of play, and you might see a few putts from beyond the hole.
So a birdie from Jason Kokrak. We expect to have many today at the par 3 12th. We'll be with you all day long on PGATour.com. For the FedEx Cup, this is Live At. From the Muirfield Village Golf Club, it's the Memorial Tournament presented by Nationwide Insurance. Live At coverage is delivered by FedEx and presented by Southwest Airlines. Day 2 in Dublin, Ohio, second round of the Memorial Tournament. 38th playing of one of the PGA Tour's marquee events. Next group ready to go on the tee here. Robert Carlson, Hat Perez, Kevin Stadler. Carlson had one of the better rounds of the afternoon yesterday. 3 under par 69. Bill Haas shot 68. That was the best number in the afternoon wave, but it will be Stadler first to play here.
Shot 79 yesterday and opened with a bogey at 10 to be 8 over, but came back with a birdie at 11 and a beauty here at 12 right underneath the flagstick.
Another one in there inside 3 feet. 2 in the first 2 groups this morning.
that whole location only 4 paces on, and to keep that short of the flag is quite remarkable.
Tells me somebody shot 79 in the first round.
Got to fire them all. He's going to have to make at least 8 more to, well, 7 more to make the cut.
They are going to crush this whole location today.
Pat Perez level par 72 on day 1.
That little left shoulder issue on this hole yesterday, wincing a little bit. Always very aggressive through the ball. Green's very receptive this morning. I'm sure they applied quite a lot of water. As hot as it was yesterday afternoon and blustery, dried them out a little bit.
Yeah, it was very steamy.
Yeah.
Day's end. Actually saw a couple of putts kind of bobble on the way to the hole, but the golf course just absolutely perfect.
And now Robert Carlson at 3 under par. Again, just 10 birdies made here yesterday, but very juicy hole location and a yardage of 157 according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
Green regulation numbers not good for the year for Robert Carlson. 142nd on tour, averaging a little more than 63%.
Good looking golf swing though.
Tall guy, for a big tall guy, 6'4".
Yeah, look at the arms. Look how low the hands are carried for a guy that's 6'4".
They've done some good work with Mark Blackburn. And that one kind of released forward. 3 good shots from this group.
You put a 9-iron in this guy's hands with no wind, shooting right down the hill, it becomes very gettable.
Charles Schwartzel was the overnight co-leader here after 65. Back live with you. Very calm, still, serene setting here around the 12th. Similar to what we had yesterday morning. Conditions certainly changed in the afternoon. We expect probably the same today.
You can see a little movement in the trees back there, just a little swaying back and forth of some of the leaves.
3 birdie chances upcoming here. Robert Carlson just inside 9 feet.
Not much in this putt. Just kind of inside that left corner.
He's 17 of 17 inside 10 feet. You make 18? Oh, nicely done.
Second birdie of the day here at 12. Jason Kokrak made a 2 in the first group of the day. So this group looking for the hack trick. And this group is one that we're watching. 8:26 a.m. Eastern Time group of Woods, Bradley, and Couples. They're off the 10th tee at 8:26, so we'll see them early in our coverage. 5 groups away, in fact. Here's Pat Perez to move to 1 under.
Going with the Kuchar method.
There's 2. Winner of the Humana Challenge a few years ago.
The first birdie we saw yesterday from DA Points was a chip-in from close to 30 feet. Today, I think we're going to see them come in bunches.
And there's 3. So 4 of the first 6 players have made birdie.
Excuse me, that was Justin Hicks. Thank you very much, Billy Cratchit. But 3 birdies, that's kind of nice. We're going to see some fireworks today at this hole. And
But by day's end, the 12th hole's going to need Visine because it's going to be bloodshot.
Why are they getting after it too early here, Perksy?
Well, I believe you've got some slope back here. So as we've talked about it, you're not affected by this here. This can be very intimidating, obviously, but you can fly it beyond the flagstick and utilize that. And with the greens being receptive this morning, you can take that aim.
And 157, players are going to put a 9-iron in their hand. They're going to have it on a peg. They're going to be able to spin it. You're not going to see the shots. The back bunker, that's not going to be an issue today. Everyone's going to be kind of in this 15-foot circle, half moon, with the hole.
Yeah, I think this is where I'm a dirt. This is where everyone's focusing. They're just firing right at it. Where yesterday they were not. They would keep shooting away from the flagstick, more the center of the green.
Yeah, you have a little room to the left there. Boy, that looks inviting right there. How many birdies? We already have 4.
4 birdies.
Oh, dress it up, boys.
You've been watching coverage from earlier this morning during a very brief weather delay here in the second round of the Memorial Tournament.
Well, there was a small cell that was hovering over Dublin. Kind of scattered thunderstorms in the area. But we've got a live look at James Hahn.
Hahn playing with Ken Duke and Daniel Summerhays. This is the last group off the 10th tee in the early portion of the afternoon wave at 149.
Katie there probably checking the radar just to make sure we're all good. And they pretty much, I'm sure it was such a short delay, they kind of just maybe held in position or went to some shelter. Some of the homes have opened up around the golf course, allowing the players to come in if there is a short delay.
So we'll wait for the horn to signal the official restart here.
Is that an artificial device? Oh, I guess you better, I don't know if you could have that out if he's checking wind direction and stuff once the horn blows. Wardman on the bag there of James Hahn. He worked some years with Camilo Villegas and a few others.
He went through qualifying school himself.
He did. He actually played full-time on the web.com tour 2 years ago. I think he struggled. He probably made 2 or 3 cuts. He was one of the hardest working players, I'd say. He was spent all day out there, and maybe to his detriment. He worked with Sean Foley. Lives in the Orlando area. There's Brett right there. Good guy. Loves the game. Great caddy. You'll like to, sometimes as a player, if you have a caddy on the bag that's that good, when you start to struggle, you're going, man, he's probably thinking, hey, why don't I take over? You start lugging the clubs around.
He was on the bag for Villegas' 2 FedEx Cup playoff wins back in 2008. There we go. James Hahn pulling the club quickly.
Ready to go.
Get rid of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Let's peg it. Get this thing going again.
Fun-loving guy. We had a feature on him a couple of years ago on the web.com with Juan June Lee. It was Han and Juan go nationwide. That was when it was a nationwide tour, and we had all sorts of fun getting insight on these two characters.
I think he appreciates where he is, Craig, at the age of 31. This is a guy who used to do just about anything he could to make ends meet. He sold real estate, he sold shoes. He's done it all.
You know, where was that, at Nordstrom or Neiman Marcus or something? But 157 yards. By the looks of the flagstick at the green, wind laying down around the green. Needs some birdies outside the cut currently. And that's in the air a long time and has flown a long way over the green. That ball probably flew, I'd say, close to 170, maybe even further than that in the air. That was an 8-iron.
Perhaps a little amped up. Get it going here.
Ready to go.
Let's see what Ken Duke dials up at 4 over par.
Well, Ken hits the ball much lower. He had a couple of really good years on the PGA Tour and then fell off. I remember back in 2007 and 2008, he was right around the top 30.
Get there.
Oh, he did. Left to the flagstick. Good shot.
So we'll have our first look at the 16th, last of the par 3s on the course. Scott Brown, winner in Puerto Rico this year, currently at 3 over par.
196, hole location just 4 paces from the right. Good shot. Good shot underneath the flag.
Back to 12. Summer Hayes, 3 over.
Really improved his golf swing. One is an amateur on the web.com tour. Has been working a lot with Grant Waite. One out here, and Grant's from my hometown, New Zealand, won the Kemper in 1993, and kind of his putting really struggled later on in his career, and now doing some coaching.
Back over to 16, Davis Love, level par.
Generally likes to hit the ball left to right. Looks like he's trying to shape it from right to left, and he's left it out. This was the hardest par 3 on the PGA Tour last year, 16th.
Scott Piercy, 4 under par.
2 over on his round today. Kind of stepped through that one, firing it right at the flag. Gorgeous shot.
Brief weather delay of 21 minutes, but we are back in action, and our live coverage continues from Dublin, Ohio. Second shot for James Hahn here at 12. We welcome Bill Kratzert back in.
Hard shot here. Made it look easy, though. It's about as good as you're going to do from that situation.
Hahn trying to recover from a 75 in the opening round. Just 3 holes in to day 2. Summer Haze will be next here. Craig Perks was with us a little bit earlier. He mentioned the Web.com Tour victory for Summer Haze. It came just down the road, the Scarlet and Gray course at Ohio State in Columbus.
Yeah, another amateur that won there, Harris English. And then Henley won in Athens. So three times an amateur has gone on the Web.com Tour and won. It's going to be exciting the end of this year. The finals, the last 4 events, get you into a 4-tournament playoff situation. See who gets their cards, playing privileges for 2014. A lot of players have missed this right. He just joins the list.
That one never had a chance.
This really has been a strange day. You know, I was out there, heard the horn blow, stop play, stay in position, let it go on by. Now we're playing again. It is hot, it is humid, it is windy. It is a very hot wind. Very much like when the PGA Championship was played out in Tulsa. It's just that hot, just like there's no relief.
We got up to 90 degrees yesterday, climbing close to that again today. Duke for birdie. That'll keep the 44-year-old at 4 over par. Winner of the Web.com Tour Championship back in 2011. That at Daniel Island outside of Charleston, South Carolina.
Let's see if Hahn can make it from the front fringe for his par. Really shouldn't have to alter the stroke at all. Yeah. Keeps it just short of that step cut and just pours it straight in. Nice up and down by Hahn.
A very confident stroke too. Keeps him at +3.
His caddy can go in there and play too.
Craig and I were just talking about that. Brett Waldman went through the qualifying school a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Summer Haze for his par. And he stays 3 over as well.
At day's end, that might be the cut. +3.
Think so.
It could be.
Better chance that it goes to 3 than 1, that's for sure.
Correct, yes.
Let's bounce over to 16. You saw the excellent tee shot of Scott Piercy. This one for birdie. And that was to get within 4 of the lead. Canadian Open champion last year, his 2nd title out here. Davis Love made bogey here, and DL3 slips to 1 over. Scott Brown to stay at +3. First-time winner on the PGA Tour, taking the Puerto Rico Open earlier this year. 30-year-old native of Augusta, Georgia. Well, we're back playing again after a very short weather delay here in Ohio.
No, we're on the break. Tell me we're past halfway.
Three-quarters of the way through the draw here on day 2 of the Memorial Tournament. Greg Chalmers, Josh Teeter, Brant Jobe next up on the tee at 12. We also await the arrival of Billy Horschel, Lee Westwood, and Martin Laird to the tee at the par 3 16th. Bill Haas in the clubhouse after a 67 today. And included a bogey at the last. 2 sub-70 rounds for Haas this week.
Yeah, he had a nice little run there on the first 9, the front 9, where he went 2, 3, 3 on 4, 5, and 6. Turns him -4, and other than the bogey at 12 and then the bogey at 18, just a very, very impressive round of golf today.
24 putts to get around for Bill Haas. FedEx Cup champion 2011. And trying to win out here on PGA Tour for the 5th time. Father Jay, of course, the owner of 9 PGA Tour victories. There's Martin Laird, the big hitter from Scotland, champion in San Antonio at the Valero this year.
I think Jay Haas, he's made the most cuts of any player on the PGA Tour.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good nugget. You're going to look that one up to verify it, aren't you?
I am.
Lee Westwood, first appearance here in a decade. Hasn't played since 2003. That was the only time he's teed it up here in Dublin. Lee with a couple birdies on the day to move onto the cut line at +2. And he will be first to play here at 16. .196, the number. Pretty sharp with the irons today, Westwood. He's only missed 1 green thus far.
Excuse me. Almost 600 cuts. 592.
For Jay Haas.
Tom Kite, 590, Raymond Floyd, who was the 2013 Memorial honoree, 583.
Man, that's a career full.
Good start for Lee in this second round. Wind right to left, right front hole location. Ooh, that was dangerously close, but it's okay now.
Westwood aboard, but not after an anxious moment or two. Martin Laird will be next. Birdie 10 and 11 to begin his day. Bogey 13 and 14. Icon Callaway rangefinder confirming the yardage of 196. Billy, I would say Jeff Ogilvy, Martin Laird, probably the two highest ball flights on the PGA Tour.
I haven't seen two players that hit it higher than Ogilvy and Laird. I mean, you're going to be able to watch the way that his eye line goes straight up to the sky. I mean, the bill of his cap is pointing towards the sky. Unbelievable.
Oh.
Look at that. Look how quickly that stopped downwind, or right to left wind, 196 yards. I think it's very hard to judge just how far the ball is traveling, but twice a winner and just a great round of golf in that final round at Valero.
63 there, TPC San Antonio. Billy Horschel, champion in New Orleans, at 1 over par.
Yeah, he's struggling today. A little step back. Is that good? That should be an indication it is. It is. Anytime a player gives it that little quick step back, you know it's good.
Each of those 3 tee shots getting progressively better. Horschel inside his fellow competitors. He's 3 over on the day after a 70 yesterday, looking to get things turned around. Martin Laird played his collegiate golf at Colorado State, but was born over in Scotland.
I was born and raised in Glasgow, Scotland, and looking back on it now, I realise how fortunate I was to grow up in the birthplace of golf. I loved growing up there. I absolutely love Glasgow. It's a really vibrant city. There's lots going on. It's kind of gone from being the old shipbuilding industrial city to kind of now a more artsy, kind of funky city. I still love going back. Golf, it was kind of the thing my dad and I used to do. I had 2 older sisters, and my dad's always been a keen golfer, and I've played ever since I was old enough to stand and swing a club. I'm left-handed, I do everything left-handed. The only thing I do right-handed is play golf. My first ever club was left-handed, but when it came time to get some more clubs, when it was getting a little bigger, my dad couldn't find any left-handed, I guess, and decided to just found some old right-handed ones, and that's something I always joke with my dad about. I always say, just don't know how good I could have been if I stayed left-handed, so who knows, it might have been worse. Played Scotland all through the junior ranks and Scottish schoolboys, but I was never the #1 guy. I was never the star, which was kind of nice because those guys always got a lot of pressure put on them as being the next big thing, and that's kind of continued throughout my career when I came over here, and it was kind of the unknown, went under the radar a little bit, and that's definitely helped me. Wanting to see how far my talent could take me in life, I chose to attend school in the US at Colorado State University on a golf scholarship. Coming from Scotland, I didn't want to go anywhere too warm. Didn't really want to go anywhere I'd be out of my element. I'd never ever been to the US before. Colorado State in Fort Collins, Colorado sounded like a nice fit.
At the Crosswater Club in Sun River, Oregon, Laird won the individual championship in the Mountain West Conference Finals as a sophomore. It was one of 4 wins at Colorado State.
My thought was come over, see if I can get better over 4 years, and if I'm good enough at the end of it, turn pro will do it. And I felt like my game had developed enough over the 4 years, and I thought, why not? Let's go and give it a shot. When I moved to Scottsdale, Arizona, it put me as far away from home as I could be, but it was the perfect location to focus on improving all parts of my game.
Born in Glasgow, Scotland, turned professional in 2004. Martin Laird's first full season on the PGA Tour was 2008, but he didn't play in his native homeland until 2009. That was at the Scottish Open. He shot 65 in the opening round that year to finish 10th. Back to the green at 16, and there's the hole, regulation size. Just like the other 17 out here. Westwood for birdie.
Certainly the short game, the putting, the chipping, everything has improved since Westwood moved the family over to the United States, down in the Jupiter area. Good effort. And he credits the fact that he can get out and play. It's not that you're always working on something, but you're just out there and you're reacting to different situations. A tee shot here, a tee shot there. Whether you play for enough money to get the juices flowing, I think that's kind of beside the point. But you're just out there, you're seeing golf shots. You're just not out on a big range trying to imagine shots. You're out there visually seeing what you need to do, reacting. And then I think that's probably the biggest way that you get, or the largest way you can judge just exactly how you're playing. Sam Snead would play 36 holes a day. He was not a ball beater.
Laird to move to 2 under here.
Nice.
Looks good.
Nice.
Yeah, Westwood had said many times he felt a little rusty at the start of the season after the long winters back home in England when he first came to the States. Different this year, though, for Lee as we move back to 12. Brant Jobe on the tee. He's at -2.
Just feeling it in my back right now. Well, we can wait for this to go by. The pen just flipped around the other way.
I think that was the reason we had the 21-minute delay. The clouds in the background there. But still, the wind, you can see it left to right. Watch out, watch out. Oh, he got a good break. It actually kicked it to the right and back towards the green.
.16, Horschel inside 13 feet for birdie.
Kind of needs it.
Billy's not happy.
Play dips or right. Just play dips or right. Okay.
Back over to 12. Chalmers 2 over par on the cut line. Remember, these guys went off the first tee, so the Aussie 4 under, bogey free through 11 holes today. He's made a big move.
Yeah, and I like this hole location for him with the wind direction. I think he can put it pretty much on that left side of the green, in between the left side and the flagstick, and just gently let it fall left to right.
Yeah.
That's what he had in mind, but it's a little bit deep. Finds the back bunker.
Boy, it was right over the flagstick, too.
Quite a rally from Chalmers after opening with 78 yesterday. A push for the weekend here on day 2. Josh Teeter opened with 67. He's 3 over par in his second round.
Really powerful player. You can see strong left-hand grip. Creates a lot of leverage.
Dropping one in there over the flagstick. Back over to 16. There's Luke Donald. He stands at +1, having birdied 13 and 15.
He's actually aimed a little to the right of the green. Wind brings it back. Very nice shot.
Very acceptable today at 196 yards. Russell Henley just birdied 15 to move to 5 under. He's just 4 off the lead. Already a winner in his rookie season out here.
I think this is a lot of wind to try to hold something up against the wind.
Right at it.
Pretty shot, and that's going to catch the slope and work towards the back of the green, but right at about 40 feet away.
Third member of this group, Brandt Snedeker, really fighting it. Opened with a 72 yesterday, but 5 over in his opening 6 holes today. Triple bogey at 14, another drop shot at 15.
Step on it to get it across. Okay. Yeah, it definitely needs to be held, but it's the right one.
Voice of caddy Scott Vail. May need to step on this one a little bit. Look at this. Snedeker in danger of missing the cut for the 6th time here.
You can see him trying to hold that one off, trying to keep that ball from turning right to left.
And his troubles continue. Finds the water here at 16. Miserable day for Snedeker, champion at Pebble Beach earlier this season.
And that is a water hazard. That means drop zone, or you keep that point between you and the hole. So more than likely he will go up to the drop zone. Wow.
Okay, back to 12. Greg Chalmers usually very nifty around the greens.
Scary bunker shot here. Oh, beautifully played.
How about
2? He is one of the best in professional golf around the greens. Just has that knack for getting the ball close. Take another look at it, and look, just kind of rolls over that left edge. But, and I said it yesterday, he, Jakobsen, Luke Donald, Steve Stricker, all these guys, you can go to the range, you can watch guys hit the ball. Yes, it's impressive, but I think what's really fun is to watch these guys go about their business around the greens, how they get the ball up and down, what they do, what kind of shot they play, what they're thinking. It's all intriguing on how they put a number on the scorecard.
Agreed. Chalmers and Jakobsen in particular, in my opinion, from both sides of the ball, left-hander and a right-hander. It's never pretty, but they're never out of a hole, those two.
Which is surprising that Chalmers shot 78 yesterday, because I thought, you know, you just kind of keep it there and the green's this good, you don't make too many mistakes, he's going to be okay. But
so Teeter, 3 over on the day, but chance for birdie here. 24 feet.
Teeter down the hill. Oh, hang in there, get going. You start walking that fast, you kind of know you left it short.
Yeah, and his reaction tells the story. Had the line, didn't hit it. .34-year-old from Danville, Kentucky. Played his college golf at Morehead State in the Bluegrass State.
You know who else was from Danville, Kentucky?
Russ Cochran?
Louis Dampier.
Former Kentucky Colonels star, the old ABA.
Just thought I'd throw that out.
Yeah, you did. And Brant Jobe just threw that in. Nice three.
Second day in a row, Brant Jobe has gotten it up and down.
Oh, beautiful bunker save for Chalmers, his 23rd on tour, and sand save conversion percentage 63%. That'll help the cause and keep the Aussie at 4 under, bogey free on the day, on the cut line. Wasn't smiling after that 78 yesterday.
Yeah, Snedeker now from the drop zone. You saw the ball hit up near the green, but you can see the yellow line, water hazard. Oh, it's getting ugly now. 5 over through 6. Needs to make that to go 6 over through 7. Brant Snedeker right now is going to be 0 for 6 in making the cut at the Memorial.
Back with you here. Second round coverage from the Memorial Tournament. Live look there at the 12th. Looks relatively calm down at ground level and across the lake there. Those trees are rustling and has been wreaking havoc with the players from this elevated tee box all day long. Brian Davis, Eric Compton, David Hearn. And it will be the Canadian, David Hearn. 3 under par round going for Hearn. -4 for the week, as you see. Tied for 7th on the leaderboard.
Aimed left of the flagstick, trying to let this drift a little bit to the right.
Likes it. So does the crowd.
3:34 in the afternoon. It's hot. It's steamy.
16. Donald for birdie. for his third and 4 holes. Oh, wouldn't let him in.
Ooh, I think he was trying to walk that one in. I think he.
Billy, this was earlier over at 12, remember? Luke's been robbed a couple times today.
Now Brian Davis.
Another good one.
Pretty shot.
Well, they've got it dialed in again here at the 12th. Slew of birdies early this morning.
Okay. Yep.
And a long stretch where we only had a couple. 2 good chances here. Let's see what Eric Compton has in mind. He's 3 over and a shot outside the cut line. Beg your pardon. He's on it because it's just moved to +3.
I didn't think it'd go up that quickly. I thought maybe late in the day it would kind of sneak in and move to 3.
Okay.
3 aboard. Here at 12. David Hearn out in front there. Striding confidently. One of the best rounds of the day going. We go to 16. That's where we catch up with former champion here, Carl Peterson, at -1.
Boy, that is a huge missed club. You know, Carl kind of hits that backdoor cut. The body is well behind the ball at impact and the arms swing way left. Usually when you see guys that fade the ball, they're more on top of it, and the right hip driving just a little bit more. But Carl kind of hits that backside cut.
There's George McNeil. Stands at +2. Birdie and a bogey today for McNeil. Couple of PGA Tour victories.
Watch this golf swing. There is no dropping of the right shoulder. He probably keeps the right side as high in the swing as anybody on tour.
That one's headed for the bunker. Right over the top of the flagstick, though. Aggressive line from McNeil.
How'd you know it was too much club?
I just said headed for the bunker.
How'd you know it was too much club? It's a good call on your part. Very good, Swanee.
You watch 10 hours of golf a day, you pick up a thing or two. Sitting alongside a couple of PGA Tour champions as well. Leishman also +2.
Look at the tree on the left. I mean, that is. Ooh, another gust of wind. Leishman starting this out to the right. Riding the wind. Riding the wind. Ready? Stay there. Don't catch the slope. Not bad.
Back over to 12, and we catch up with Eric Compton. .22.5 feet away. Furthest away of the 3 in this group. All 3 with good looks at birdie here.
Okay. Should move a little bit to the right and then kind of straighten out at the end. Once it starts moving there, just softly. And like most, they've looked for that ball to go back to the left, and it doesn't.
So birdie putts upcoming for Brian Davis and David Hearn here at 12, but we'll shift back to 16. Carl Peterson, long way from the target. Nice touch.
Yep, really good. Trying to judge it going up the hill and then trying to get on this little shelf over on the right-hand side.
16.5 feet for Davis. Hearn just a touch outside of that, so he'll be next here. "33-year-old from Brampton, Ontario. Won in his homeland back in 2004 on the Web.com Tour in Alberta. Got it. Belly putter, split grip, saw grip, got it all going on. But it adds up to 2.
It's at 17. 17 birdies.
18, I believe.
18.
We're climbing to near your 8 a.m. prognostication of 22. You have an innate sense of things such as this, Mr. Kratzer. Did you know we were going to have a 21-minute weather delay as well in the middle of the day?
I was on break.
All right, Brian Davis now. Just outside 16 feet.
Yeah, let's see if we can get to 19 while we're at it.
Yeah, let's grab a couple here.
Okay, 19.
That moves the Englishman into red numbers. Out in 34, back-to-back birdies. Nice little run here for Davis. 5 times a runner-up on the PGA Tour. And cupped it in for his par. George McNeil's tee shot you saw found the bunker earlier. Splashed out to here. About 8 feet for par. Maybe a little outside of that. This is a good range for McNeil this year, from 9 to 10 feet. 68%, 25 for 33. That's 3rd best on the PGA Tour. A little bit of precipitation starting to fall as McNeil strokes another one in from that deadly 9 to 10 foot range this year.
Boy, that was solid.
A bizarre weather day continues. Rain, wind, some lightning in the area, which forced the brief delay. Now the umbrella's popping open once again here in central Ohio. Leishman sizing this one up. Par putt of about 5 feet and change after running his birdie attempt by. And he's got it. Leishman and McNeil at +2. Peterson looking to stay 1 under here.
This would be a nice up and down, Swanee, from over the green, trying to work it back. Then he had to work it up onto this little tabletop on the right-hand portion of the green. Now Carl with maybe just off center right. That's about all that's in this part.
Curls one in.
Like the world's biggest raindrop, isn't it?
The world's biggest raindrops. They are pretty big.
Rolling on here on day 2. Back with more live coverage for you right after this.
Going to let Mr. John Swantek take a little break. Look at the second round leaderboard at the Memorial Tournament. Bill Haas in with that 67 this morning.
Schwartzel he made a bogey, but then has gotten it back. So just as he started the round, is now at -7. But Kuchar playing well this morning, shooting 7. Just saw David Hearn make the birdie at 12. Perksy.
Yeah, very nice. 4 under on his round today.
Russell Henley made the birdie at 12. Scott Stallings continues to play well. And Bubba Watson, 3 under through 8 in this second round, 4 under for the tournament.
Scoring average for the field today, nearly a full 2 shots over par, 73.8. Yesterday it was right at 73. Always a very difficult golf course, Muirfield Village. Justin Hicks, Yo Ishikawa and Roberto Castro have arrived at the 12th tee. Justin even for the tournament. Ishikawa +3 and Roberto Castro 1 under. A strange weather pattern coming through with the 21-minute delay, and now the heavy rain we saw over at the par 3 16th. Now it looks like that little cell has passed and they'll continue to play.
So at 16, it crossed 15, and then it crossed 14. So it just kind of went just a little east of where the 12th hole is.
I believe this man made the first birdie of the day yesterday when he chipped in from the back of the green, Justin Hicks.
When you look at the score on the par threes, he's 2 under on the par threes and 2 under on the par fives, plus 4 on the par fours. Under par on the par threes is, especially with this collection of par threes, is really good, Craig.
Yeah, Justin has had 6 bogeys and a double on the par fours.
9 behind it, so you can hit this thing. They got wind. You can hit this thing.
Jojo
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
Island on the bag. He was on the bag for Boo Weekly for both of his wins at Harbour Town. Justin played the web.com tour last year. Was in that graduating class, finished 11th on the money list. I admired Justin. He went to do the qualifying for the Open Championship, went over and played last year at Royal Lytham St Anne's, and then came right back and played in Columbus the following week on the web.com tour. 9-iron for Justin.
Just what you think. Play a little beyond. It is not a hole that you want to go ahead and take a shot at with this much wind. Now, Lingmerth, +3.
This is on the 16th. Hole location just 4 paces from the right. Tough to get to. And that kind of rode the wind and is going to go all the way over the back of the green. Similar to where we just saw Carl Pedersen get it up and down from. Ishikawa now at the 12th. Right on that cut line, tied for 68th at 3 over. And that one right over the top of the flag.
Yeah, very nice shot. Very calm looking swing.
What do you think?
Cameron Tringali as we move over to the 16th, 196 yards today.
Watch out right.
Yeah, try to kind of hold the face open, cut it back into that right to left wind into the right hole location. And he's overcooked it slightly.
Well, we go from one Georgia Tech guy over to another Georgia Tech guy. Here at the 12th, Roberto Castro.
Even par on his round today, 1 under for the tournament. Lurking just inside the top 30. First memorial appearance for Roberto.
A little bit of an odd setup here. You can see the open alignment with the feet. Just kind of swings the club that way, trying to impart a little left to right spin. Flighted it nicely. Now he's got a wonderful opportunity.
And best shot we've really seen all afternoon. The best shot of the day was the first shot struck at the 12th. Jason Kokrak just inside 3 feet. And head up to the Ricky Barnes, 4 over par for the tournament at the 16th. There's just no margin of error when you start firing at this flagstick, and that will be a very difficult bunker shot. Pitch straight downhill. This hole completely redesigned 3 years ago. Beautiful look at both the par 3s on the back here at Memorial. Live at coverage on PGATour.com will continue. A live look. Justin Hicks with a 35-foot putt down the hill for his birdie.
You can see looking outside left. Just trying to get this right up against the forearm, but a little different method with the left hand low. Then keeps the grip right against that forearm.
Most players coming down the hill there have misjudged the amount of break.
Yeah, I think I've only seen one player miss it on the left-hand side.
Yeah. It's just so fast. These greens 13 plus on the stimp meter. Bent grass. It's a defensive stroke. It's not like you're just kind of wishing it or willing it online. You're Ishikawa now. Putt of about just inside 20 feet. And a lot of putts out here this week.
Okay, you can see he's looking a pretty good bit out to the left.
I like it, just kind of feed it down to the right. He's hit it. It was a good putt. Lacked a little effort. Making less than 15% of the putts from 15 to 20 feet for the young man from Japan. One shot 58 over in Japan to win. I think he's won 6 times over there now. And Roberto Castro, 6 feet 4 inches for the 20th birdie of the day here at the 12th. And just a little too much speed. Roberto, 27-year-old, his second year on the PGA Tour, finished 118th, moneyless last year. Keep his full exempt playing status for 2013. Any of you guys are on Twitter, he's a fun follow. He's a unique individual, covers all boundaries of what's going on in the world. Now Justin Hicks back up the hill to remain even par for the tournament.
Yeah, just don't make this too complicated. It's just dead straight.
Well, he didn't. And he found the bottom of the cup. Michigander will move on over to the 13th tee, and we'll step aside. Live at coverage on PGATour.com. We are back and going to take a live look at our overnight leader, Charles Schwartzel. Bogey at the 4th, but a nice bounce back birdie at the 5th. But coming off a double bogey at the 6th most difficult hole today on the golf course, number 9. So he now falls 4 back of Bill Haas's lead. South African has had a tremendous end of last year, start to this year. I believe there was 2 wins. Both of those were by 21 shots combined at a stretch of 7 tournaments where he didn't finish outside the top 5.
Yeah, he just pummeled the field down in his home country.
Ken Duke over at the 16th. Again, a couple of bogeys on a scorecard at 10 and 14. Birdied the 13th.
Now see, he's got a pretty low ball flight. Now he does move it from left to right, which he would be going back into the wind. You can see the trees in the background. But he's got such a low ball flight that I don't know if it's even going to knock this down. I think it's going to be very difficult for Ken to get the ball close to the hole with this hole location.
74 players at 3 over par, and he is facing the 2nd most difficult hole on the golf course today. 16's only given up 6 birdies. Location 13 on, just 4 from the right.
See, that's just a hard shot for him with that right to left wind. Hole location more towards the front.
Stand still, please.
10th player to find a bunker at the 16th today. Only 2 have got them up and down. Daniel Summerhays will be next to attempt to try and get after this flagstick. He's also 4 over par. 74 players at 3 over or better. Set up on the right side of the tee, maybe just trying to cut it from left to right. Dangerous shot with water left.
Oh, wow. Really wind?
And that's where that ball will finish. That is now the 11th tee shot in the water at the 16th today. 8 balls in the water yesterday. Just 51% of the field hitting this green in regulation. And I want to reiterate this. This was the hardest par 3 on the PGA Tour last year. It's an absolute bear. Played 174 yards yesterday. Now an extra 22 yards longer today. James Hahn, 6 over par.
Well, didn't 16, 17, and 18 play as the 3 hardest finishing holes on the PGA Tour?
Toughest stretch, yes. Even tougher than the Players' Championship, tougher than the Green Mile in Charlotte. Ball starting to the right, maybe trying to turn it.
That was a good looking golf swing, though.
He does have a good golf swing. And
that was maybe a yard for being okay.
Yeah, unfortunate bounce. Catch that front right bunker. Well, Billy, you alluded to it just moments ago. Look at that, nearly a full shot over par, finishing 3 holes. I talked about Quail Hollow and Charlotte, East Lake Tour Championship, Augusta National 16, 17, 18. And what do they call that? The Snake Pit down at
they do
Tarpon Springs at Innisbrook.
Yeah, there's a lot of coughing up down there. 16th hole, that little dog leg to the right. You kind of drive it over the corner, water to the right. 17th hole's a hard par 3 down there at the Copperhead. And then 18, which I think is a pretty straightforward hole. But Muirfield Village, the 16th hole is just...
That's majors and everything. You look at the Olympic and Kiwa Island. And really, Muirfield Village, all 18 holes, was the 3rd toughest course on the tour that's non-majors. So it doesn't matter if it's 16, doesn't matter if it's 12, 16, 17, 18. The whole golf course is fair, very difficult.
Yeah, and you look at the par threes, you know, the toughest par threes. Number 12, that's always a difficult hole at Pebble Beach. Congressional, 2nd hole. That plays uphill, always tough to get it close. And then number 3 at the Olympic Club, that was just a monster.
Well, Daniel Hayes, after hitting his tee shot in the water, has elected to go to the drop zone. Forward tee. Up there's probably close to 100 yards to the flag. Got to come up and over the edge of the bunker. And not a good one for Daniel. Already 2 over on his round today. Shot 74 yesterday, and things are getting tougher out here at Muirfield Village as the wind picks up. A few squalls running through the Dublin, Columbus area. Bill Haas is sitting comfortably in his hotel room, maybe watching the coverage, maybe just resting and relaxing. Matt Kuchar, brilliant 70 as well this morning. He's 3 back. David Hearn, 4 under on his round today. And look at the group of J.J. Henry, Mark Wilson, and Justin Leonard will be next to the tee.
J.J. Henry,
yeah, tough.
Got the right wheel. Looked like the right knee was giving him a little trouble.
Well, J.J. coming off his home major. Well, he plays the Travelers, is where he's originally from in Connecticut, now lives in Fort Worth. So last week at Colonial, he was happy to be sleeping in his own bed playing a huge event on his yearly calendar. JJ.
Is he a member there?
I know his caddy is. His caddy is one. No, that's Ryan Palmer. Excuse me.
Palmer's caddy.
Yep. I'm sure he is. He's either got to be a member there, and Shady Oaks is close by. When I played Colonial a few years ago, I got a chance to go to Shady Oaks, play the little 9, wander around there where Mr. Hogan used to just hit balls all the time.
10 behind it.
That's 70.
So 70 back edge if we tack on about 5 for hurt. You know, it might not be that much hurt, but
yeah,
60 shot is safe.
So what's the current thing?
54.
Well, with the downhill?
Including the downhill. Left to right wind, maybe a little in. So, it is. Yep. No, it's not.
The voice of Chris,
155,
Chris P.
shot.
Jones. They call him Crispy. There of Mark Wilson. 8-9, the right club for Mark. He's also 4 over par.
No, it's not.
The voice of Chris P.
shot.
Jones. They call him Crispy. There of Mark Wilson. 8-9, the right club for Mark. He's also 4 over par. 5 over on the par 3s this week.
I'm wondering if he's got the 7 iron out.
That's a lot of club for 157 yards. Whatever it was the right one. Get it, take the water out of play, get it beyond the flagstick. And we'll head up to the 16th and Ken Duke.
Yeah, hard bunker shot here. Everything works away from him. Very good.
Yeah, get it inside 6 feet. That's very well done. And we'll quickly head back to TCU grad, J.J. Henry.
He starts it right at the flag. Bringing it in right to left.
Maybe flew it just a little too far over that little ridge. did some work for a little while with the stack and tilt boys. Now James Hahn in that front bunker where Ken Duke was. Can he replicate that one? No, he didn't. Oh, beautiful shot. Get it inside 3 feet there. That's a fantastic shot. Now Justin Leonard. Kind of a low ball hit up in around a long time, eyeing it. Probably expected to be a little bit back into the wind, and it's flowing over the green. We've seen a number of balls there. That's where the players will walk off, kind of trample down. Can the savvy veteran handle the chip? We'll check it out when we come right back.
Just a moment ago from behind the green at the 12th, this was Justin Leonard.
Ball sitting nicely. Just pop it out and let it release down to the flag. Always had a very good short game. And very nice play, left it underneath the hole, putt straight back up the hill. It's a good one from Justin.
Now back live, and J.J. Henry from 27 feet away for birdie.
Well, he hasn't made a birdie today, but he's made an eagle at the 5th. Throw in 3 bogeys, and lurking right around even par 1 over for the championship.
How about J.J. eagling the 5th both days this week?
Yeah, how about that? He's only made 1 birdie all week, but 2 eagles. Come on now, J.J. We need to get to 20. We need to get to 22 to make Billy Kratz the profit that he is. Not going to turn that much, I'm afraid to say.
Tap in par for Henry. One of the many players out here who anchors. There's a good look.
Clearly he anchors right in the sternum, keeping the butt end of the club in the same spot, and just the pendulum stroke.
Mark Wilson for birdie to get back to +3.
did get confirmation, hit the 7-iron there beyond the flag. This would also be for his first birdie of the day. Usually dominates out on the west coast, but this year he missed 3 cuts. Out there just 11th at the Hyundai Tournament Champions, and just 1 top 10. That was at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Long, tough golf course at Bay Hill, and the diminutive one was able to play very well there. Good man who still lives in the Chicago area.
Leonard to stay +2.
4 over his last 4 holes, so he's got to stop the bleeding. This would be a good save if he could make it, and he does. Just work cut out to. He's inside the cut line right now, but not feeling good about his game, being 4 over par today.
Justin Leonard, his wife Amanda, the parents of 4 young children.
I saw them all when I was working the event in Hilton Head, Harbour Town. Amanda was in a restaurant and I happened to bump in there.
Very busy household back home in Dallas. And coming up this Sunday on CBS Sports, the network will pay special tribute to dads of the PGA Tour in conjunction with PGA Tour Entertainment, presenting PGA Tour 2013 Golf's Dads, presented by Dove Men Plus Care, airing Sunday, June 2nd, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS. Stories of Phil Mickelson, his dad, Earl and Tiger Woods, the Els family, the Appleby family, the Kuchar family, all featured as well. Sunday, 1:30 Eastern on CBS. Big crowds all around the golf course each and every year here at the Memorial. Undeterred by the brief weather delay we had, about 21 minutes earlier today.
It's breezy out there. It was quite stifling yesterday at the over the 90-degree mark, but the breeze is comfortable. Great viewing points around this golf course. That's right of the water at number 12. And what do you call it? The mezzanine level over there on that house?
Sure, yeah. Party time on the deck up there.
Sure. Still looking for the invite.
Well, here's one of the groups we're watching. Off at 1:16 Eastern Time. McIlroy, Bubba, and Justin Rose.
McIlroy really struggled. He shot 71, 79 last year to miss the cut. Shot 78 yesterday. He's fighting back. Told Mr. Nicholas after the round, it's basically just in my head. Really fighting some demons. Felt like he was coming in here playing extremely well. And although he did miss the cut at Wentworth last week, as did a number of very, very high level players. Poulter, Donald, McDowell, all sent packing.
Yeah, Rory's fighting back. He's at +4, just a shot outside the cut line. So that's one of the groups we're watching. Bubba Watson, 3 under on the day, 4 under for the tournament as we step outside the ropes with the Masters champion.
From Baghdad, Florida, Bubba Watson.
'79 Sky Blue 300 diesel Mercedes-Benz. That's what I had. Yeah, it was pretty funny. My manager / agent, he told me that I need to get on Twitter. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. So during the winter, I said, you know what, I'll do it. Why not do it? I'll just see what it's like. He said, just try it for a little bit. So I did it. Then it just started becoming fun. You know, the friends started making dumb videos. And then, you know, when you start getting followers and they're asking questions and asking what you're doing, it's easy to answer them. And it's hard at a golf tournament to talk to your fans. And so on Twitter, it's easier just to shoot them a 1 or 2 word answer and then make some dumb videos and make them laugh. It's just fun. You know, it's quiet. Nobody cares about how you play golf. We're just out here having fun.
This is how you wake surf. That's not how you wake surf.
All the boats out here, you can fish, you can play on the lake, you go swimming. You know, you get to take the boat out, go wakeboarding, wake surfing. The jet skis are the most fun because you can just go 70 miles an hour straight away.
That's how you go stepping.
I have a few in mind because my wife played professional basketball in France and Italy. But me and my wife got to sit in Phoenix, the final game last year when the Phoenix Mercury won. We were sitting courtside right next to Larry Fitzgerald when they won. And so it was a big thrill. Angie got to watch her lady friends play, you know, in the WNBA, and I got to watch a great sporting event in my city that I live at win a championship. Play video games. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2 right now because it's the newest one. I play online with everybody and talk trash with everybody.
Look at my, it's Ricky Fowler. Hey, Ricky.
I like to do all the crazy stuff that he does. He doesn't drink, I don't drink. You know, our beliefs are the same. We both are on Twitter, so we both were talking about that, and we shoot dumb videos together.
Hey, Ricky Fowler, you called me out a couple weeks ago. I've been practicing. Hey, whoa, whoa!
It's just a friendship that started randomly somehow because we were doing an outing together, and then we rode a plane together for 5 hours, become friends pretty quick.
I gotta go.
We like to poke fun of each other.
Ricky, why are you pants so high? Why are you laughing at me?
I bought a flat brim hat yesterday and I said I look like Ricky. So just making fun of each other. I'd be a basketball player on a church league because I'm not good enough to play anywhere else. I had to be truthful. I'm not good enough to play anywhere else. Church league be it. I never use training aids. I don't believe in training aids. It takes the feel out of the game. But at Bob Hope, because of the rain, I couldn't putt. So we went and bought one of those little putting mats, like just straight away, like I guess like a 7-footer that returns the ball to you. And so that's the only training aid I got. Best golf tip I ever got. Never get a lesson and have fun with it and learn it yourself.
Never had a formal lesson. Greg Brooks is a bit of an artist the way he plays the game.
He is. He's an absolute character. And why wouldn't you? The way he plays, the way he just demolishes golf courses. And I think golf is far more of an art than it is a science. And that's how he plays. And he's a major champion and can't fault him for anything that he does.
And he and Fowler are a couple of meatballs, aren't they? The scooter off the diving board, really?
They're in the Golf Boys video 2.0. That's my favorite rap song of all time.
It's on the iPod?
Led by Ben. It's the only song on there. It's still on the cassette player. Led by Ben Crane, and obviously Hunter Mahan is in there as well.
There's our next threesome on the tee here at the 12th. Michael Thompson, KJ Choi, Mike Weir.
The word on the street is, Mr. Swantek, that there are no equipment trucks here this week, so KJ Choi went to Golf Galaxy and picked up a set of Mizunos, just right off the rack.
Come on.
I can see you do that with a putter maybe or a wedge, but he got the whole set and he's got them in play, and currently 1 under par, so they must be working nicely.
Weir first up. Mike's at +2. Looking to get to the weekend again here.
Yeah, got off to a nice start today, birdie 2 and 3, and then the rudder was out, bogeying 9 and 10, but a nice bounce back birdie at 11. Greens and regulation good. Today, he missed 9 greens yesterday, but only 3 today. Some difficult conditions. He's been 43-year-old's been besieged with injuries and 8 PGA Tour victories, but not the last one coming in 2007. Flies. Aiming quite a way left. Trying to turn it from left to right. A hook for a left-hander. It's precisely what he's trying to do. He's trying to kind of ride the wind a little bit, and I've seen a number of players along there. He's had success here, finished second a few years ago, and that has nestled down.
Here's KJ, one of the past champions in the field. At -1. 1 under par for his second round after 72 yesterday.
And he shot 17 under par that year, 2007, when KJ won. Remember the record, Tom Lehman, 20 under, 268. KJ working with Steve Bann, the Australian. Some nice work. Dale Lynch have done some good work with a lot of players. He's only missed 3 greens today. Fortuitous bounce.
Yeah, his patent shot's a high fade. And that's exactly what he dialed up there. Let's go over to 16. Josh Teeter, level par.
I like this on the very left-hand side of the tee, kind of get a better angle to that right hole location. And he's just going left as well. Fortunate to carry it over the water all the way to the back of the green and up against the primary cut of rough. Quite difficult to judge lengthy shot.
Honda Classic champion Michael Thompson.
Out of the University of Alabama, very strong left hand. Generally likes to hook the ball, set up left of the flag. Took it outside, maybe just trying to hit the nice cut and holding it off. He likes it, but he knew it. Flew a little too far. Back bunker.
Back over at 16. Greg Chalmers was fighting back toward the cut line, but bogeyed 13 and just doubled 15. Now he needs a couple birdies in the final 3 holes.
Well, he's hit a good shot, but you can see the green's really starting to firm up with these breezy conditions.
Back with more second round Memorial Tournament coverage on PGATour.com. Michael Thompson, back bunker. This just a few seconds ago.
Hangs back, trying to loft it way up in the air. That's a good shot. It's gone beyond the flag. We're putting straight back up the hill. Haven't seen too many better from that back bunker.
Live, Mike Weir playing quickly from a clumpy lie over there.
And still not a very good effort there from Mike Weir. Plenty of green to work with, but it's just the ball will come out inconsistently. He's always certainly had great touch around the greens. And this year he's in the top 60 on tour, getting it up and down more than 60% of the time.
Quality tee shot from KJ Choi inside 16 feet. And a chance for the Korean to move to -2. 29 putts to get around yesterday, 18 to this point.
15 to 20 feet for the year. 9 of 59, 15%. Not a lot in this putt, just maybe just outside left edge. One with as pure as these surfaces are that you're probably expecting to make. Tell you what, if that had a couple more rolls in it, might have snuck in the left edge. Still in red numbers and inside the top 30. This course continues to play more difficultly this afternoon. Scoring average for the entire field more than 2 shots over par.
And it's left KJ shaking his head a little bit here.
Well, he knew it was a golden opportunity in this. They come few and far between.
We're just a touch outside 10 feet here. Mike had lost his fully exempt status off those 2 injury-plagued seasons, so he had to burn a top 25 career money list exemption this year. One-time usage.
He's had all sorts of partial ligament tear in his right elbow, and kind of came back a little early and made compensations in his golf swing. And poor Chip, can he make the putt? He can indeed. So it's a 3 on the card. Obviously a lot of Canadians in the Columbus area cheering him on.
Yeah, we heard a rousing ovation for David Hearn earlier.
Absolutely.
Most Canadians like the warm weather climates like Ohio this time of year. Excellent putter here, Michael Thompson, just about 8 feet.
Did he miss one inside 10 feet for the week? 23 of 24. Great putt, just had fractionally too much speed. The guys that are this confident and this good a putters, and he carries the left hand quite strong as well, and he just kind of powered it through the break. It's kind of the way that Tom Watson used to putt, just hammer him in there, not afraid of these ones coming back. You get later on in your career, then you miss a couple of these, then you get a little bit more timid. Still, it's a tricky 3-footer. Save his bogey.
That'll drop Thompson back to level par. Back-to-back bogeys. He's trying to hold it together here, Perkson.
Yeah. Well, I've got a feeling that cut may jump to only 71 guys now at 3 over. So, for all intents and purposes, it's going to go to 4.
Oh, three of the prettiest swings you'll ever see in this next group. Ernie Els, Charles Schwartzel, and Adam Scott. This will be a clinic here. Ernie first to play. There's the cut line. +3 for now.
Very solid round of golf for Big Easy. He has had 9 pars and 2 birdies, coming off birdies at 10 and 11. The tempo has always been quite remarkable. I shut that one off a little bit, flighting it down, going left and a little long into that back bunker. Just saw Michael Thompson.
Let's go to 16. Chalmers for birdie, and he needs one at +5.
And there's some slope here that he'll certainly kick it to the right. And kind of wanders back left at the end.
Well, he was cruising along through 12 holes. We saw him make a beautiful up and down at the par 3, but the wheels have come off Chalmers' round as we bounce back to the first of the par 3s on the backside.
You could say the same thing about this man. He was even par through 8 holes on the round, double at 9, bogey at 10. But as all great players do, they find a way to bounce back. Nice birdie at 11. Still 2 over on the round, 5 under on the tournament, 4 back of Bill Haas, our leader.
There's the scorecard for Schwartzel. Made 10 birdies yesterday.
You hate to see those double squares. They just drive you nuts. Make a bogey, you can make a birdie and take care of that. Double needs a couple. This one going left as well. Just left to the flagship. Beautiful shot. That was nice. That was fancy. Kind of turned it into the wind coming from the left.
Adam Scott will be next. He stands at 1 over par. Struck a beautiful shot in here yesterday to a treacherous hole location and made birdie. Tied for 4th in 06.
Just the 7th event of the year. Talk about semi-retirement for Steve Stricker. This guy has just reduced his schedule, wants to be completely and 100% ready, and obviously with the Masters win, it's working. I just marvel at the golf swing. Everything is spot on. Club face square, body rotation. In my opinion, it's the best on tour. Norman even said after the Masters he's the best driver in golf, probably better than he was when he was in his prime.
Back with these 3 major champions when we come back. Ernie Els, one of the best bunker players in the world. Here at 12.
Test all his skill here. Came out a little low and hot. Very little spin.
#16, Brian Davis on the tee.
Another one electing to left-hand side of the tee, take it at the right bunker, turn it back to the flag. Oh, gorgeous shot. Right over the flag, and very unlucky. Although the ball's sitting nicely, that'll be a treacherous chip down the hill very quick.
A few dark clouds hanging overhead. We saw in that wide shot there as Els, Schwartzel, and Scott go to work here at 12. There's a look. It's been a bizarre weather day. We've seen a little bit of everything, including a short delay between 2:40 and 3:15. And some lightning in the area. Enough to blow the horn, keep the players in position, and suspend play for 21 minutes.
Wow, Adam Scott bringing in Steve Williams. He did it on the first playoff hole, the Masters, to give him the greatest read of his life, he said. Steve Williams, when he went back to New Zealand.
It was dark out there. I don't think they could have gone another hole.
No, I talked to the CBS cameraman and they said that was it. They were done.
So Stevie exercising his veto power in Augusta there.
Yes. Adam thought it broke a little less, and Steve said no, it's a couple of cups out on the right. But he loves this read. Down the hill there is some influence from the slope right here, but as everyone's been fooled, they all expect to go left more at the end, and it just won't. But from that distance, just inside 40 feet, that was a very nice touch.
And it'll keep Scotty at +1. Another look. We've seen this reaction a lot. No, it's not supposed to go that way.
Yeah, they had it read like it would go back left at the end, and maybe they're both a little fooled. Excuse me.
And he will play the New Zealand Open in your home country, Mr. Perks. That was the deal, Steve Williams said. We won a major, you're coming to New Zealand.
He's going to go, I believe, to Paraparaumu, which is where Tiger played in 2001. Great little link-style course down in the southern tip of the North Island. Here's the belly wedge from Ernie Els. Hopped. And a little too much enthusiasm on that one. Watch this ball hop. Belly this in kind of the equator of the ball. Get some overspin on it. And the reason you use that club is because it's very difficult to get a putter down onto the ball with that step cut of rough behind the ball.
Schwartzel, 11.5 feet here. The man who birdied the final 4 holes to claim the green jacket 2011. 19 putts through his first 11 holes today.
Only had 28 yesterday with those 10 birdies. Said if you had 20 putted the way he did yesterday at Byron Nelson, you would have blown the field away, finished 3rd there.
He started to walk it in, but it just singed the right edge.
Start to see a little bit of the frustration. There's not one PGA Tour since the major.
And this one's not dead yet. Ernie for his 4.
Cut across it, got it moving from left to right. sure. Look at that now with the weather. Very dark.
Ominous setting, and the distance is McIlroy. Pegs it here at 12.
Four birdies on the round for Rory, just one lone bogey and now inside the cut. Going a little left, trying to get the wind to pull it back, and we've seen it all day. Flowing long.
Oh, great look at the lie there behind the green. McIlroy. Been a nice fight back today for Rory after an ugly 76 yesterday.
Field just hitting the screen 53% of the time. There's the siren for suspension of play.
All right, just about 4:50 local time here.
This might be a while. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it'll be the 21-minute delay that we had a couple of hours ago.
So the horn is blown here for the second time, suspending play.
37 years. What is that now?
37.
37 suspensions of play.
So Justin Rose, Bubba Watson, Rory McIlroy will scurry off the tee here at 12. Bill Haas feeling pretty good about things in the clubhouse with a 2-shot lead after a 67 today. Second suspension. They just blew the horn at 4:50 Eastern time here in Central Ohio, and it's a good thing because less than 10 minutes from now, Craig Perks.
Yeah, there is a tweet out there from someone in the media that in the media 10 officials are saying wind 5 mile an hour coming at around 5 o'clock. So if you're on the golf course, move.
Dangerous weather. Camilo Villegas, an all-international.
Fescue mix around the greens. You know, you get slightly just over the green and that thick stuff, it sits down and as firm as fast they are with a little pitch in the green.
But I'm saying with the birdie output, if you can hit 12 greens, you're going to have probably six really good opportunities. And as good as the greens are, you can make them. It's just that you need to be able to avoid the bogey when you do miss it in that little.
What Mr. Hogan said, it's not how good your good ones are, it's how good your bad ones are. And that's certainly exacerbated around here.
35-year-old Argentine Fabian Gomez at 3 over par.
He's looking up and down the flagstick as well. Oh, another beauty.
This is like batting practice.
22.
Right now.
You may have that by this first wave of players off the 10th tee. Walk back and do its ball mark. You mark that, you move it away, you repair the ball mark, and then you put the coin back.
There's Villegas, -1. Finished outside the top 125 on the money list last year.
Looks like he delivered the club a little late there.
Yeah, needs to get up. And it did. It looked like he was absolutely hammering the wedge there.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's where he gets in a little bit of trouble. A lot of lateral shift to the left, and when the body moves, the club kind of hangs back, and a little bit of catch up there.
But I think with this whole location, it gives the player the opportunity to go ahead and hit something hard. Yesterday, I felt like all the players were trying to take something off, trying to flight it, trying to keep it out of the wind and work it over to that right hole location. Today, it's put it on the peg, and it's either a 9-iron or the wedge.
Sung Yul No, 21-year-old Korean, well outside the early projected cut line after a 78 yesterday. That's a bad miss.
Tour back there. You know, they played their flagship event last week. So making that trip from Wentworth over here, and it's American style golf course. It certainly is, and it's very, very difficult. It's one you need a lot of experience. Guys have played, I think this is Fred Couples' 23rd time around here, and he's only had one victory, you know, and apart from Tiger, who's won 5 times, and Kenny Perry's won 3, no other player's won more than twice.
Pretty decent lie right there. That's a lot better than I thought he was going to get.
Beautifully played shot from Sung Yul No. Terrific. He'll escape with a par. He's going to need birdies today. Early cut line set at 1 over par. The young Korean at +6 right now.
Now take another look at it. Watch how quickly the club just slides underneath the ball. I mean, the club head was gone before the ball even got over the surface of the green.
Tremendous technique. It was great. He held the face open, but a lot of that was indicative of the lie. It was a pretty good lie. And you talked about everyone's walking off the green there, and he was able to get the club underneath it and get some loft on it and have the ball landing softly.
About 7 feet for birdie here for Villegas.
Just missed once. Inside 10 feet, 15 of 16 for the week.
We got another one. Did not record a single top 10 last season in 21 starts. Failed to make the FedEx Cup playoffs. Of course, he won a couple of playoff events back in 2008.
Yeah, the last victory, what, 2010, the Honda. And I think he would admit that he began to overtrain. And Billy, you talked about it yesterday. He was jumping on that bike, and it was a nice release from his riding 50, 60, 70, 80 miles a day. And that's certainly a lot of wear and tear in the hips and the lower back. And this is your job. That, you know, if you're passionate about doing something, you don't want it to affect your job. And I think the bike riding was doing that.
Fabian Gomez, third closest tee shot of the day here. 35-year-old from Argentina, winner on the Web.com tour. Down in your country,
He certainly did. He shot 64 the last day when no one else broke 70, I believe, or maybe 69 was in some very windy conditions.
Birdie number 6 on the day.
That is 6 birdies through nine players. That's a pretty good average, I would say.
A good start for Gomez. Birdies at 11 and 12 to get back to +2. Edge a little closer to the cut line. Zach Johnson, Henrik Stenson, Robert Allenby. Next group through here at the 12th. 15 minutes into our second suspension of play here in the second round of the Memorial Tournament. Play was halted earlier today for 21 minutes, as you see. And the rain is really starting to come down here as players were called off the course just before 4:50 local time. Take a look at the radar here, Craig Perks. We knew this was coming eventually today.
There is the spot shadow on the Memorial, and that's a nasty cell coming right through there.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Back to the Weather Center for you. And back to golf from earlier today for you. And we want to remind you that CBS Sports, in conjunction with PGA Tour Entertainment, will pay special tribute to dads tomorrow, Saturday, June 2nd. PGA Tour 2013 Golf's Dads, presented by Dove Men Plus Care. We'll delve into the special relationships between PGA Tour players and their fathers and their sons through the years. The story of Davis Love III. Also Phil Mickelson, who learned the game from his dad, will be part of this special. A feature on Earl and Tiger Woods, Ernie Els and his son Ben, the Applebys, Stewart and his dad Malcolm, Matt Kuchar and his family as well. Produced by PGA Tour Entertainment in high definition. PGA Tour 2013 Golf's Dads. That is Sunday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Nine players have come through. 6 have made a deuce. Toughest hole in the golf course yesterday, 3.35 scoring average. They're tearing it up here in the early going today.
Well, benign conditions, receptive greens, and these guys are not intimidated by that front left hole location as they were with the back right.
So Zach Johnson, Henrik Stenson, Robert Allenby are next. Then Ricky Fowler's group, along with John Hahn, Bryce Mulder. Then we'll see Matt Kuchar playing with Webb Simpson and Hunter Mahan. And Fred Couples, Keegan Bradley, Tiger Woods. The next 4 groups coming through here early in our coverage at the 12th. Woods opening with 71 yesterday in his early quest for a 6th title here. There's the group on the tee. Stenson's got it going as his exceptional year continues. Just made eagle over there at 11 to move to -3.
Well, it's been a remarkable turnaround for Henrik. 2nd in Houston, 5th the players. But the thing that blew me away, and you pointed this out to me, Bill Kratz, 1st in total driving, 1st in ball striking, 1st in greens and regulation. And he was at one point, he was really, really struggling to find the planet with
200
off the tee.
World golf ranking somewhere around 238, 239.
Yep.
It just went completely off the radar. And to come back, very few can do that. Steve Stricker obviously did it. Lee Westwood has done it. Stenson has done it. It's very hard to do, and when you're a world-class player and you kind of lose the game that you possessed, and then you have to go all the way back and regain what you had. It's a tough proposition because you really have to go in there and dig it out.
Yeah.
And hats off to Stenson because he's done a marvelous job.
From outside the top 200, as you said, he's now 34th in the
34th
official world golf rankings. And
yeah, that runner-up finish at Houston got him back into the Masters.
Yeah, and then played extremely well at the Players Championship, where he finished 5th, past champion there, 2009.
Maybe just a little breeze has kicked up. This should just be a wedge for Stenson.
Well, southwest wind should be basically just left, right, maybe a slight hindrance.
Down the hill. effective yardage probably somewhere around that 148. Well, he covers the ball so well.
And he's got the old Arnica, falls on the front left side of the green, but he's got that Arnica Sorenstam head turn as well. Gets the head start, the eyes nearly looking down the fairway before the ball's even struck, but that helps getting that rotation through the ball and posting up onto that left side.
Similar move that we saw from David Duval at the height of his powers.
Absolutely. And Zach Johnson has a little bit of that in his golf swing.
I'll tell you another guy who has it. You wouldn't know it. Dustin Johnson.
Zach anytime, +1 here.
Anytime you have a player that has a strong left hand, you'll see that head kind of go a little bit sooner just to kind of maintain.
That's a huge miss from a Masters champion. That's what is that, 50, 60 feet left of the flag with a 9-iron, and he can move those short irons right to left. So that was not a good one. It's been a real struggle for Zach. Just one top 10 this year, and that happened to be last week at Colonial where he's won twice.
Yeah. Trying to go back to back. I just think he's kind of hanging back on it. He's always had a great rotation through the ball. Like this man right here, Allenby, and you talk about struggling. He's only made a couple of cuts this year in 15 tournaments.
Yeah.
Here's a guy that, boy, I just think when you put an iron in his hand, everything is very simple. But you can see that the lower half of the body does not turn as much as it used to.
Best of the three from Allenby, who shot 74 yesterday and began his day with a bogey at the 10th. He's a 3 over, but will have a birdie chance when we come back. Live coverage of the second round of the Memorial continues. Zach Johnson looks like a deep lie. Looks like that one settled down in there.
Yeah, you can see how much weight is on that front leg. Tries to drop it just right on the fringe. Does a nice job of that. Let it release out.
That was a beautiful shot. Really, really good. Landed it in the fringe, then on the green, and let it release down the He was only 3 for 7 scrambling for the week. That was probably one of the most difficult ones he had. We saw him at 16 yesterday. Just barely missed the green, and he flubbed the chip down the hill.
Second for Stenson, just missing the green left.
Actually, interesting choice right here. Just kind of flops it up in the air. A lot of guys who just kind of keep it down, keep it close to the ground.
Craig mentioned his Players Championship in 2009, won the match play in 07. He struggled so much the last couple of years. We forget the signature victories that he has put on the board during that stretch. One of the best in the world for about 3 to 4 years there.
I had Nick Faldo's caddy on the bag for a long time, Fanny Sunnison, who is now more of a mentor to the German team. Has been helping Martin Keimer out a little bit. What a wealth of knowledge that lady was.
There's the story of Allenby's season. Dismal. Just 2 made cuts and 15 starts. And grinding once again here on Friday. 2 shots outside the number here.
You know, this is the part of the game that has let him down. Usually a really good ball striker.
Birdie number 7 on the day.
Nice to see him make a putt.
Well, prior to that putt from 10 to 15 feet, he was 25 of 95 for the year. So, you know, when you seemingly have, you know, a disastrous year, it's like he's a good ball striker. You have so many opportunities, you just can't make him, and it becomes so frustrating, and then puts so much more pressure on the long game.
A couple of par attempts upcoming for Zach Johnson and Stenson.
Boy, you talk about locking everything in. Wrists, shoulders, a little bit of a pull there.
3 straight pars to begin the day for the man from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 9 victories on the PGA Tour, the green jacket in 07.
He's part of that Sea Island contingent.
What a beautiful no, I know that's Georgia, but the low country, South Carolina, Georgia, that's a beautiful part of the world.
Pretty special.
Yep.
Stenson to stay -3. That's tied for 10th. 4 off the lead. No problem. Eagle at 11 and an up and down for par here at 12. Ricky Fowler, John Hubb, Bryce Boulder next on the tee here at the 12th. About 30 minutes into our second weather delay of the day. Play suspended here at the Memorial Tournament for a second time. Although the rain looks like it has tapered off a bit. We'll check in, take a look at the radar, see what's happening in and around Columbus, Ohio, and the Dublin area here at the Memorial Tournament.
This is right in Dublin, so that as it continues to go on by, they were now predicting 60-mile-an-hour winds from some of the people near and dear to the people that the weather forecasters here at Memorial.
Right in the middle of a big cell and another one right behind it. We send you back once more as we waited out to golf from earlier today. Look from behind the green here at the 12th. Off in the distance. 157 yards away from the flag right there. You will find Ricky Fowler, John Ha, and Bryce Mulder. Fowler at level par. Yeah, that's what I thought. Could almost detect the color from from the green there.
I say he hits it within 5 feet.
Greens in regulation down this year for Ricky. 135th on tour. Doesn't like it.
Yeah, big full swing with the 9-iron from 157. And he missed the green by 5 feet.
Wow. That's a bad miss.
Looked like there were a couple of extra waggles there.
Yeah, that one
extra.
last waggle where he kind of took it.
So maybe just wasn't
halfway back.
From a mental standpoint, wasn't quite committed.
He's actually, I think, trying to take a little bit of that laying the shaft down out of the golf swing.
There's Bryce Mulder.
Just a little unusual.
No tee.
Just going to put it right on the deck.
Which I actually don't have a problem, especially with such a short iron, 9-iron or wedge. You know, you want to be kind of hitting down on it. These tees are so pure anyway. You know, it's not like you're playing at your local course where you're looking for some grass. This is like nearly teeing it up on a green.
72 for Mulder in the opening round. Just made double over at 11 to drop to +2.
And that wasn't even the high score in the group. John Ha made a little triple.
Oh boy. Stationary over that ball for a long time, wasn't he? Tugged just a bit, but it will circle back toward the hole. About 20 feet.
Bryce 90th in the FedEx Cup points without a top 10. He's only missed 4 cuts in 13 events. A pretty consistent year. 1 victory on the PGA Tour. Was that out at Fry's 2011?
Long playoff with Bryony Baird.
That's right. Bryony was looking for that all-elusive victory. Bryony's played over 500 events on the PGA Tour, hasn't broken through.
Here's Ha, the winner in Mexico last year as a rookie.
Might have some action here. Okay.
He's fallen a shot outside the cut line after that triple bogey 8 back at the 11. Ricky Fowler, meanwhile, stands at level par as we spend a little time off the golf course with Ricky.
Looks, youthful charm, cool style, athletic ability, social media savvy. Add it all up, and you've got an American superstar in waiting.
Ricky Fowler is great for the young kids. He's a great guy. I've never seen so many kids wearing that flat-billed Puma hat, you know, so obviously they're doing something right.
It's amazing his impact. The flat brim, the bright colors. I'm glad he's my friend, you know, because I can hang with him and look cool, you know.
Fowler's backstory isn't the typical started at age 2 on the range with dad that's so often seen on tour. His first love came on the dirt, racing motorcycles.
Growing up riding and racing dirt bikes, you got to be your own person. You got to have your own identity out there. So, you know, it's kind of related into the way I dress, the way I play, and you know, kind of the way I go about things. It's just a way to be different, way to stand out, and at the same time, just be who I am.
He chose golf at age 14, and the iconoclast image carried over to the course, instantly connecting with young fans looking for the next big thing.
The way he signs autographs, talks to people, always wanting to give back to the game of golf. At a young age, it's unheard of.
It's pretty cool to see the impact that I've had on some of the younger fans. It does surprise me at times to see how much impact I've had, people dressing like me or wearing my hats. It's pretty cool to see that.
That looks like money.
Now, it's not easy being a trailblazer, but Fowler's actually creating a template for young athletes on how to flourish in a world of 24-hour information without losing anything in competition.
I want to bring some younger kids in. I want to get them, you know, into golf if they're not already, or keep them interested. I want to be a positive role model, so trying to keep doing the right things. It's always been a dream of mine to play on the PGA Tour, be a professional golfer, and everything that comes along with it. Doing anything from interviews to photo shoots to media days. I just gotta soak it all in. It's all part of being a professional golfer.
That was from inside the PGA Tour last week. Ricky Fowler places second here at 12.
Did he make it? Close.
Been a good, consistent year. He's still looking, you know, he's had the breakthrough win in Charlotte last year, but third at Arnold Palmer is the best finish. And, you know, he's had those one or two very high scores on a hole per week that's kind of held him back slightly. See the 6th in Tournament Champions and 6th in Torrey Pines as well. Started off beautifully at the Honda. I believe he shot 67 that first round at the tough PGA National, but fell back to 13th. But he's just a quality young man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, does all the right things. He talks about being a role model, and he certainly acts that way.
He's a good player, just a little refinement to where the mistakes just aren't so glaring, like you said.
18 feet for Mulder.
This guy can really roll his golf ball.
And to your point, Billy, 5th in strokes gained this year on the PGA Tour.
5th last year as well. 3rd the year before that.
7th, and I always think 7th in 3-putt avoidance. Takes a lot of pressure off the game.
Great collegiate player. 4-time first-team All-American at Georgia Tech.
He's gotten just a little bit longer. He's working with Mike LeBeau and added some distance. May have taken a little of the consistency and the accuracy out, but I think it'll pay dividends for Bryce. He just has too good a short game.
Huff from 15 feet. A little bit of a scruffy start here for the reigning Rookie of the Year. That 8 back at 11, failing to birdie the 12th. And stands outside the cut line at the moment.
Oh, that triple bogey absolutely killed him on the 11th, which is certainly a risk-reward par 5. A little creek meanders the whole way down the left side and then cuts across the fairway, and it'll be very precise in your lines on that hole.
Matt Kuchar has moved to 4 under. He and Webb Simpson and Hunter Mahan are on the tee here at 12, to be followed by Tiger, Keegan Bradley, and Fred Couples. There's some star-studded groups early in our day 2 coverage here. Simpson set to defend his U.S. Open championship in a couple of weeks.
And I think the mentality after playing in some quite difficult conditions yesterday afternoon is to try and get off to the fast start. Matt Kuchar even par through first 2 holes. Hunter Mahan 1 under. Fortunately, reigning US Open champion, bogeyed the 11th. So he's now 4 over for the tournament and outside the cut line.
Saw John Wood give us an indication as to what the wind is doing. He thinks it's left to right and maybe just a little bit of help. I still think you're right in that 9-iron range. I think it's just a solid 9-iron for Hunter.
1 over 73 for Mahan on day one. Birdie over at 11 moments ago. Solid numbers in greens hit year in and year out. He's 33rd on tour this season.
Yeah, he's a long-time student of Sean Foley, who we all know now has done some really good work for 3 years with Tiger Woods. And I just like the body rotation. Swings left very quickly. The face is very square through nearly the entirety of the swing. Creates a lot of good shots.
And one there, inside 10 feet for Mahan.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that you look at the top 10 ball strikers on tour. His name's always up there. When he starts driving it, he drives it straight. He's very accurate with the driver, but when he starts really catching it in the center of the club face, just about on the button every time, he can get it out there.
4 under par 68 for Matt Kuchar in the opening round with just 1 bogey in his 8th appearance here in Ohio.
You know, Kuchar's really good with the short irons. A little unusual to have that much lift.
Headed left. Look out, folks.
You know, you see guys lift with a driver and hover it over the ground, but it's rare that you see that much lift with a.
Well, he also
9-iron
lifts,
or a
and then
wedge.
all his weight moves back into his heels, so it kind of throws the center of gravity off. But he spent a couple of weeks working with Chris O'Connell during that Texas swing. His alignment, we noticed it yesterday. We saw it at the Players when we were out following him. And it's not correct. It's not good. He's aiming a long way right, and after that you hit a lot of pulls.
Simpson now at 4 over par. Going for it to get down. Right over the flagstick. .75 on day one for Webb Simpson, but a birdie chance here at the 12th when we come back. Suspension of play continues here at the Memorial Tournament. Slugger White, head of rules and competitions for the PGA Tour, says that he is cautiously optimistic they might get some more golf in today. Perksy, we're pretty far west in the Eastern time zone, so they could have till about 8:45 Eastern to get some golf in tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It stays late as long as the clouds move on, these cells move forward and get sunlight back. It may take a little while to get the course playable again, to maybe remove some of the water from the bunkers or re-rake the bunkers or squeegee some of the low spots in the greens and in the fairways.
They're going to survey the course for damage in about 20 minutes. How's the layout drain here, Bill Kratzert?
Well, I think it drains well. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that Jack was concerned about when he was first building Muirfield Village. You know, the necessary drainage, the expectations of inclement weather this time of year, and the golf course itself drains quite nicely. The grains, they're good. I think the big concern, as with most golf courses, even though this has sheet draining means that the water's going to go with the land, and it's going to go into the streams, and it's going to go into the ponds. In Florida, it's more of a vertical drainage, but I think the big key is the bunkers. If they get those ready, you can play.
We're not going to stay until the conclusion of play tonight with you on PGATour.com, but we will bring you some highlights before we call it a night here. Some good action at the 12th from earlier today, and it began just after we came on the air at 8 a.m. this morning. First tee shot of the day from Jason Kokrak.
Yeah, the big fella whipped it in there. 2 feet 9 inches. Yeah, that was actually, when he tapped that one, it was 3 birdies in a row to start the second round.
Yeah, we had a run of 6 birdies in the first 9 players who took aim at this flag, including Argentina's Fabian Gomez here.
Open with 76. Whip one in here and close and shoot 68 in his second round.
Robert Allenby's been struggling with the putter for a number of years, but gets this one to go down.
You know, just 2 made cuts in 15 events this year. That moves him to +2.
Hunter Mahan for birdie.
8.5 feet down the hill to the right, read it beautifully.
And this was young Peter Williamson out of Dartmouth University, 8 over par, but this was the highlight of his week.
Yeah, this was a sweet little shot, little chip shot from off the edge. We didn't see it, but he gave it just a little bit of a fist pump there.
How about the read from Tom Gillis on this birdie attempt?
He just hung it out to the left and just died right in the center.
Jeff Ogilvy also was at 7 over, but just 2 needed here at the 12th. Chris Kirk was hovering around the cut line and moved right on it with this birdie here.
Yeah, had a beautiful little shut down 8-iron right over the top of the flag, and when you do that, you'd like to make it 2, and he did.
Richard H. Lee, 157 yards to the hole on Friday.
Well, it was tough to figure out. A lot of players were having trouble hitting it flag high, but that is almost perfectly flag high for the young man. Good shot.
Nicholas Colsaerts on Thursday chipped in for par here and did the same thing earlier today. The big man from Belgium.
The Belgian bomber.
Yes.
Bombed it right in the back.
Stewie Sink. Down the hill, sliding right. Oh, wow.
That moved Sink to 3 under par. Russell Henley was 4 under when he came to the 12th, and he was 5 under when he left the 12th.
24-year-old out of the University of Georgia, Mr. Kratzert, finds the center of the hole.
David Hearn having an excellent week as well. He pushed it to 5 under with this birdie.
Yeah, this was a nice read right here. This ball does straighten out.
And one more for you. Brian Davis here to move it into red numbers.
That was the last birdie we saw at the 12th. This was the 19th of the day for the English. Not for the Englishman, but here at the 12th. That would be a record. You guys know what I mean, right?
Exactly what we know what you mean. I know that Bill Haas played one heck of a round of golf today. You look at that, I don't see any other numbers up there that rival 5 under 67. And that's with a bogey on his final hole.
Well, 58 players still on the golf course. So in all likelihood, we're going to be wrapping up the second round on Saturday. Then Slugger White says we're going to go off split tees when the third round begins because of a very spotty weather forecast on Saturday. So we'll close the books a little bit early here, as Mother Nature has intervened, as she has so often here through the years. 37 stoppages of play in 37 years of the Memorial Tournament. Seems to be an annual springtime tradition here in Central Ohio.
A tradition like no other.
It was fun for a couple of days. I enjoyed the company of Bill Kratzer and Craig Perks. As always, I'm John Swansek. By the way, our next live ad's coming your way Thursday, June 20th. There you go. That's the opening round of the Travelers Championship. And that exciting finishing stretch there. It's a TPC River Highlands as the big Aussie Mark Leishman defends his title. So we will see you then from Hartford. And we say so long from Dublin.